Hey, what's up, everybody? So, I found a trial to watch until there's another trial starting like after this. This one lasts for 2 weeks. It is the Uvalde cop that was on shift when the school shooting happened. He is being charged with endangerment or neglect, failure to act, something like that. Adrian Gonzalez. He's the first of two officers that will be seeing that will be up for trial for this. So yeah. Anyways, let's get started. I am gonna put it on fast mode because this is day one. Day two. Day two is kind of like they're arguing today because something came up yesterday that they felt like it was a trial by ambush because the testimony that somebody was leaking. But anyways, we'll get into this and watch it out. Anyways, so this is Adrian Gonzalez trial. It started yesterday. So I'm rewatching day one. Come watch with me. Yeah, should be a good time. Anyways, let me get this going. Alrighty. Let me go over here.
Photographs that they had access to, and they have narrowed it down to the ones they're going to proffer in response to the motion in limine.
Hey,
I've asked them to share those with the defense so that we can get specific objections.
Just for the court, here's the case law we're relying on. We've given it to tender group. And Your Honor, my understanding as well is our motion deals not only with the autopsies but crime scene photographs. My understanding is what the state was going to attempt to offer some of the crime scene photographs as well. Somewhat of the same issue that we had the issue with. So
I believe we have one of room 112 that involves victims.
Okay.
Oh,
well, I need to let's get specific and actually, show me the photographs, and then I can make rulings. So, send to you.
yes, I mean, I could honestly, the substance of our motion is not that that some would be okay, but others not. The substance of our motion is that none are okay. And so, if you'd like me to start,
Yeah, please.
So, as the court knows in the law, it's pretty well settled for a long time that a debt who caused some sort of gruesome injury or death cannot be shielded from his actions under Rule 403. Our argument here, though, is that our client, the person on trial here, did not cause any of these injuries. He did not. Salvador Ramos caused these injuries, and he is the person on trial. I only say that to start because that is one of the things that as litigators and criminal litigators we're used to.
Okay, yes, we know that he did not cause the injuries. However, and I understand you're defending your client. However, he is the police officer that was on scene, that got called on scene, and was in the damn school when the gunman opened fire and shot those poor children and the two teachers. Let's not get it twisted. Everybody knows he didn't cause the injuries. However, he could have stopped it from happening. And he failed to act. That's what this
is having that different case. Adrian Gonzalez did not shoot any child, did not kill any child. Now, what he's charged with is endangering. Endangering does not actually it does not actually require, and in the elements does not require the to prove that there was ever a death, right, or to prove that there was ever any injury, because as far as an endangering goes, it's not an element of proof that they have to make. Now, we agree, and we will stipulate all of the children that are in the indictment were either killed or injured.
When dude was walking down the hallway, as he could have fucking open fired on the motherfucker. Just be honest. He was right there by the gunman before he walked into the freaking classroom and shut up the kids. He was in the same vicinity. Just saying. They're gonna show video of it. He could have done something. He didn't do shit. He just sat there for like 2 hours. 2 hours before they were so scared and so worried about themselves rather than rushing in and trying to help those kids. Because he didn't shoot the kids all in one setting. No. He shot some, then he did, then he sat there, and then he shot some more before he took his own life, of course. And they're all just standing down the hallway. What do we do now, George? Well, how about you run in and freaking, Anyways. All right.
As listed in the indictment. It's not any matter of disputed facts. And one of the cases that we talked about in the motion in limine is Erazo versus State. And Erazo is a particular.
He was the cop, he was the cop that was on scene. This is the gunman that they shot all the kids. He's in charge. He's charged with endangerment because he failed to act. They just sat around there like they didn't know what to do. Like all their training went out their heads. They had younger cops saying, we just go in there. And they're like, no, we need it, and then calling people, well, like, how many more people you got there? They had like 300 freaking cops out there. And it took them 2 hours to get in that classroom. So yes, he was armed.
The language of Erazo is that an auto that a person died. And so their language is, in other words, the relevance value of the photograph is to show appearance. The appearance of the dead fetus in this case was irrelevant. A crime scene photograph or an autopsy photograph is not admissible simply to show the death of the individual. So now we're asking the court to do a 403 balancing test. The probative value in light of a stipulation is low. It is extremely low. All they need is to photograph. Prejudicial danger is. This was a tragedy. And when we talk about prejudicial danger, does the court have some concern that it could affect a juror irrationally, to where the juror?
No. Why would it? You're showing you're showing the results. The results of them failing to act. What happened? If they would have sprung into action, what could have been stopped? That's what that's going to show, sir. I get you're trying to protect your client. I get I get that, you don't understand how this could be and da 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 da. But at the same time, yes, he deserves the defense. But if that was my kid that they failed to act upon and just sat there as all them kids were being shot. Oh, He's lucky that he's in jail. I'm just saying, he's like he's in jail.
Not rationally basing a verdict on the actions of the defendant and whether or not the defendant committed a crime, but basing their verdict on the horrors of the photo. Again, we go back to the fact that Adrian Gonzalez did not take a firearm, did not shoot any one of these children. We know who did cause these injuries and the deaths of these children. And so we're asking that the state not be allowed to do that. Now, I also know that in the law there is, it is typically that the state does not have to accept a stipulation from the defense. However, there are some exceptions to that. One of the exceptions is found in Temez, which is kind of a classic case, and that was a DWI case where the person had 9 prior DWIs. The defense was willing to stipulate that, hey, he's been previously convicted twice before to get to the felony jurisdictional aspect. And the court said that the prosecution of the...
How many do I want to go to jail? I feel like, yeah, I mean, they were in charge, but there was a whole slew of cops out there that didn't do jack shit. Let's be honest. Why there's only 2? I don't know. All the police force should have been fired. Fired, never to work in law enforcement or as a first responder for the rest of their lives. Do I think jail's the answer? I'm not sure. And yes, I get like, let's not make him pay for what the gunman did. Well, yeah, but at the same time, like, it could have been stopped, and it wasn't stopped. They sat there like they were mindless zombies, like they didn't know what the fuck to do. I mean, you had other rookie cops that were just saying, hey, let's go in there, inching their way down the hallway, and they're like, trying to hold them back and saying, no, we can't do no type shit. That video was horrendous. Watching them cops just sit there, and you got one cop that was in there and knew that was his wife's classroom, which is crazy. Knowing he knew that his wife was gone, and nobody would let them go in there, which is crazy. It's crazy. All them poor kids, who's to say if they would have, but why didn't you try? You get what I'm saying? Like, who's to say if you would have stopped the gunman or not? But why didn't you try? That's my thing. Why didn't you try? Oh, yeah, you were... Man, cops were getting kids out of classrooms while you were dinking around playing, thumbsies.
Times that we don't have to accept that stipulation, they went ahead and put on 9 DWIs, and the court came back and reversed and said, look, there is no probative value in light of a stipulation that's going to establish the issue that you want to establish in the first place. There's only prejudicial danger after that. There's also a federal case, Old Chief, which dealt with the felon in possession of the firearm. Felon in possession of a firearm, the defendant in that case.
Yeah, as for the longest time, like, if you had a resource officer, like they couldn't have their gun at school, because it was afraid for the kids. Not if your life's in danger, but I don't think there was a resource officer in this one. I'm not sure if there was or not. I just know, like, when the cops came and they just sat there. So it was like, it was almost like, what do you call it? Like the Parkland shooting. Like the cops just sat around twinkling their fingers, do. That's why they went after the one cop, because they're saying that he ran away from the gunfire. And I understand, like, self-preservation. I get that, but those were kids. Like, I just think that they should have acted faster. You know what I mean? Like, your job is to protect and serve, right? Well, why ain't you protecting? You know, why ain't you at least trying?
Convicted of a sex offense against a child. The defense was willing to stipulate that he had been convicted of a felony for the purposes of felon in possession of a firearm. The state said we don't have to accept the stipulation, and went ahead and presented the fact to the jury that he had been convicted of sexually assaulting a child. And the court came back again and said, at some point, if the prejudicial danger is so high and the probative value is so low, we do have to accept the stipulation in that sense. This is not an issue in contention or dispute. No one is disputing that Salvador Ramos went into this classroom and killed 19 children and injured 10 others, as well as killed 2 adults, which is not charged conduct here. No one's disputing that he did all of those things. So since there is no dispute, showing gruesome, horrible, heartbreaking photographs to the jury, simply and merely to prove that the individual died, or was injured, is kind of a foundational, fundamental 403 balancing test. I can't think of.
Okay, I understand where he's getting from. Like, I don't understand why they got to show the pictures. All you have to do is show the video. Like, show the fucking video. I mean, you don't see the gunman shooting up the kids because the classrooms didn't have video, right? But you could hear as they're standing in the hallway doing fucking jack shit, you hear the kids screaming and gunfire going off. Okay? Yeah. And they're just sitting there twiddling their thumbs. Absolutely. So yes, I totally where the defense attorneys kind of saying, hey, he didn't cause this. I get he didn't cause that, but he could have stopped that. He could have stopped that. And that's the end result of them twiddling their thumbs. That's the end result. I mean, who's to say if he would have saved those 19 kids and the 10 others that were injured? Who's to say if he didn't save them? He could have saved them, you know? Just
I don't know if the court's seen any, but I can think of nothing that I've ever seen more prejudicial than these photographs. Ever. And the probative value that the state is offering can be to show that children have died or were injured. And that probative value is incredibly low in light of the fact that is not an issue that's ever been in dispute. As the court pointed out, we tried to.
And I'm trying to think back. So the Parkland, the cop there, he got not guilty. And that was the cop that, totally went the opposite direction than, seen the gun, heard the gunfire, and he was running the opposite direction away from it. And they still didn't find him guilty. Who's to say if they're going to find this guy guilty? You know what I mean? Like, who's to say that, who's to say what the jury's going to decide? They may decide that, hey, there was jack shit he could have done and find him not guilty. Shit, I'm still up in fence. I mean, I need to really watch the actions, because at the same time, I'm like, do I think that he should be the only one? Fuck no. There's other people that should be arrested too. If he's going down, the whole police force should be arrested or fired and could never be in that kind of position ever again, or hold any type of public service shit. Like, motherfucker, you better go back to the fucking assembly line and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know if this is the right way to go about things. I don't know. But we'll see. We'll see after this is all said and done.
addressed in Board Arm, but the way we addressed it is they will hear injury and hear about it. We agree that the state can elicit testimony. So they don't even have to accept our stipulation. They can elicit testimony. They're obviously free to do that from any of the witnesses and the medical examiner and everybody else that the children suffered injuries. And even they can detail the nature of those injuries. That will establish as well their element. But as far as these photographs, they are so prejudicial, and the danger of that unfair prejudice affecting the fundamental constitutional right to due process and to have a fair trial is great. And so on that issue, we're asking the court to exclude any photographs of any child who has died as a result of these injuries or has been injured as a result.
Yeah, that's why I totally get what the defense attorney's saying. Like, he's saying, hey, we got to keep those photos out because he didn't cause injuries. I get that. Like, I'm totally, just play the videos. The videos, you can't see nothing, okay? Don't show the ending where they finally get, I mean, when they break in the door, right? After that, don't show them bringing out kids or anything like that. Like, don't do that. Don't do that. But show what the fuck they were doing while he was in there hurting those kids. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's all you need. So I totally get, don't bring in those pictures. Like, you can elicit testimony. We can understand, like, kids were shot and hurt and all that great stuff. We could hear all that stuff and then show the video. So I get what the defense attorney is saying. Like, it would be prejudicial. Yes, I totally get that. Like, they want you to be upset that those kids died and so mad that you're going to overlook that he wasn't the cause of it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. This is a tough one. This is gonna be a tough
and limit the state merely or only to the stipulation by the defense or in addition to the stipulation, because we are stipulating and we'll stipulate from the beginning. But in addition to that, testimony from the relevant people as to the injuries if the court believes that that's what's needed to prove the element of placing the child in danger of death. So I guess on that issue, there are some other issues in the motion, but on that issue, I
Could you tender?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I thought the court had seen them. I apologize. I thought you looked at them first.
Thank you. Okay, so for the record, these are all.
And I remember the one cop that lost his wife and his daughter. I think his wife and his daughter, maybe. I know he lost his wife in this. He had a heart attack the week after, and yeah, this is going to be a tough case.
Autopsy photographs, not scene photographs.
That's correct.
We'll see what the judge does. I don't think they should let it in. I think the video is enough. And eliciting testimony. Hey, what's up, Ed? Well, let that be one of my kids. I swear to God. He's lucky he's got to face this and not the wrath of a parent. I mean, just being honest, I don't know how I would feel. How I would fucking feel. I don't think they should let those pictures in. I say no. Judge, listen to me. Just play the video. Just play the video. Play it, play it, play it, play it. You get what I'm saying? Like, play the video. Are you gonna?
Okay. Thank you.
What are we doing, Judge? What are we doing, Judge? What are we doing, Judge? You had like 20 different packs of freaking pictures. My goodness. Yeah, I don't think they should show those pictures because he didn't cause the death. He just caused what happened. You could elicit the testimony, but showing those pictures, I think, would be very prejudicial to him. Like, I really do. I agree with the defense attorney. I don't know why this is so laggy, but whatever. This is the way. This is the way I live. I wonder when the bald-headed cop goes up because that's the one that really caught my eye. What? What? PE? What do you mean PE? Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. Why are you outraged at this incompetent guy, yet not outraged at your stupid laws making him most vulnerable? You know, that's right there, Aztec. I am mad about our government. I am. That's what State of the World. I do a podcast every week called State of the World, and we talk about that. We talk about the government and all the bullshit. Like, I'm not ignoring your question. I'm outright outraged by the government too. They shouldn't be making these damn laws trying to fucking do a catch-22. What the fuck do you do? Type shit. Like, put the fucking guns back in the schools, motherfuckers. Something. I mean, because obviously resource officers ain't helping. Like, just being there is not deterring anybody from going and shooting up the school. But yet, you don't change it. And you say, oh, well, guns are bad. No, guns aren't bad. It's the people behind those guns that are bad. But our kids shouldn't be subjected to that bullshit. I mean, they stopped even, no, I didn't. I'm tired of the bullshit. And I think the ones that are fucking upholding the fucking goddamn law, they should be held accountable too. I don't feel like just because you're a cop, oh, you got qualified immunity. No, motherfucker, no. Because you got rogue ass cops out here that will shoot somebody. He is outraged. He just said, keep up. Keep up. I think a lot of these states need to have open carry too, but that's besides the point. And the only ones that are against fucking guns are the ones that want to fucking turn it into fucking commie land and shit. Fuck out of here. Give me my guns, bitch. Because they think the crime rate's going to go down if they get rid of guns. Fuck no. Fuck no. Come on, Judge, make a decision already. Jesus. How many fucking pictures are there? Goddamn. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, as many as they want in? Nah, fuck that. He didn't cause the damage.
Judge, there's one more issue when you're ready for me that I had forgot to address that I'd like to before.
You know,
Okay, go ahead.
But it's just that.
no, here they were talking about it.
Since the court has now
Like
seen
my
photographs
state, my actual
where the
state,
children were shot,
they were talking
decisions
about
by,
having
Adrian Gonzalez, how the children were shot. Some of those photographs are particularly gruesome.
Teachers
especially some
that have a
teachers, but
CCW
all of them
to bring
horrifying,
their guns.
will be horrifying.
I don't know
to the jury.
whatever happened to that
You know,
law.
there's one
yeah.
more issue that I address in Ward Iron that the state in their indictment charged Adrian with conduct of endangering, but stopped.
But it
that
shouldn't be their
conduct at
fucking
the point
job.
when
But
the shooter entered rooms 111 and 112. All of these
nowadays, you gotta
photographs and
protect
everything else
the
are
kids,
from things that happened
protect
after
the kids
shooter
and
entered
yourself.
rooms 111 and 112. So they have limited, what they've done is they've limited the conduct for which Adrian Gonzalez can be criminally responsible to up to the point that the shooter enters the room. And they've done that in their indictment. So if their argument becomes, well, these are somehow necessary for our proof, as we've said, they could discuss the fact that these children were killed and cause of manner of death. But in their indictment itself, it stops Adrian, whatever they're alleging he was doing criminally, which means that after the shooter entered 111 or 112, Adrian's not being charged with any of that, with endangering or any of that criminal conduct or anything else. So as I said, he's not being charged with shooting these children. He's being charged with an omission that puts them in danger of being shot. But the indictment clearly does say that, that it does clearly stop at the point before the shooter goes into the room. That's important because, and I think the state will agree that these children were all killed or injured after the shooter entered rooms 111 and 112. And with that,
Ms. Mitchell? Okay. I assume you have these cases. I'd like for you to specifically address what's been highlighted in these two cases in his offer to stipulate and ultimately his argument about the limitations on the indictment. But those cases seem to be fairly on point about, I think everybody can agree, these are horrific photographs. I've seen a lot of autopsy photographs. These are horrendous, not so much by the nature of the injuries, but by virtue of the ages of the victims. And
too, as a lot of people, I mean, a lot of parents are homeschooling because they can't, they're not secure with sending their kids to school. Plus, you got all these damn teachers that are like forcing their own agenda or forcing their agenda on kids and all this other stuff. Like, and the government, let's not get it twisted. The government, is behind a lot of shit. And yeah, so Tazzy, step down. Tazzy, what's wrong with your leg? What's wrong with it? Come here. Yeah, I see you putting your leg down. Stop. Anyways, my dog's tripping. All right, but yeah. What do you got to say, Faith?
So certainly, there's no doubt they're prejudicial. My question is,
thank you.
Can you address the probative value outweighing the prejudicial value they're offered to stipulate specifically in light of those cases and the limitation in your indictment that Mr. Gauss has argued? So, Mr. Turner, you may proceed.
And if I could, I would start with exactly where he ended, and that is that the indictment ends with the gunman entering 111 and 112. The indictment includes after the gunman entered rooms 111 and 112 and shot at a child or children in room 111 and 112. And so we have a fundamental disagreement about what the state has accused this defendant of doing. We've accused this defendant of being aware that children are in imminent danger and failing to act in the face of that imminence. And it's the state's position that we're not talking about
but
one
still,
shot
you don't need.
defendant
You,
on notice.
hey, okay. Still, sir, you don't need to show all them fucking pictures because, yes, everybody can hear in the fucking video the kids screaming, okay? And they sat there going like this. This is gonna piss me off.
Not two shots put the defendant on notice, but the repeated shots at children at a Robb Elementary School over a number of minutes is what caused this. Our cases that support that proposition are when kids, other child endangerment cases, when one child is injured, evidence that that child is injured is admissible to prove that the next child is in danger also. These are
Case law.
Excuse me?
Did you say case law?
Case law. In the interest of EW, I believe.
Could. Not if they don't know if they're carrying them. Because they were trying to do that here. They were trying, I don't know whatever happened to that law. But they were talking about having, certain teachers that have CCWs that could carry. And if the kids don't know that you have it, how can they strong arm you for it? You get what I'm saying? But because they put everything on the news and all this other dumb shit, they know what they're doing with all this propaganda bullshit. They know.
Interest of EV. And I have excerpts of that I'll provide for the court.
Right.
But in that case, it was one child was injured. They introduced evidence that child was injured because they said that was proof that the other child was in danger of being injured. So it's each child is injured, another is also. I want to talk about the concept of adults and children for just a second. And we can all agree, I think it's human nature. I think the nature of child endangerment is that we give special attention because we understand that children are fragile tender years, and for them to be hurt is disturbing to all of us. But are we to now rule that adults can be?
I mean, they were even talking about having like certain parents, go and be armed and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know if I'd want that responsibility. Here I am teaching kids, and now I got to protect them too. Like, no, if I could put more cops in that bitch and make sure that they're not pussy.
Murdered.
Let them carry guns in school. Let the cops carry, okay? That's the biggest problem. Like, everybody sees a resource officer, but they don't have their gun. Why? Because it would scare the kids. What? How about your kids being shot? Would scare me more than that, but whatever.
And the results of that.
And if your kid grew up in a hunting family, they know what a gun is. I mean, don't touch it. A lot of responsibility comes behind that type shit. But they took hunter safety out of the schools too. It's all these fucking Democrats. They have an issue with fucking guns. But taking guns away ain't going to stop crime.
That can go to a jury. Children don't get that same protection by a court in Texas. A child gets injured, but because it's so horrible, the very nature of what makes the defendant responsible for a horrible crime, we're not going to allow the jury to see the results of that. And that's exactly what the case is on.
Dude, I think you just want to fucking throw it in their faces. Hey, you want this to be in the forefront of their mind to make them pissed off because babies were hurt, and it's not fair to him. It's not. It's not fair that those kids got shot, but it's not fair to him because he didn't cause that. Yes, he could have stopped that, but it's not fair to him. Like, you can hear it on the video. I don't understand what your problem is, dude. You can hear it on the fucking video. What happens? You can elicit testimony about what happened. Sir, you don't need to see all the bodies. Like that, now you're just overdoing it. Now you are just fucking overdoing it.
Photographs of autopsies and
like that means that you're not confident in this case, sir. That means you're not confident. If you got to show those bodies, all those bodies and all those autopsies and all that great stuff, then you're not confident in your case, because obviously that is not probative. That is prejudice as hell, because he didn't cause the injury to those kids. Had he acted, it probably would have stopped, but whatever.
Things is about. A defendant is responsible for the conduct that he causes. And in this case, it's the state's position that he was compelled to act upon hearing 60 shots into children. And it was the compelling nature of that and his failure to do that that makes this such a significant crime. We're not talking about one shot and one person. We're talking about 29 kids, 19 of which died. Many of the others are injured. Each one of those children have the right to have their injuries depicted in the absence of Adrian Gonzalez acting in the face of that information.
Okay, do you want to address the relative probative value versus the prejudicial?
The probative value is, number one, we have alleged that the gunman entered room 111 and 112 and shot at one or more children in room 111 and 112.
But what's the distinction between discussing it and describing it versus showing the actual photographs?
Case law says if you can discuss it, you can show a photograph of it.
Well, true, but you still have to consider the prejudicial versus the probative. So what do these photographs lend to the jury in determining any disputed issue of fact that could not be done equally by description and discussion?
I suppose the same would be with any injury case, Your Honor. Case law has said, though, that that is relevant. It is indeed relevant. So what we're saying is simply because it's children, because certainly people are killed with high-powered rifles in the state of Texas on a routine basis. So the fact is, what they are arguing makes it so horrible is just that the body is a younger person. And the younger person doesn't get the same protection as the adult does.
Would you? I'm not sure. Are those microphones hot on the council table? Maybe pull that one over toward you a little bit, if you don't mind. Whoever's going to be speaking, maybe get a little closer. Mine will test it on. I assume.
So from the very beginning, we said,
You got to turn it on. You push that button right there. There you go.
Should be a green light.
from the very beginning, we tried to explain that the whole case of child endangerment puts people in a different situation. Adults are required to act differently when children are in danger. And it's because of the compelling nature of what bothers us about children. It's the whole reason we have child endangerment statutes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Final rebuttal, Mr. Goss?
Yeah, it's just to point out that even Mr. Turner said that in this, are we going to say in the state that adults can be murdered and we show their pictures, but children can't be murdered? If Salvador Ramos had not been shot in the eye and killed, shot by police officers at the time, and he was sitting in that chair, 100% all those pictures would come in because that is his conduct and that is what he did. This is not a murder case, and that's not what they're trying. Their indictment has limited it, and because we're asking to take those things into account, because a person who has actually done the things and made the choices of where to shoot the children, where to aim the gun, of what kind of gruesome injuries to inflict upon those child, that regardless of what the state is alleging, they cannot say that Mr. Gonzalez was like that he made those choices, because nobody else made those choices but the shooter. And then, as the court's saying, we are willing to stipulate, but additionally, every person who testifies will be able to testify as to the injuries, the death. That's the only probative value that it has. And the only other thing that it can do is inflame the passion of the jury. And as we said, and as the court has seen in the evidence, it's one of the most gruesome and horrific things. And not only just if you just took each child, but in total, like all the children, the 19, especially in the autopsies, if you take then multiple pictures of all the children, that adds up as well. And so, of course, what the state would say that is, I'm sure, is that, well, we can't leave a child out, so we need 3 pictures for 19 children, which then becomes this cascade of horror. And are we able to be sure that his due process rights won't be violated? Are we able to be sure that in that cascade of horror that that's not going to irrationally affect the jurors' minds and make them so angry at the defendant that they don't make the decision based on the law and the facts?
All right, for the purposes of the opening statement, I'm going to deny the motion in limine. I'm going to find that my review of the photographs, that the probative does outweigh the prejudicial. However, I am not admitting the photographs at this time. Having gone through them, there are several that I may sustain an objection to, and they will not go to the jury. But for purposes of the opening statement, I am denying the motion in limine. But I'm reserving my right to exclude many of these photographs at the appropriate time.
Yes, sir. May I approach with your case?
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, how many do we have on the jurors? We have one? Okay, we have the.
It wasn't the sole thing of our motion, but I know that the court would like to get started. We believe that the state's going to offer testimony of how this emotionally, mentally affected. We just asked the court to grant it now, and the state just be asked to approach before putting victim impact state testimony as far as emotional, like the emotional or the mental effect that this has had on the parents or on the children who survived or anything like that, which I think is pretty typical. This would be victim impact testimony. We're asking that be limited. That would be the other issue.
Mr.
Well, first of all, child endangerment is both physical impairment and mental impairment, and we do intend to bring experts to say how the children were mentally impaired, the survivors were mentally impaired. As to the impact on the parents, we don't intend to bring any of that in. It's not about impact. It's about where the children endangered. Mental impairment is one of the ways children are endangered, and that's the only reason to bring it in, is to show the PTSD, the mental impairment from the event.
Your Honor, I'll just brief rebuttal. I have not seen, and we've looked, I've not seen any case law where mental impairment has been defined like that. Mental impairment is talking about, you're talking about like actual impairment of their mental faculties and processes and being able to, it would be like an injury that caused it, not a psychological impairment, which definitely is terrible, but that has not ever been interpreted that I have seen, and I don't know any case law from the state that they can put on victim impact testimony and evidence about psychological and emotional impairment in order to make it fall under mental impairment in the endangerment statute.
I cannot believe he's going to let him in. Okay, whatever. Mental impairment. What? Now we're going to mental impairment. It amazes me when like I can look at a case and see like when what do you call it? The state do, the DA, when they're confident in their case, they don't do all this extra bullshit, you know. They don't sit there and do all this extra, like they could do without certain things, and because they're confident in their case. But when they're not confident in their case, oh, we want to talk about the mental impairment, and that being afraid for your life. That is an anguish I could never. I mean, I feel bad for those kids, the ones that survived. Oh, being in that class. Oh my gosh. And wait a minute. I thought dude killed himself. I didn't know that he was taken out by police. I mean, I thought he took himself out. Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
All right, for purposes of, as we all know, a motion in limine does not preserve any error, but I'm going to grant that motion in limine, and I'll ask the state to approach and proffer any of that testimony so we can have a hearing outside the presence of the jury as to its admissibility.
Yes, sir.
Anybody have any other matters before we bring the jury in for instruction?
Okay. A few minutes just for the rest of them. And I do have one more issue. It was part of the motion. And this is something that we typically talk about. It's a motion we typically do in that victims are, the word victim, these children are clearly victims. And of course, everybody at this table and everybody on the defense knows that every child who was hurt, every child, the children who were not hurt, the children who were in different rooms are all victims. Every teacher there, every adult there, victims. However, what the nature of this case is to determine if they are Adrian Gonzalez's victims. And so we would ask that the state be limited to calling them the complainants or the victims of Salvador Ramos.
I don't understand. That doesn't make sense.
But as I said, there is no dispute that they are, and I'm not trying to dispute it. But
I don't think they're saying like they are. They're just saying he endangered them. He allowed them. Anyways.
we are disputing that they are victims of my client and our client. We are saying that they are definitely victims of somebody else. And so we have done that. We have put those in and put those types of motions in before because we do believe that it could have a tendency to affect the jury by them being referred to in that way before he's been convicted or before it's been established that they are his victims. If that makes sense to the court.
Mr. Turner.
Your Honor, Sire versus State, CYR, is the proposition that two people can be responsible for a child being victimized, the person who does the injury and the person that has the duty to prevent the injury. Both can be responsible for victimizing the child. So his whole concept that these victims are not victims of Adrian Gonzalez is completely contrary to what the law is.
Well, no, the law is he's presumed innocent unless he's proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt to all the elements. All I'm saying is that
he's innocent right now.
That has not been established, obviously. So, and I agree that you can have two people can cause an injury, but they have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Adrian Gonzalez's omissions are responsible for any of the injuries of the children. And so I want to make clear, I am not disrespecting them, that I agree that they are victims, but they are victims of Salvador Ramos. That's been 100% clearly established at this point.
How? There's no evidence on that either, Your Honor.
Well, I think they'll stipulate to it. I think they'll stipulate that they are victims of Salvador Ramos. I don't think the state is going to contest that at all, and we're obviously not contesting that either. But I think ultimately is that their whole point is what they want to do is say that they are victims of Adrian Gonzalez before they prove beyond a reasonable doubt to the jury that is true and that is a fact. And so with that distinction, I would ask that the state refer to them as the complainants until and unless they are able to secure a conviction. And then, of course, if we went to a punishment phase to the court, they can, of course, that's just kind of how that works. As far as them proving it, I know the court knows that. We're just trying to prevent any danger of unfair prejudice or the jury being influenced improperly to believe before they've proven it that these children are victims of Adrian Gonzalez.
Okay, well, I'm going to sustain the motion in limine to this effect. They can be referred to as victims because they clearly are victims, but they cannot be referred to as victims of the defendant until and if that is final argument where you have established that beyond a reasonable doubt and you wish to argue that to the jury. But they can be referred to as victims, just not specifically as his victims until that is proven, if it is. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Goss, I hesitate to ask, what else?
That was it. I mean, we had a kind of a boilerplate prior convictions, prior bad acts. I don't believe there are any. They haven't given us any 404B of any of that, and so I don't. It's just if they believe that there's some prior bad act of our client, we just ask they approach first, and I think they would agree.
Well, that'll be granted. Approach if that arises.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so before the jury comes in, ladies and gentlemen, spectators, media, I know the media has agreed to some fairly strict rules, and we have a written decorum for the media. I've had several hearings in Uvalde, and I've had spectators, family members, victims in the courtroom, and they have behaved very well. But because of the nature, now that we have a jury impaneled and sworn, I will tell you under the Nueces County local rules, if there is an outburst or some sort of a problem in the courtroom, there's not going to be warnings. It will be removal for the remainder of the case. So please be cognizant of that and honor that, because we have to maintain order, and that is what their local rules demand. So let's take 5 minutes and we'll get the jury in.
Yes, sir. Just
Very much, sir. You may be seated in the courtroom.
Shut up.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We appreciate you being here on time. As discussed in voir dire yesterday, there are matters that the law requires us to take up outside your presence, and some of them occur during the trial. Some of them occur pre-trial, and they sometimes take longer than anticipated, but do not hold that against either side. It's mandated by law, and we have to comply with the law. Now, yesterday I gave you a condensed form of instructions because it was rather late in the day. So I gave you the highlights, but I'm going to read to you at this time the general instructions in a criminal case that you will be governed by throughout the trial. You can take them home with you. They make excellent bedtime reading if you have some insomnia, but they're yours to keep, but you need to follow them throughout the course of the trial. Number one, do not mingle with nor talk to the attorneys, the witnesses, the parties, or any other person who might be connected with or interested in the case, except for casual greetings. They, as I told you, have to follow these same instructions, and you will understand it when they do. Number 2, do not accept from nor give to any of the persons any favors, however slight, such as rides, food, or refreshments. 3, do not discuss anything about the case, including with each other, or even mention it to anyone whomsoever, including your wife or husband, nor permit anyone to mention it in your hearing until you are discharged as jurors or excused from this case. If anybody attempts to discuss the case with you, report it to me or one of the officers immediately. Do not even discuss the case amongst yourselves, as I told you, until all of the evidence is closed. You have heard the charge of the court, the attorney's arguments, and you have been sent to the jury room solely at that time to deliberate on the verdict. Do not make any independent investigations about the facts of the case. To privately seek out information about the case on trial is improper. All evidence must be presented in open court so that each side may question the witnesses and make proper objections. This avoids a trial based upon secret evidence. These rules apply to jurors the same as they apply to the parties and to myself. If you know of or learn anything about the case except from the evidence admitted during the course of the trial, you must tell me about it at once. You have just taken an oath that you will render a verdict on the evidence submitted to you under the charge and under my rulings and nothing else. Do not make personal investigations, inspections, observations, or experiments, nor personally attempt to view premises, things, or articles not produced and admitted in court. Do not let any third party or anyone else do these things for you. Do not tell other jurors about your own personal experiences or those of other persons, nor relate any special information. A juror may have special knowledge of matters such as technical, professional, scientific, or he or she may have expert knowledge or opinions, or he or she may know what happened in this or some other lawsuit. To tell other jurors any of this information is a violation of these instructions. Do not seek information contained in law books, dictionaries, public or private records, or elsewhere which is not admitted into evidence. I'm further instructing you specifically that you are not to secure or attempt to secure any information of any type relating to this case from the internet, social media, or any other vehicle. Please turn off cell phones and other electronic devices while in the courtroom and while deliberating. Other than taking care of personal business, do not communicate with anyone through an electronic device, such as a phone, text, email, chat, blog, tweet, Facebook, etc. Do not post any information about the case on the internet before these court proceedings end and you are released from jury duty. Do not record or photograph any part of these court proceedings. At the conclusion of all of the evidence, I will submit to you a written charge. Since you will need to consider all of the evidence admitted by me, it is important you pay close attention to the evidence as it is presented. The Texas law does permit proof of any violation of the rules of proper jury conduct. By this, I mean that jurors and others may be called upon to testify in open court about acts of jury misconduct. I instruct you to follow all of these instructions which I've given you, as well as any others that come up during the course of the trial, which you may later receive. You may keep these instructions and review them as you wish. A violation of these instructions should be reported to me immediately. Respectfully submitted, Senator Presiding Judge. With that, ladies and gentlemen, you were impaneled and sworn yesterday. At this time, both sides have an opportunity to make what is known as an opening statement. What the lawyers say in the opening statement is not to be construed as evidence in the case, but they do have the right to summarize what they believe the evidence will show in the case. The state has the opportunity to go first. The defense may either immediately follow them or reserve their opening statement to the opening of their own case. So I'll ask the state to address you at this time. Did you have the indictment? Yeah. Okay, do you have it? The amendment? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to read the indictment, but with certain qualifications that I was going to address with you, and then we'll do the opening statement. There's 29 counts, as we discussed yesterday when we did the voir dire. Both sides have agreed to not read the entire indictment. They are going to read the indictment. Selected counts, they are identical. They'll describe that to you. And then at the conclusion of the reading of the indictment, I will have the defendant enter his plea as to the entire indictment, each and every count therein. But once again, they're not going to read each and every one to you at this time. So you may proceed. Would you stand please for the reading of the indictment?
I'm going to read to you the first two counts of the indictment. The state of Texas versus Adrian Gonzalez in the District Court of the 38th Judicial District of Uvalde County, count one. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury for the county of Uvalde, state of Texas, duly selected in panel, sworn, charged, and organized as such at the January term 2024 of the Judicial District Court for said county and said state, upon their oaths, present in to said court at said term that Adrian Gonzalez, hereinafter fellow defendant, on or about the 24th day of May 2022, and before the presentment of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, as a peace officer for the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District by omission, intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, or with criminal negligence, placed Jose Manuel Flores Jr., a child younger than 15 years of age, in imminent danger of bodily injury, death, physical impairment, or mental impairment by engaging in one or more than one of the following omissions. After hearing gunshots and after being advised of the general location of the shooter by witness one, and having time to respond to the shooter, the said Adrian Gonzalez failed to engage, distract, or delay the shooter, or failed to attempt to engage, distract, or delay the shooter, or failed to otherwise act in a way to impede the shooter until after the shooter entered rooms 111 and 112 of Robb Elementary School and shot at a child or children in rooms 111 and 112. After hearing gunshots and after being advised of the general location of the shooter by witness one and having time to respond to the shooter, the said Adrian Gonzalez failed to follow his active shooter training to respond to gunfire by advancing toward the gunfire until after the active shooter shot at one or more than one child or children in rooms 111 and 112 of Robb Elementary School. And the defendant, as a peace officer, had a duty under the provisions of Article 6.06 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure to prevent an offense against a person about to be committed in his presence and use as much force as necessary to prevent the commission of the offense and no greater. And under the provisions of Article 6.05 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, the defendant, as a peace officer, had a duty, after being informed in any manner that a threat had been made by one person to do some injury to another person, to prevent the threatened injury if within his power. And the defendant, as a police officer of the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, had a duty under Section 37.081 of the Texas Education Code to protect the safety and welfare of people in his jurisdiction. And the said defendant did not voluntarily deliver the child named above to a designated emergency infant care provider under Section 262.302 of the Texas Family Code. Count 2. And it is further presented that Adrian Gonzalez hereinafter shall the defendant on or about the 24th day of May 2022 and before the presentment of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid as a peace officer for the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District by omission, intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, or with criminal negligence placed Uzziah Sergio Garcia, a child younger than 15 years of age, in imminent danger of bodily death, physical impairment, or mental impairment by engaging in one or more of the following omissions. After hearing gunshots and after being advised of the general location of the shooter by witness one, and having time to respond to the shooter, the said Adrian Gonzalez failed to engage, distract, or delay the shooter, or failed to attempt to engage, distract, or delay the shooter, or failed to otherwise act in a way to impede the shooter until after the shooter entered rooms 111 and 112 of Robb Elementary School and shot at a child or children in rooms 111 and 112. After hearing gunshots and after being advised of the general location of the shooter by witness one and having time to respond to the shooter, the said Adrian Gonzalez failed to follow his active shooter training to respond to gunfire by advancing toward the gunfire until after the active shooter shot at one or more than one child or children in rooms 111 and 112 of Robb Elementary School. And the defendant, as a peace officer, had a duty under the provisions of Article 6.06 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure to prevent an offense against a person about to be committed in his presence and use as much force as necessary to prevent the commission of the offense and no greater. And under the provisions of Article 6.05 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, the defendant, as a peace officer, had a duty, after being informed in any manner that a threat had been made by one person to do some injury to another person, to prevent the threatened injury if within his power. And the defendant, as a police officer of the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, had a duty under Section 37.081 of the Texas Education Code to protect the safety and welfare of people in his jurisdiction. And the said defendant did not voluntarily deliver the child named above to a designated emergency care provider under Section 262.302. Count 3 is for the child of Javier Lopez. Count 4 is for the child Jace Carmelo Nueva. Count 5 is for the child Annabelle Guadalupe Rodriguez. Count 6 is for the child Alexandria Anaya Rubio. Count 7 is for the child Leila Marie Salazar. Count 8 is for the child Eliana Torres. Count 9 is for the child Rogelio Fernandez Torres. Count 10 is for the child Nevaeh Alyssa Bravo. Count 10 is for the child Jacqueline Jalen Cáceres. Count 11. Count 12 is for the child McKenna Green Bella. Count 13 is for the child Liana Garcia. Count 14 is for the child Tess Marie Mata. Count 15 is for the child Miranda Gail Mathis. Count 16 is for the child Alethea Haven Ramirez. Count 17 is for the child Maeka Yelena Rodriguez. Count 17 is for the child Jayla Nicole Seguro. Count 19 is for the child Marie Jo Garza. Count 20 is for the child Noah Oscar Arona. Count 21 is for the child Chloe Merlinda Torres. Count 22 is for the child Jordan Demetrio Olivares. Count 23 is for the child Jaden Gonzalez. Count 24 is for the child Samuel Salinas. Count 25 is for the child Kate Kendall Faith Olivares. Count 26 is for the child Mia Seville. Count 27 is for the child Gilberto Mata. Count 28 is for the child AJ Martinez. And count 29 is for the child Maya Ramona.
All right, once again, both sides have agreed to allow the defendant to enter the plea as to all 29 counts, but not read all 29 counts. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, all 29 counts will be set out and will be on the final charge of the jury. But at this time, in regard to the entire indictment, sir, how would you like to plead, guilty or not guilty? All right, thank you. You can be seated. The court will receive your plea in the causes. And again, typically, ladies and gentlemen, I read the indictment immediately after you're impaneled and sworn, but because of the lateness of the hour last evening, we deferred it to today. So at this time, I'd ask the state to approach, and you may make your opening statement.
Thank you. Please, the court. It was awards day at Robbie. Fourth graders lined up throughout the morning and gathered at the cafeteria with their parents to receive certificates of achievement. It was a day of celebration.
Don't tell me you're gonna
After
cry.
the celebration, they returned to their homes and to their classes.
Are you really gonna cry? Don't tell me you're crying, dude. Oh yeah, you're just doing it all, aren't you, prosecutor? See what I'm talking about, man? This irritates the fuck out of me. Stop. Oh wow, he is crying. There's no crying in the courtroom. You're not a witness, dude.
They turned off the lights and they watched movies because it was a day. It was a light day. Some of the kids got to go to recess. Just down the road was Hillcrest Funeral Home, and a man named Gilbert Lamones was working at the funeral home. It was about 11:30 when a truck crashed through a rail and into a ditch. So he did what any of us would do. He went to check on the driver to see what's okay. He and Cody Brasino left the funeral home. He walked across the street, got close to the ditch, when they were met with a man who exited the truck and got out with a rifle, a high-powered rifle.
Why does he sound like he's crying? Oh my God.
So as you
Wow.
might expect, they turned and ran. Shots were fired. So
If he can't control his emotions over this, he shouldn't be prosecuting, because that's a way to like reel the jury in, you know.
they called the police. They called the police for help. The gunman jumped over the fence, the deliberate pace across the schoolyard to the southwest corner building, and opened fire. Stephanie Hale was in the playground on the south end of the school. She heard the fire, and it didn't make her incapable of action. She protected the kids. She got them to safety. They went into the classrooms. They did as they'd been trained.
I would have called fucking mistrial right here. I've never seen this. I have never fucking seen this. In all the years I've been watching trials, I've never. This is a first.
They hid in the dark and waited for help. The police. The teachers and the kids armed themselves with scissors to confront a gunman. To confront a gunman.
Armed with scissors. What? Armed with scissors. Hold on. Let me retract that for a sec.
Throughout the morning and gathered at the cafeteria with their parents to receive certificates of achievement. It was a day of celebration. After the celebration, they returned to their homes and to their classes. They turned off the lights and they watched movies because it was a light day. Some of the kids got to go to recess.
It was the last
Just
day
down
of school.
the road was Hillcrest Funeral Home, and a man named Gilbert Lamones was working at the funeral home. It was about 11:30 when a truck crashed through a rail and into a ditch. So he did what any of us would do. He went to check on the driver to see what's okay. He and Cody Brasino left the funeral home. He walked across the street, got close to the ditch, when they were met with a man who exited the truck and got out with a rifle, a high-powered rifle. So as you might expect, they turned and ran. Shots were fired. So they called the police. They called the police for help. The gunman jumped over the fence, the deliberate pace across the schoolyard to the southwest corner building, and opened fire. Stephanie Hale was in the playground on the south end of the school. She heard the fire. And it didn't make her incapable of action. She protected the kids. She got them to safety. They went into the classrooms. They did as they'd been trained. They hid in the dark and waited for help from the police. The teachers and the kids armed themselves with scissors to confront a gunman. Melody Force was also out there that day. She heard the shots fired. She had concern for the kids. She was capable of action. She ran where the gunfire was sounding. And there were kids at the south end. They were about to go to recess. They were told, get back in, get back in, get back in. And she doesn't leave her post until they get back in the west wing. But she stays there so long that when that happens and the last kid enters, she's face to face with the gunman. And he fires on her and she turns to run. And when she turns to run, she trips and she falls. And when she gets up, Adrian Gonzalez, the police officer, is there. She says, he's over there. She urges him to go get him. Adrian Gonzalez says, where? Over there. He's wearing black. He's in the teacher's parking lot. As shots are ringing out. This is not confusion. He gets on the radio and says, shots are fired. He's wearing black. He's in the parking lot. He knows where he is. But Adrian Gonzalez remains at the south side of the school. The gunman makes his way up the west side of the west building where the fourth graders are. He fires shots into a classroom full of children in 102. Adrian Gonzalez remains. He moves down to classroom 104, fires shots into the classroom of 104. Adrian Gonzalez remains. He moved halfway down the wing, fires more shots, this time not into the building, because there's no defect in the building. It's not going into the windows, it's not going into the bricks. It's also at the same time, when forces are coming, other police officers are starting to arrive. He then hurries to the west door and enters. It's been a minute. And there's a break in the shooting, and Adrian Gonzalez remains. That gunman then walks down the hallway, gets to room 111 and 112, the entryway, and fires in the neighborhood 20 shots in the hallway. And Adrian Gonzalez remains. The children in 111 and 112 are done as they're trained. In the dark, lights off, be quiet, hide, and wait. For Adrian Gonzalez. And the gunshots get in here, and the slaughter begins. One of the shots penetrates the window going out of room 111. Melody Flores is still urging Adrian Gonzalez to go in. She sees the shot come through the window. Adrian Gonzalez tells the police he sees the shot go through the window. Adrian Gonzalez gets on the radio and says, guys, I think he's made it in the building. This isn't confusion. Adrian Gonzalez remains. For the next minute and a half, about 60 shots go into children. And Adrian Gonzalez remains. 3.5 minutes into this ordeal, while Adrian Gonzalez is still standing out there, his boss shows up. Peter Arredondo, along with Sergeant Coronado. They're running up adjacent to another building, get about the same distance Adrian Gonzalez is from the gunshots, and they hear the shots going off. And Coronado yells, what you would expect a police officer to yell. Shots fired, get in the building. 3.5 minutes later. So Adrian Gonzalez joins the other two officers and Donald Page, who's just arrived, and they go into the building. He enters the building for 8 minutes and 45 seconds after he got there, and after the damage was done. So we asked ourselves, was this his first day on the job? Was he a rookie? Adrian Gonzalez was a veteran of 10 years. He'd been to the Uvalde Police Department for 10 years. He'd been to the school district for a year. He had thousands of hours of training. He went to compel training, which was active shooter training, which is pretty straightforward. When you hear gunshots, you go to the gunfire. But it wasn't just active shooter training. They didn't just sit in the classroom, they practiced. They practiced what do you do if it's in an open area, like this open area. And they trained Adrian Gonzalez how to do his job safely. And that is, you look for concealment and cover. Concealment means the gunman can't see you. It may not protect you if he shoots, but he can't see you. Cover means you're protected. The corner of a building means you're protected. We're not asking Adrian Gonzalez to commit suicide. He has been trained to go to the corner of a building and distract, delay, and impede the gunman while help is arriving. But Adrian Gonzalez does nothing more than mic his microphone and tell other officers what's going on.
I agree with that.
So why are we here? When a child is in danger and calls 911, we have the right to expect a response.
I can't believe he's crying though.
Absolutely.
Please. I may have a moment to re-raise about a piece on the back here.
Front.
Okay, please, Lord. Look, counsel. Everything here. The monster who hurt those children is dead. And I mean, it's emotion. I can understand why Bill, when he talked to you, I can understand why he had emotion. I can't talk to you without it either. I think you heard me say yesterday, one of the worst things that ever happened in our country. There's only been a few like this. This many, this young, innocent. It's awful. But Adrian Gonzalez did the best he could with what he knew at the time. Adrian Gonzalez, the prosecution got up here in the opening statement, and you're going to see, and Nico, my partner, is going to come up here, and he's going to go through the times after I talk to you. But you're going
It's a tragic situation, but when this is your job, I just don't think you should be showing emotion like that. Like that's a way to, I'm going to cry right here so I can, garner some sympathy and all that other stuff and make this guy look like a douche because he's not going to cry and all this other dumb shit. Like, come on. What are we doing, DA? Okay, anyways. Let's listen to the defense opening statement. Let me just
see that the prosecutor has tried to condense time at some points and then tried to stretch it out. But one of the things that you didn't hear in his opening was any preciseness of the times. We heard about a minute. That's not what we're going to do in this trial. We're going to talk about what Adrian knew, what was happening second by second, so that you can understand that we're right. We know that Adrian never was able to confront the gunman. But the prosecution is going to agree, and the evidence is going to prove throughout the trial, Adrian never saw it. The prosecution says knowing the general location. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And one of the things that you heard the prosecution say, you heard him say that Adrian said he's over there in the parking lot. He's over there in the teacher's parking lot on the west side of the building. What he didn't tell you is that when Adrian said that, then he was going to talk about it. Well, he said that. This is the parking lot on the west side of the building. When Adrian calls that out, he's over here, all the way on the other side of this building. And as far as being here, calling it out, the shooter had already entered the building at the time that Adrian says he's on the west side of the building in the teacher's parking lot. He does not know. Adrian does not know where he is. But I want to talk about it using this map so that you can get an idea of what happened. First, the issue was that, the issue was that,
I'm sorry, my assistant's trying to get in touch with me.
Yeah, it's fine. Where we start, and just so that everybody can understand. And oftentimes in these kind of cases, we don't use the names of these monsters because that's a lot of times why they do this, right? He's a monster. He did these children. What you're going to see that he did these children is horrifying. It's disgusting. It's terrible. But he didn't start with the kids. The first thing he did before he got to Robb Elementary was he shot his grandmother in the face at his home. So she gets shot in the face. He gets in a vehicle. Her house is probably a couple of blocks. So if you can imagine the map extending out here, he gets in a car. He doesn't know how to drive. He gets in a car with that firearm. He comes up Grove Street here. And you're going to see that this right here it's like a concrete culvert. It's got a railing here, and obviously somebody normally would make that turn. This dead ends into this culvert. After shooting his grandmother in the face, he comes down here, blows through this railing, and his car ends up in the concrete culvert. So this is going to be important because If you listen to the prosecution, what the prosecution is wanting, I suppose, and expecting and trying to show you or argue in this trial is that everybody has to have perfect understanding of what's happening. But you're going to see that this is the first thing that contributes to confusion. You're going to hear that there's never been a school shooting in the United States of America that begins with somebody wrecking into a culvert like that. Now, what does this tell a police officer? And you'll hear what the evidence is going to show. This tells a police officer somebody has maybe shot an adult, right? Maybe committed some other crime, maybe committed robbery, maybe trying to get away, or maybe is drunk, right? And doesn't navigate the turn, or maybe was texting. Some other thing is happening. This is not how a school shooting starts. It just happens to be next to
Oh,
a school,
Lord.
and this is important.
No one knows how a school
So
shooting
the shooter
starts
wrecks,
except for
and as the prosecution
a
says,
gun
that's
in the
right
wrong
here.
hands.
He
How
climbs
about
it.
that?
This is the funeral home he was talking about. People come out of this funeral home because they see this wreck, and he fires shots. Now, where's Adrian at this time? Just so you understand, this is Robb Elementary. These are all the buildings in Robb Elementary. Robb Elementary does not have an officer that's there all the time. So he is not the officer for Robb Elementary. He's not the police officer that's there. He is not at that school. He is actually at a park because he typically works at the high school in Uvalde. And he's at the park with a bunch of the students who they're having there's a different kind of celebration. As the prosecutor said, this is towards the end of the year. So students are, it's not, as we all remember in elementary and even high school, once you get to the end of May, you're not doing a whole lot except award ceremonies, talk to parents, all those other things, watching movies in the classroom, things like that. Adrian is away from here at this park, but he hears the call. He's not the officer actually assigned to even take this call. The call comes out as an accident. A car has crashed into this culvert. He's not the officer assigned. There's a different officer you'll see that actually comes up here later on, and the person assigned to the call doesn't ever do any of the things that you're going to see that Adrian did. But he gets a call to crash, and he says, "Okay, I'll go out and see what's up, see what's going on." You'll hear a particular thing about Uvalde. Uvalde has a population of people who are undocumented. You will hear that 50 times in a 2-month period is typical for there to be some sort of accident or bailout involving people who are undocumented. It's one of those things that's particular to Uvalde, particular to the region. It's one of those things that officers deal with all the time, and it's one of the things schools deal with all the time. And this is important because when that crash happens, the school does not go into lockdown. Because nobody is expecting that this is a school shooting. They're expecting that this is a drunk. This is somebody getting away from something else. Now, why is that important? Even when he's advancing or leaving his car, what they can see and what they can tell at the time is not telling anybody that he is trying to get into this school to hurt any children in this school. He is trying to get away from the scene of this crash. And that's one of the themes that throughout is that what's happening with this particular situation is confusing the police about what actually the intentions are of this person. They start setting up perimeters that you'll see later because they're thinking he's trying to just get away from them. Nobody's thinking, we know now, they know now. Everybody knows now that he was messaging people that he's about to go shoot up a school. Everybody knows now that he was disturbed, that he was a monster, that he was trying to do this. He was speeding towards the school to do it and just happened to have not negotiated the turn and went into this culvert. But at the moment, that's not what it looks like. That's not what it looks like to him. It's not what it looks like to anybody. It's not what it looks like to anybody, any of the officers that come up. But then there is gunfire. And that's important. So he shoots here towards the funeral home. At the same time and around, Adrian is starting his response. And Adrian also comes up Grove Street. And this is important. We'll talk to you about the fact that there was Melody Flores. As Ramos is walking this way, he does walk. He starts to walk, shoots here, starts walking this way. You'll hear that people from the funeral home, the homes up here, can see that he hide behind cars, and they call that in. But that's not something communicated over the radio to the police. But they do call it in that he is here in the parking lot. By the time Adrian is getting here to the property, he understands. He starts to understand because now the people are calling 911. They'll talk about, and now they're saying the shots are fired. So Adrian here, as he's coming down here, he starts to hear shots are fired. This is a gate that gets onto that school property. It should be closed. It wasn't. And Adrian drives right through here. So he was responding, and you're seeing shots fired, hearing shots fired, understanding, okay, this is not just an accident anymore. And then you'll hear that Melody Flores, the teacher that the prosecution talked to you about, the teacher that the prosecutor said, well, she acted, right? And we agreed. She did see kids, and she told them, when we talk about the west part of the building, south part of the building, west part of the building, south part of the building. She told them, get back inside, get back inside. As she's over here telling them this, and he's here firing rounds, and you're going to know that that's where he's around this area firing rounds. Adrian is coming here. Once Ramos is behind these cars in the parking lot, Adrian doesn't see him at all. Never does. The prosecutor never ever saw, not in his life, ever saw this gunman. Gunman's here. Flores is here. Adrian sees Flores from that distance and thinks that she may be the gunman, or that she may have, or somebody. He doesn't know if it's a man or a woman. You'll see the distances. It's too far to tell. But he thinks that he's hearing that there's a person. Hearing that he knows there's shots fired. He believes that this person is either grappling with a gunman or is the gunman themselves. The reason he thinks that they might have grappled is because, as Bill said, she trips and she falls in, and this is all dirt. So there's like this cloud of dust that it looks like from that distance. What does Adrian do? He acts. You will watch him, and there's a camera from this funeral home that will show this. He comes in, and he spots her. He zeroes in on her, doesn't know it's a her, doesn't know it's a coach, doesn't know it's a teacher, thinks that that's what he's there to respond to, thinks that that's potentially the danger. that he's there for her. And he drives straight to her. He goes straight at her until he gets here. And this is where Adrian ends up parking his car. And you'll see that. Adrian parks here. She falls down here in the dirt. Remember, this is the south side of the building. 5 seconds after he gets out of the car and realizes this isn't a gunman and there's nobody else here but her. And he's trying to ask what's happening. 5 seconds after that, the shooter starts shooting into the side of the school. And he does. You can see by the shell casings, the line here, and you'll hear the shell casings when a gun is fired. They go back, slightly back and to the right, slightly back to the right. And you can use the shell casings. There's never any over here, so he wasn't over here firing belly for it. They're here, and they go right up the building here. So it gets in here. So what they're talking about is the gunman is moving up this school. And these distances, when you go and you see it in person, and you see it in some of these videos, see the pictures, it doesn't do it justice. This and this, there's nobody that can see or understand here what's going on over here. There's not. She is telling him, but she's going to testify to you that when he got out, she told him he's in the building. And she was 100% wrong. He was standing right here, shooting here. And that's okay that she's wrong. We're not requiring her to be right. This is the most tragic day of Melody Flores' life. It's the most stressful thing that she's ever been through. But as the prosecutor says, Adrian says, well, but she's telling me that he's over there and that he's wearing black. And what did Bill say? He said, well, what did he do? He didn't do nothing but call the radio for other people. That's what police officers are supposed to do. Whenever you hear information, you have to call it out to everybody else for everybody else's safety. So you'll hear that at that time now, 3 officers arrive right here. One of them has a rifle. They see him about to go in the building. One of them asks for permission to shoot. Permission, there's not even a chance for a response. Because by the time that they turn around, he's gotten inside. Adrian doesn't know any of this. Didn't see any of this. They see it because they're on a direct line of sight to that door, to that west entrance. Adrian is dealing with a woman who is going to tell you and going to testify to you that she's telling Adrian that he's in the building. But it's clear that these gunshots, as he's moving up this building, it's clear that those gunshots are coming from outside. What Mr. Turner said was that he was supposed to make it to the corner of this building here. That's what he's talking about. Make it to the corner and distract the leg. The distance from this point to this corner, there's nothing in between. And you'll hear that Adrian is doing as he's supposed to do. Once these gunshots happen, once he starts shooting into this side of the building, Adrian thinks they're taking fire. He does. He gets to the front of his car and he's trying to use the car as cover. There's a car. He has his car. This corner of the building is about 45 seconds away walking from where his car is. Maybe 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, depending on how fast you walk or run. But you have to run through open. But his car is right there, so he doesn't do nothing. He gets behind his car to try to figure out where the gunfire is coming from. You're going to hear that these officers here, as the shooter is shooting into the building, all the way up, these officers here, they think that the gunfire is coming at them. Because of the nature of gunfire, we're going to talk about it. Once you have a rifle fire, it's going to bounce, and it bounces off of these structures, and it echoes, and it comes back to the people, and it causes confusion. So they think that the shots are coming at them. The shots aren't, but it's understandable they think so. He thinks they're coming at him. She's going to tell you that she's telling him that he's in the building when he knows that he's not in the building. But when he calls out that he's on the west side, you'll know when he understands and knows. When Adrian finally figures out where he is, their indictment says, knowing the general location of the shooter. He does call out on the radio the general location of the shooter. 1 second after the shooter's already entered the building. When Adrian is saying that he's by the cars in this lot, he's not there. He's inside. These guys saw him go in. These guys here saw what happened. Adrian is here and cannot see that. Now, other things begin to happen. So at a certain time, and even you're going to hear these guys, they still don't know what his intent is. They think that they're setting up here. They're trying to figure out. They know he's wrecked and he shot at these people. They're assuming that he's trying to get away from them. Nobody still is assuming this is what ultimately happens. It's tragedy. Once something like this happens, right? This was the only and the first time ever that a school shooting starts with a record culprit. Now, part of the training. Don't get confused. Don't get confused by the fact that there may be other things going on. Just like if there's a robbery at this funeral home and somebody's running out of the funeral home, it's not the first assumption back then for a police officer to say, oh, he's robbing the funeral home, then he's going to run over here and go into the classrooms and shoot children. It's not the first assumption. Now, of course, that doesn't excuse it. It's wrong. It contributes to the confusion. So as we get here, you'll see that, I think Bill said, his boss arrives. What happens is that some of the officers, as he's going in this way, some of the officers bring the car around to try to figure out, is he trying to get around here? You'll see that Coronado and you'll see that Chief Arredondo come this way and this way to where Adrian is. By the time that they talk to Adrian, you have Sergeant Page that pulled in and arrived. So what's happening is that Adrian's trying to call it out. He sees other people. He then hears and understands eventually when Sergeant Page gets there, as he's trying to brief him about what's happening, he hears that he's in the building. And Adrian is one of the first 3 people to go in. This is not a man that does nothing. This is not a man that is sitting and doing nothing. It's a man who is confused. It's a man who's talking, who has made assumptions that are understandable that turned out to be wrong. But he was trying.
he was going towards that danger. And this is a man who,
But when
it
they
was
were
time
in the
and they were
building, they
standing
didn't do
and
shit.
it's time. Because you'll hear that Coronado did say, like, he's in the building, we got to go. But Sergeant Page never said any of that. Sergeant Page said, we're standing there, we hear the gunshots from inside the building, we made the decision. Everybody's kind of making that decision at the same time. The first 3 people to go in, when Adrian goes in there, when he goes into the building, Sergeant Page is in front of him, and he goes in behind him in the building.
He said that that they can come in. He says that he's gonna decide on what's gonna come in and what's not. So he hasn't fully decided all the picks or what picks, but he said some of them, yeah, he can let those in because they're more probative than prejudicial. But see, when he first started talking, I thought he was going to go with the prejudicial part. And then he let the state fucking whine some more. But anyways, there might be a mistrial anyways.
The
So
gunman comes out of the classroom and takes shots at other officers coming from the other side.
I would have had a mistrial. I would have said a mistrial before, because when the prosecutor got up and started to cry, I about lost it. Like, he's really trying all the stops just to, like, that's why I don't think he's competent in this case.
Adrian Gonzalez did not fail to act. The gunman turns that way instead of that way. He's right in the line of fire. And he was willing to be there in a hallway with a rifle with no real protection from a rifle. They had nothing that would protect them from a rifle. That wasn't going to stop the rifle. If he turned around and shot him right in the chest, right past the Kevlar, that bullet kills him. And he did. He went in. He's one of the first in the building. But they get backed off because the shooter does not come out of the classroom. But you'll see on the videos, does not come out. But the gun comes out, shoots at other officers that are trying to come from the other way. They back off. You're also going to.
Why would you back off?
None of the officers' radios in Uvalde ISD, none of them, you'll hear what they say break. That just means none of them work. They cannot communicate inside the building. The chief tells him to go out of the building and call SWAT. Adrian does. You'll also hear that as people start arriving, right, because eventually there'll be 374 officers that arrive.
Yeah.
They, any of the
For 2 hours.
They are not charging Adrian with the conduct of any officer in that hallway. Anybody that was standing there, anybody that was getting hand sanitizer or anything that you might have seen. He is not being charged with any of that conduct. He is not being charged, in fact, with any other conduct of his. The only thing where they stop is they stop after the shooter enters 111 and 112 and shoots at her in the direction of children. That's where it stops. So what the state tried to make you believe was this insane amount of time that he had to do all these things, from the time that he's here, from the time he first contacts Melody Flores to the time the shooter goes in the building on the side is about 1 minute. That's what we're talking about. It's about 1 minute. So he's trying to get this information, understand it, communicate it, figure it out, and it's about 1, and also protect himself and the teacher. I mean, he's trying to make sure that both of them are not being shot at because they don't know. That's 1 minute of time. This isn't a man waiting around. This isn't a man failing to act. They're not going to prove that. But what they are going to do, I'll tell you, they'll talk about it too. What they are going to do is they're going to show you the worst things that you've ever seen. You will not come out of this trial the same person in your heart. I'm not. They're not. They're not. They're not. It's traumatic. They're not. Nobody will be the same. You can't imagine the pain. And what the prosecution wants you to do is see that, see those horrible things. You get so mad at Adrian that you convict him. So mad at Adrian that you say, you convict him because of this horrible thing that happened. And I can't even describe it. What they're going to do. They're going to try to play on your emotions.
Whoa. Whoa.
The monster that did this to these kids.
Whoa. This is an opening statement. Now you're. Openings aren't evidence. Let's just go.
Monster who hurt these children is dead. He is dead. He doesn't get his justice. Hopefully he's got it different. But he doesn't have this justice. There's not going to be this trial for him because he was shot and killed as he should have been by police officers on the scene.
I'm not joking. I couldn't believe it either, because he was like, well, they are prejudicial. And I was like, yeah. And he goes, but at the same time, they are probative because they're showing that this is the cause of what happened because he failed to act. I mean, shit, you just heard that he was in the hallway pointing the gun at him, shooting at him. And they still sat around there like, duh, like nothing. That's why I said It was a rookie cop that decided, fuck this, I'm going in. I don't care. Like, I'm not waiting around anymore. And I thought the gunman took himself out, but I guess not. I guess not, because what they're saying is he got shot in the eye. But yeah. And then like the prosecutor didn't point fingers at you, defense. Come on, man. You could win without all that. Well, they did this and they did that. Don't do that shit. Because jury ain't stupid. I mean, why do they think that us regular folks?
Somebody put in that chair, put you in those chairs. They're showing you those pictures. They're going to. I want you to be prepared for it. I want you to know that it's going to hurt you. I want to know you to know that it hurts us too. Think about anything. It's terrible. I told you yesterday. I have 4 It's the hardest thing to know. But what the judge will tell you is that the law and the evidence are the only things that can guide you here. The only things you can use to confirm it. And I'd ask you to address your case.
Yeah. I mean, Jason laid it out for you. I'm going to go over some specifics. We're going to talk about those photos in a second. And I think Jason appropriately talked about them. And he's right. I mean, there's an animal involved in this situation, a monster. And he's no longer here. And that monster can't sit in that chair. And so what we have to do is we have to deal with what the government is doing and trying to have you focus on because the monster's not here. And there's a phrase that you're going to hear throughout this trial that law enforcement talk about a lot. It's called totality of the circumstances. And I'm going to ask you to keep that in your mind. We're going to ask you as we go over some of the specifics that Jason talked to you about, because this is dynamic. There wasn't a call initially for school shooting. You're going to hear something called a 1050. It's an accident. As Jason said, there was an accident. There was an accident, and Adrian was doing his duty at the high school. You're going to learn at the school, and you're going to hear about a lot of the school. And I'm not here to protect the school. I really don't care, because the school has a lot of blame. And you're going to hear other agencies gave the school a lot of blame. And one of the things that they should be blamed for is they didn't have a full-time officer. Adrian's full-time at the high school. Adrian said, well, there's an accident. I'm going to help. It's a small community. The agencies help each other. DPS, Uvalde PD, Independent School District. I mean, they all help each other, and they share radio transmission. And by the way, we're going to ask you to focus on the radio transmission. It's very important. What was transmitted and what officers knew or didn't know during this very fluid and dynamic situation. So this is just we're going to go over this briefly, okay? So this is what we're talking about. Not the scale, obviously. School. You're going to hear about. Yeah. Give me one second, guys.
South or west?
Yep, thank you very much. Sorry, guys. Okay. So you're going to hear at 11:28. At some point, we don't know for sure, but maybe around 11:20, this monster shoots his own grandma. And so this monster gets in a car and he thinks he's running away from a murder of his grandma. And so he's coming down, and you will hear that he tells people online, I'm going to shoot up the school. There's times in there, and that's why we don't know exactly when he shoots his grandma, because he did that before and after, not to law enforcement, not to 911, to online people. But 11:28:23, he wrecks in that culvert. He doesn't manipulate the corner properly and crashes. You're going to hear Gilbert Limones, as Bill said, call 911. You're going to hear the 911 video from Gilbert, and it's going to be emotional because Gilbert's walking out there. You can hear it saying there's an accident. He's walking out there. Oh God, they're shooting. He's shooting at them. Because as they were going to the culvert to help, this monster is shooting up at them from the culvert. He runs back. He lets the dispatch know he's walking to the school. He's walking to the school, and you will hear Gilbert, and I assume he's going to testify and say, in the name of Jesus, Lord, please protect those children. Oh God, please protect those children. Please hurry. Yes, sir. They're on their way. But what I want you to focus on is, how was that dispatched? Incident involving a gun. Again, bailouts. Jason talked to you about what you're going to hear about bailouts and how many they have. This community deals with those type of bailouts.
I want to blame everybody fucking else, but you're
11:31 and 11:31:34. He's going to walk very deliberately, as Bill said, towards the school. At some point, he starts shooting at the school from the parking lot. You will also hear not just Gilbert, the funeral owner, say that she saw him hiding between cars. It's important. So at some point, Adrian realizes it, because it's very unclear on the dispatch. You'll hear it yourself, that there's a gun involved. Not towards children. There's just a gun involved walking towards the school. So Adrian knows in his mind instantaneously that this is not just a crash, something with the school. And so he's driving. And at 11:31:41, here's Melody, and she's helped. To Bill's point, she's yelling at kids to stay in the building. Okay, so she's out here. You're going to see Adrian drive all the way into the complex and drive back here. It's important. This is the east side of the building. This is going to be considered the west side, and you will see the south side, and this is the west side. Excuse me. He makes contact with Melody. Now, there's some other times that are important. This is at 11:31:55, roughly. Okay, times are going to matter on this because they're trying to hold Adrian accountable for what he did or didn't do and what he knew and didn't know, and that's important. So at 11:31:55, he's parked and he gets out of his vehicle and makes contact with Melody. Now, at 11:32:09, it's not on here, but 11:32:09, he dispatches and he says, shots fired, shots fired. So now he's taking cover. What's important, though, it's here, is that 11:32:23, Officer Mendoza shows up at the corner on the west side of the building. Pay attention to these times. He's already shooting. He's shooting at the side of the building. He shows up. He says shots fired. No one is going to testify that Adrian could see anything. And you'll see some pictures. Look, I mean, he's way over here. Way over here in his car. You'll see the picture. And then the shooter, that monster, is walking up, taking shots. But he has no line of sight. Line of sight is important in this trial. 11:32:29, Officer Saucedo shows up on the west side of the building. Remember where Adrian died? He's with Melody on the south side, but way where you can see the east side. 11:32, Sergeant Coronado shows up. Remember when Bill said his boss? His boss showed up a lot sooner than one running over here. There at this point, you will hear that Officer Mendoza believed he was under fire. Now, this is important because you're going to hear about echoes and vibrations and when people are shooting near buildings and how it sounds. Melody thinks she's being shot at. All I can tell you is, do we believe that she's being sincere? We do. I mean, she has no reason to lie about that. What you're going to find interesting, I think, and we think it's interesting, but is that she comes in to talk to law enforcement 7 days later. They don't go to her. She's not interviewed the next day. 7 days after this incident, she comes in and says, I have something to say. She's listened to the media. She's watched all reports, and she comes in. And I'm going to say this respectfully because we're not going to try to beat her up. We're just going to talk to her. She's wrong about almost everything.
Wow.
She describes
now we're
Adrian
going to talk
as
about
Officer Page.
media.
Completely describes her differently. She says that the shooter, that monster, didn't have a rifle. For sure, he had a handgun.
You guys are
She
wow.
thought that he shot at her, and all we can say, and the government will have to admit to this, but there's no evidence going to show that there is any. You're going to hear something called defects. It's kind of damage from any type of gunfire. There's no evidence, objective evidence, that there was any shooting this way. No shells or rounds over here. No holes through the buildings. These are just metal buildings. So an AR-15 would have gone straight through that. No evidence of that. So she's wrong about a lot of things. And then she's also wrong, and she tells the ranger of what door and how this animal got into the building. She's wrong about all that. Okay? And we think it's very sincere, by the way, but this is 7 days later. So these gentlemen are here. These officers are here. Mendoza, Saucedo, and Coronado. At these times. Now, these times are important. Okay, these times are very important. We talked about 3209, Adrian radio, shots fired. So Ramos is walking up this side of the building, and he gets into the school. And that's important. Because we're going to talk about it. You're going to hear about agencies evaluating, different agencies, and I'll tell you about who they are in a second, evaluating this incident. And every one of them wonders why this school door is unlocked. This school door is unlocked. This school door is supposed to be locked. I get passionate because that school door should have been locked. And you're going to hear evidence that if there's anything that could have changed this incident, that school door was locked and it should have been. So he gets into the school at some point. This monster enters the school at 11:32:58. These gentlemen have been at this scene, these officers, long before that, on the west side, not the south side, with a long rifle, not a handgun, with cover because their car's there in a formation. So you're going to hear Saucedo shows up at the time he does, literally seconds after Mendoza. Mendoza thinks he's taking fire, but there's no evidence that Ramos shot that way. Zero evidence. They're not even going to try to assess that. I mean, claim that. But still, Mendoza thinks, and he talks about, he describes it. He's getting behind the car, he's trying to get behind the engine block. Saucedo drives up and blocks him so he can cover his cover officer, which I understand that if it was really happening. Saucedo gets out with a rifle. Coronado shows up. Sarge, can I shoot? No response, turns back, and they acknowledge he went into the building. There's an acknowledgement from these officers that he went into the building, but they didn't go to the building. And we're not trying to say blame them also. I'm just saying this is fluid. They think because of all these bailouts. Can I just tell you, we think the evidence is going to show, we know it's going to show, because the officers were thinking this. This is not Adrian, this is them right now. Mendoza, Saucedo, and Coronado. They couldn't even wrap their head around the fact that this potential could be a school shooting. They thought that this person with a gun was trying to get away from officers and was going to cross through the school to go out the east side of the building. So that's what they thought. That's what you're going to hear them say. Let me tell you what's super important, because Bill told you, the government told you, that Adrian is assessing the situation. You're going to hear about that. You're going to hear about observing, orienting yourself to the situation, deciding and acting. It's called OODA loop, okay? You're going to hear about evidence like that. I know this is objective evidence, not anybody's opinion, because you're going to hear it yourself. At 11:32:59, 1 second after this monster got into the building, Adrian calls out, he should be on the west side, supposed to be wearing black. Why? Because Melody's with him, telling him information, and he's collecting data. He's heard shots. He doesn't know where it's coming from. Everybody thinks they're being shot at, including Melody, including these officers. And he does what his training tells him to do: relay information. He's relaying information. He's not seeing anything. Nothing's been done in his presence. When they read out nothing was done in his presence. He relays it. These times are critical, and we're going to humbly ask you to stay focused on these times. He's reporting as he's receiving information. Note what's going on where he believes he should be, near the teacher parking lot. He's already in the building. And then 22 seconds later, he is shooting into those classrooms. And then seconds later, he's in the classroom. Opportunity and ability. This is what it's going to play out to. I know when you speak in generalities, it's easy to make an accusation until you have to peel the onion back. Until you have to come into specifics. And we've asked you guys, we asked you for your permission in jury selection if we could ask tough questions. And it's always tough to ask tough questions about a tough case and sensitive situations. That's why we ask you those specific questions. But we're going to do it because we have to. But this is what the evidence is going to show. And the government's going to have to stand up. when this is all over and after you for all the evidence, and they're gonna have to say, we want you to hold the man responsible that as he walks into this fluid situation, drives into this fluid, goes to the danger, drives into the storm, because he thinks that he's going to this person, this suspect, with a gun. He doesn't stay back and create a perimeter, with all respect to these officers. He goes in. He thinks and then he realizes it's the coach. At the time, he didn't know that. And you'll see the funeral video, like Jason said. And they're gonna have to say that when he radios, because that's when he knows, Melody's with him. She's not gonna know what times. A second after, he's already in the building. How can he delay, distract, or deter someone when he doesn't see him? He's completely on the opposite side of the building. And by the time he finds out the situation, observes and orients, and then communicates, he's already in the building. And seconds later, this animal is stealing children from the Uvalde community. So what the government will say and do is I want you to focus on Coronado's video. Remember Coronado, the one that was here initially and was asked to shoot, and then and we'll talk about it, and then goes to this side, and you'll see him running up from the other side. You'll see his body cam video running up this way. One thing that we want you to focus on though is his body cam video and Mendoza's body cam video. They have body cam video. They both interestingly start at 11:35:10. Write it down. 11:35:10. At the same time, because someone from the government's investigation synced all these videos together. I shouldn't say all of these. There's not that many, but synced all these videos together. And they both started 11:35:10. You saw what time they showed up. There's got to be body cam from when they were here talking, perceiving things. They both, and that's what you're going to see. And so as Coronado was running at 11:35:10, he's already come all the way around, and he meets Chief Adrian, and then they start running up. And then they finally run into Mel, because she leaves Adrian's point and goes to the school. She leaves, and Adrian stays there in cover, and he communicates information. And you're going to hear that a Lieutenant Vargas shows up, and then eventually a Sergeant Page shows up, who Melody describes as Adrian, and she was mistaken about that. And then as Coronado and Adrian are walking up and running up, there's shots fired. Now you will see, and we anticipate that the government will focus on this. On Coronado's body cam, it's moving, that you see Adrian and Page standing there. Now they're not standing there eating something, or they're standing there talking. Adrian had head cover. Page drives up. There's a realization that he didn't take any fire. So they get out. Sergeant Page gets out, and it's really a moment. You're walking. They're like this. You're going to see them walking towards the school. Then they hear shots fired. We can hear Sergeant Coronado say, "Get in the school." He said, "Oh shit, get in the school!" And he's yelling, and he's out of breath. But there's no evidence that neither one of them heard him. They were so far from him. They didn't hear him, and they immediately run into the school. They're one of the first ones, if not the first ones, Page and Adrian in the school. And then there's some officers on the other side. And as I said, they take fire.
Oh yeah,
that's what it's going to boil down to. But we anticipate they're going to want you to focus on that moment, that second that you see Adrian and Sergeant Page standing there and then walking towards the school, and then they sprint into the school, and you see Adrian's gun drawn, and he's in the hallway. He goes in again. We also think they're going to focus on time to enter, because Bill talked about that. No, but it's 3 minutes and whatever seconds. There's a lot going on in these 3 minutes. We're going to focus and break it down. It's not about just saying there's 3 minutes, because their indictment doesn't cover all 3 minutes. Their indictment covers what they decided to prosecute on is when he made it all the way, that animal made it into the building and then started shooting into the school. Remember, at 11:33:22. That's what it specifically
But they
covers.
didn't go in for like 2 hours.
Not the 3 minutes and whatever seconds after, as many officers are on the scene at that time and surrounding the school. But we'll talk about that. We'll cross-examine on that. You'll hear evidence about that. And then they're going to focus on Melody Flores. And I kind of gave you a heads up about Melody Flores. She's just wrong about a lot of things. And it's traumatic. It's stressful. As Jason said, and I'm not saying this to scare you, but we talked about this in jury selection. None of us, you will not leave this trial the same. You just won't. And thank you for taking on this role, but it's we're going to talk about the photos in a second. But Melody's wrong about a lot of things. For times, she's with Adrian, not sure how long. So Adrian's dealing with her at the time. She's with him. There's shots being fired. She sees bullets and glass breaking. Officers are coming around. You're going to hear radio dispatch. Again, that's going to be really important about what's being communicated to the officers by the dispatcher and the other officers. This is not in the comfort of a courtroom as one of the Rangers during their investigation you hear say with 20/20 hindsight and playing Monday morning quarterback. That's from a Texas Ranger, not from us. Okay, because you're going to hear about interviews, and so they're going to really want you to focus on these photos. And I wish they wouldn't, not because it hurts us, because that's what they want those photos to do. It's because it hurts those precious people over there. That's why. I shared with you what my family's been doing, so I get it. And so we're going to ask you to really, well, if you have to get emotional, get emotional. You may. I anticipate you will, depending on what you see. This is emotional. This is an emotional trial. People are going to get emotional. Bill's a good man. He got emotional. But we're going to ask you not to make a decision off emotion, because that doesn't bring justice to anybody.
That's why
there were multiple agency investigations.
I was
multiple.
Shocked he cried.
They're all the evidence that the government's going to show you. There's not some secret evidence, with all due respect to them, that they're going to show you that the DOJ didn't see. Texas House of Representatives did an investigation, they had a committee. They're not new evidence going to present to you that they didn't see. This report has a lot of criticism to go around to the school. It really has to do with that door and other things, by the way. Radios that can't work inside, officer not assigned to the school, lockdown procedures that weren't followed, a lot of things, way to communicate, individual locks. The actual classroom in 111 wasn't locked. 111 wasn't locked. You'll hear some evidence of could it even be locked, and did they know about it, and what should happen. You're also going to hear evidence of the Uvalde police policy from 2015, whether it's ever been replaced about replaced about how officers are supposed to respond. Should they wait for backup cover? Should they communicate? Should they observe? And training is going to matter in this case. And so we're going to ask you to stay focused. You're going to hear a lot of training. Again, totality of the circumstances of what
Your
Adrian
Honor, I'm going to object to him talking about evidence. I mean, he's supposed to be doing an opening statement, outlining evidence of 30%. Right now, he's talking about third-party investigations. Those agencies did not have the full investigation of the Uvalde grand jury. And I think that unless he says that the evidence will show you that they're going to present about these third-party investigations, I think this is doing nothing but misleading the jury as to the evidence that they're going to hear in this case.
I think that's right for cross-examination, Judge.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, what the lawyer saying in opening statement is not to be construed as evidence. They're summarizing what they believe the evidence will show. If the evidence doesn't show that, you can recall that.
Thank you, Judge.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Department of Homeland Security reviewed evidence. City of Uvalde hired Mr. Prado, reviewed evidence. And what you'll see, Adrian fully cooperated every time. He wasn't in a corner hiding. He didn't hold information. He cooperated. He talked. He talked to investigators. He talked to the Rangers. He talked to whoever wanted to talk to him because he wanted help. We're going to ask you to focus on what the evidence will show Adrian did. He took the call. He took the call to go to a school that he wasn't assigned to. He drove to the suspect into the storm, thinking that it was a person that had this gun walking towards the school. He gathered information the way his training told him to do. That's what you're going to see. He's supposed to gather information so you can let other officers know what's going on. He went into a building after relaying that information. One of the first to go in, as we talked about. He called SWAT because he was asked to call SWAT because those radios couldn't work in the building. Like Jason said, break. I can't break. Meaning I can't communicate. So he goes outside to do that. Many officers are on the scene at that time. He stood perimeter because he didn't know if you're watching the east side. He's on the south side. There's the west side. Other officers are inside by this time. And so he stood perimeter at the school. He tried to find out if class was even in session. He didn't even know if class was in session. They needed to find out. You're going to hear that the officers are there kids in the school. They didn't even know. There wasn't certainty that even kids were in the school. Remember, he's coming from a high school. They call it Mexican Park, right? That's the way they call it in Uvalde. And where many of the high schoolers were there. So are these kids even in the school? It's not his school. This is not where he patrols on a regular basis. And you're going to hear evidence he evacuated children. You're going to see them on Coronado's. They're breaking windows and they're getting kids out. As now they're waiting for Vortec. These are people that have rated shields. They can take a high-powered rifle because they were under-resourced. That community was under-resourced. They didn't have a shield, a rated shield for high power. You're going to hear that there's shields for handguns and then there's shields for high-powered rifles. And they were waiting for that. So he's evacuating children from other classrooms on the other side. And he's checking on Ruiz. You're going to hear about an officer, Ruiz, who he communicated with. Was tragic part of this. He's talking to his wife, and she's been injured. She passed. And Ruiz wanted to go inside. And so, I love my wife. Who wouldn't want to just go in there, you know? And they took his gun away from Officer Ruiz. And so, Adrian kept going back and checking on him twice. He's doing all these things at the same time. Got the building plans because they were asking for it. Because people didn't understand the layout of this building. He got that for them. And he ultimately secured the master key. And then you're going to hear some tactics about how you breach an upward swinging door versus an inward swinging door and what is needed and whether they had the equipment to do that. The evidence will show they did. This is what Adrian did. I mean, the government wants to make it seem like he just sat there, you know. He didn't just sit there. He did what he could with what he knew at the time. And this was fluid and it was a dynamic situation. And we're going to ask you, and I don't know how you do it. And we all have to do it a different way, is to stay focused on this because this is going to be emotional. And because we want justice, right? We talked about that. We talked about that our system works off of you and Lady Justice with a blindfold. And that's what we're going to ask you to do. Because evil is not rectified with injustice. Pure evil visited that precious community. It did. It's not rectified with injustice. And so at the end of this trial, we're going to come back to you and humbly ask you to consider all the facts and properly apply them. And we're going to be requesting and asking for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you for your attention.
Is anybody booking the rules? All right, you know who your witnesses are. The rule has been invoked, so please instruct them and don't let them come into the courtroom please, while the testimony is going on. Ladies and gentlemen, I see some of you are taking notes, which is great. I'll instruct you at this time. If that assists you in concentrating on the evidence, please do it. But I will tell you when you go back to deliberate, the bailiff's going to hold your notes because if there's a conflict as to evidence, we rely on the official court record. But if it helps you in concentrating, please continue to do it. Can I see yours up here real quick on an unrelated matter?
Oh, wow. That's a first. That's a first. Can't use your notes when you're deliberating because your opinion may differ from the evidence. That's wild. Okay, cool. All righty then. Sounds fun. But that's the first I've ever heard that. I just heard, well, at the end of the trial, we'll take your notes and do away with them. And it's like, oh, why would you not let them keep their notes? That's weird. I don't know why it's on mute.
Very close to him, I heard someone yell out, "He has a gun," and I stopped, and I'm like, "What gun?" I could.
Good morning, sir. Would you raise your hand for me, please? You saw this sort of evidence in the testimony given this call, so we can do so.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Adjust that microphone if you need to. And speak up so everybody can hear you.
And at that time, as I was walking, I was calling 911 to inform him that there was an accident.
Okay. Were you by yourself?
No, sir.
Who were you with?
I was with my coworker, Cody Briceño.
Okay. And did you get to the scene of the accident?
Yes, sir.
And tell us what you saw.
Well, I just remember as I was crossing the street, I had to look to my left to see if there's no end of the vehicles coming. And as soon as I crossed over, I saw a truck that was in the gutter area where the water trolley's at. And then I didn't see him come out of the vehicle, but I just, all I heard is I got very close to him. I heard someone yell out, "He has a gun." And I stopped, and I'm like, "What gun?" And I just yelled out to the guy, I said, "Hey, are you okay?" And he just stared at me. And all I saw was just this black post, what to me looked like a black post, like a fence post, coming up out of from the truck where he was on the other side. And he just kept looking at me. And then as soon as he went like this, it's when I knew that he had a gun, and he started firing. And I just turned around and started running back to the funeral home.
Did he fire before you turned to run or after you turned to run?
I think it was after I turned. Yes, sir.
So you saw a black post, you heard somebody yell, "There's a gun," and you turned to run.
Yes, sir.
And you said you had already been on the phone?
I was in the phone with 911 to tell him that, hey, there was an accident at the time.
And that was when you were on your way over there? Or when
Correct.
you called 911?
As I was walking across the street is when I was with 911 to let them know that there was an accident there. And then, of course, as soon as I ran back to the Hillcrest,
Back to the hotel.
I immediately called 911 and to let them know that he started shooting at us. And then I was watching him
Yeah,
through the
we
window.
know what song's in your
The
head.
scene
You're
unfold through the
back
window
to the
of the side of the
hotel.
building, or the front office, should I say.
So you did get safely back to the funeral home,
Yes, sir.
but then you continued watching?
I continued watching and calling 911 because we were shot at. And I didn't expect to be shot at.
And why would you call 911 if you were shot at?
Well, because I wanted to let them know that, hey, there's a guy out here that has a gun that's been shooting at us. I didn't understand why. It's like, what was his motive? I didn't know.
Okay. Did you have any expectations when you called 911?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you expect the police to show up?
Well, that's the first thing that one would think, that the police department would show up.
So that's why you called them as opposed to somebody else?
Correct.
Okay. Now, but you stay watching this man after you get back in the funeral home, and you're in a position where you can see him?
Yes, sir.
Tell us describe what he looked like if you could tell.
I just remember him seeing a tall, skinny guy, Hispanic, and he was wearing all black. And as he started shooting at us, when I was looking through the window, he kept pointing the gun towards the funeral home. And then that's when I saw him throw a duffel bag across the fence. And when he threw the duffel bag across the fence, he then jumped the fence. He didn't he didn't run towards the school. He basically walked completely, very nonchalantly, like no rush, no nothing. And as soon as he was walking that direction, I just remember the parking lot with the teacher's part. He just pulled his hat up and he just shook his hair like he was waving it, put the cap back on. And at that moment, I saw a white car that it went so fast, but he was standing right over here with us, where the school teacher's parking lot was at. And he just.
So you saw a white car arrive. This is after you called 911.
Yes, sir.
And you see the man with black hair. And where is he standing?
And the parking lot where the teacher's parking, he was in between two vehicles.
In the teacher's parking lot?
Yes, sir.
And what did you see next?
And then I just, like I said, I just saw the car driving by, and then I just saw him walking towards the end of the school. And then I saw some children were at the playground, the pavilion. And I just remember him shooting at the children. And then from that point, he went.
Hold on 1 second. I want to make sure I understand the time. So you see him shooting at the children?
Yes, sir. The ones that were at the playground.
And that was after you saw the white car enter the school grounds?
No, not after. It was before.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure I understood that.
Yes, sir.
So you see him shooting at children. And how much later did you see the white car?
I think it was just moments later.
And then what happened?
And then I just remember him going through the classrooms, and he started shooting in window by window until he got to the door where he walked in through.
So you could see all of that.
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you see other police officers pull up?
There was nobody there at the time.
Okay, so just that one white car is all
Yeah.
you had seen.
Yes, sir. And then by the time he entered, I heard the shooting inside the classroom. At that point, I just, was begging 911 to please get officers out there. And then I saw a police officer arrive, and I was telling him he entered through that door. And that's the door that he entered through. And I just remember me walking towards that. And I hung up with 911 and I called my mom. And I said, Mom, please get into prayers. I said, someone's shooting at the children here at the school.
And that was based on your observations in the funeral home,
Yes, sir.
that they're shooting at children.
Yes, sir.
And you called 911
Yes, sir.
in Denver.
Yes, I just said, please get officers out here.
So you made 2 calls.
The first one, the 911 call that I made was because of the accident. And then the second one I made was because he started shooting at us and telling them, and I was with the operator, or the 911 operator, with him on the line while the shooting was going on.
Okay. You have just a second to set up now.
Yes, sir.
And you want to use your board for the descriptions? I can do, you're free to use it. So, you want to get? Have you marked it or do you want to?
Yeah, we can just mark that if you want.
Well, can we just?
That's fine. That's fine.
Well, my number's 20. Yes, sir.
You're on the only thing we ask is, I think there's some additional writing on there we haven't seen yet. So we just have to see what that is before we.
Okay. Okay, we're good to go with that demonstrative exhibit?
Judge, are you okay?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd offer Stacy to do that one for demonstrative purposes.
No objection, it's admitted. Yes, you may move.
And may Mr. Lamone's approach the exhibit, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Would you mind getting up and help us with this a little bit? And we've got jurors spread all the way across. So I'm going to ask you to stand here and kind of keep an eye on these jurors so you don't get in their way, and I'm going to get on this side and try to do the same. Okay? Would you start by showing us where your funeral home is?
Our funeral home is right.
That's the funeral home.
That's the funeral.
And would you also show us where the wreck happened? Where the red X is? And does this red line, is that an accurate depiction of the way you saw the gunman walk? Yes, sir. Would you trace that so the jury is kind of fair? Thank you. Okay, so first you see him walk to the south end? Yes, sir. And then walk back all the way up to the north end? And so you got out of the funeral home, where were you and where did you go?
I was right here in the hallway, and I was walking when I was told that there was an accident. So we walked out and we started walking this way. When we saw the dust here, we began to run. I stopped here to look this direction to see if there's any vehicles were coming. And then I crossed over and I walked right about this area right here. And I saw the gunman, and that's when I called out. I said, "Sir, are you okay?" He didn't say anything at all. He just kept looking at me. And that's when I heard someone yell. I didn't know who it was. I just heard someone yell out, "He has a gun." And I stopped and I'm like, "What gun?" And that's when I saw him, pull the gun out
With the black
with
pole?
the back that looked like a black person. And now afterwards, I realized it was the weapon.
Okay. Thank you. You can have a seat. And I'm correct that you called 911, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
You called 911
Yes, sir.
and you're aware that they record your phone calls.
Yes, sir.
When you called 911, were you in an excited state?
I was really overwhelmed.
Judge, sorry, sir. We'll stipulate to the 911 call, Judge. Yeah.
All right, you never see.
Have you listened to the 911 call that you made before appearing before the jury?
No, sir.
But I believe they're stipulating that they're fair and accurate representations. Had you listened to these phone calls, I'm going to ask you if that is your voice and if that's a fair and accurate representation of the calls.
Yes.
Fair enough?
Fair enough.
They were played, is it 6 cents?
Yeah, I have.
With Mark and offer station to get the 21 year old.
No objection to.
Submit.
And maybe it displays the jury.
Yes.
Uvalde County, number one. Yes, I'm sorry, I have a doctor out here. I know you're just, you think I'm sorry? What can we got? That's what I got. Oh my God, it just shot at us. They shot at you? Yeah. Listen, the guy from the school, we got this in the back. He got him a serious shooting at the school. Hurry, hurry, please. He's in the bed. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's jumping into the schoolyard. He's jumping into the schoolyard, man. Ready to the schoolyard? Yes, he just jumped up on the fence. He's running towards the school. Oh my God. He's wearing black. He's looking underneath. Okay, we do have multiple officers sitting out that way. You think he's wearing black? No, yes, he's walking. He's walking across to the lobby right to the funeral home. At the funeral home. Oh my gosh. Okay, there's one officers that are heading out that way. What do you mean? There's kids out there. There's kids out there, please. Oh, you're shooting at a truck that's going by. Hurry! Yes, sir. We have multiple units heading out that way. Oh my God, these kids. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Oh my God. Father, please, in the name of Jesus. Oh my God. Oh, please. Oh God, in the name of Jesus. Oh, I'm asking you to please. He's going to the school. He's got to hurry. Is there any on the thing? Oh my God, there's a kid about to shoot. Oh my God. He's shooting at the phone. Oh, Jesus. Hallelujah. Oh, in the name of Jesus. I can't believe it. Oh, in the name of Jesus. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Oh my goodness, he shot at us. Oh my God. They're shooting. The Uvalde school is out there. Okay, there's a dive officer there. I'm going to disconnect with you, okay? Yes, okay. Hurry. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right.
And I believe we had a stipulation that phone call started 11:29:14.
Correct.
All right. And Mr. Lamonis, I believe you described in your testimony that you were called upon to make a second call to 911. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What caused you to make a second call?
Because the actual shooting that was happening, there were the kids. That when the guy had walked into the school, when he began, to start shooting at the children.
And you could hear those shots from where you were.
Yes, sir.
So it's a second sense of urgency. And did you make that call then? I believe you had a stipulation 11:33:18. Some 4 minutes later.
Yes.
So stipulate, you may proceed.
And we'd asked the officer to consider 22 the second 911 call.
No objection to.
I think
Submit.
they're on the same, yes.
Oh, they're on the same.
Yes, we still, exhibit number 21.
21 A and B, then, Your Honor, with A being the first one, call and B being the second.
All right, no objection. They're both admitted.
And then we play it for sure.
You got to kill me. Okay, then we do have God, in the name of Jesus, he's inside the school shooting at the kids. He's like, go! Oh my God, you understand the school? Yeah, we have multiple units inside of the school. They're okay. He's inside the school! Oh my God.
Those two both accurate depictions of the 911 calls that you made.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Lamonas, other than talking to the 911 dispatcher, does that phone call indicate you were talking to other people? Who else were you talking to?
I was talking to some, I think it was the first officer that responded. It was a Uvalde police officer,
The police officers that
the
responded?
first one.
Okay. And, yeah, let's listen.
Yes, sir.
You can just sit right there for, just need to show one time. Just show the jury where the police officers were.
The first police officer that responded, that he parked right about right here. That was the one that I was telling him that he walked into this door.
Okay.
And it was a Uvalde PD.
Did you ever see any officers at this intersection?
No, sir.
You did not talk to them?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the white car that you saw, would you show the direction you saw it and where it went?
Yes, sir. There's an entrance right here,
Yes.
and the car just came through this direction.
Car drove in the same direction, at least ended up in the same place where the shooter was.
Up in this area, but the shooter was already inside the building when this. I'm sorry, I take that back. When the gunman was right here, if I recall correctly, it's when I saw a vehicle also pull by here, but they would not be able to see if whatever came through here. They wouldn't be able to see them because he was between two vehicles.
So the parking lot was full of
Yeah,
vehicles?
this car that came through here, I don't know who it was, but the car that came through here went fast.
It went fast?
It was real fast
And the gunman was between two vehicles at the time?
at that time. Yes, sir.
Okay. But was the parking lot full of vehicles?
Yes, sir. This whole parking lot was full of a lot of vehicles.
Because it was a school day?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Lamonis, let me also ask you, the funeral home, does it have video cameras on the funeral home?
Yes, sir.
And do those video cameras accurately depict the scenes both on the side of the funeral home as well as on the front of the funeral homes?
Yes, sir.
No objection.
So we'll just kind of describe them for a second. Have you had a chance to look at those videos?
Some of them.
And do they accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes, sir.
And so, we'd offer at this time, Mark, an offer State's Exhibit 22, which is all three funeral home.
No
cameras.
objection. I'll give no objection.
And maybe we'll
Sorry,
play-
publisher.
And if you'll just kind of swing around, we're going to play those funeral homes on that video behind you. You can pull it up. Okay, stop it. Mr. Lamont, do you see the numbers in the top hand corner that are rolling continuously?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be the correct and accurate time as to when you saw these events?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And tell us what angle we're looking at this point.
You're looking at the side parking lot of the vehicle as it's facing Rob School. It's on the entrance where the accident really happened.
And where is the ditch where you saw the vehicle wreck?
May I approach it?
Yes. It's right here.
This is the The side, the front of the office is on this side. You'll see us walking through here to go across.
Okay. And so, what we're about to see then is that vehicle wreck, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it also depict you coming out to check on it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hey, room shaker. Welcome back. Good.
So, Mr. Leon, so I think what we're about to do is about to get to that out to you in just about 10 seconds for the original wreck.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So was that the wreck?
That was correct. Yes, sir. That was right.
And the next thing we'll see then is you and your cohort going over to check on.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, positive. Okay, we have 11:29:05 on the counter. Do you see yourself on that video?
Yes, sir.
And would you point that out for the jury?
That would be the first person on the right-hand side.
You'd be the person on the right-hand side?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So did that fairly and accurately depict that when you turned and ran and came back in as the shots were fired?
Yes, sir.
About how many shots were fired?
To us, I couldn't tell you, to be honest with you. There's quite a bit. I just remember bullets grazing us.
So it was more than one.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you. Could you just tell us what is this gunman doing at this point?
Yes, sir. At that point, I'm already inside the building and at the far right-hand office right here at the corner.
Okay.
And I'm watching him and I'm calling 911 and telling them that I saw him where he jumped up. He threw first a duffel bag across. And then when he threw the duffel bag, then he jumped the fence himself and then he started walking towards the school.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll watch now until we get to 11:31:36 and ask you what you see there. And so around 11:31:36, is that when we saw the white car?
Yes, sir.
And it's the white car that you saw drive to the south
Yes, sir.
end of the building.
Yes, sir.
And the next camera angle will show better where that car was. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, do we see other police cars arriving at this time?
I see them arriving over here at this time.
At that intersection?
Yes, sir.
Of where the wreck happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is the time on the counter?
11:30 to 25.
Thank you. Get this stopped here. And we have it at about 11:33, 35, and I'll ask you to describe what you see happen as we start it back up.
And honestly, I didn't know that the police officers were in that corner because that's when I was with 911 calling, looking at towards the school.
You were looking at the other direction.
Yes, sir.
Very well.
Because that vehicle, because I was like trying to figure out, okay, where all I remember is a UPD officer showing up, and I didn't know they were stopping there.
You didn't actually see it, but you have any reason to believe this wasn't accurately depicting the events as they occurred?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. Start now. Okay, stop here. Mr. Ramos, you see another black car there at that point?
Yes, sir.
And is that the second car that you saw heading in the same direction that the first one?
No, I've never seen no other vehicles other than just a white one. This is the first time I've ever seen this.
Okay, we'll look at the next section then.
Okay.
Okay. So would you note the time is 11:34:57? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I think now we're going to move to a front angle, which may be a lot more closely aligned with what you actually saw.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this may help you describe for us those two black police cars that came up.
Yes, sir.
Fair enough? So as we start, could you tell us what we're looking at?
You're looking at the front end of the funeral home,
And where's the Rock School?
directly across the street in front of the funeral home.
And on the screen, on the left side of the screen or the right side of the screen?
What is the Rob School? It's on the left side of the screen,
And where does the wreck occur?
on the right hand side of the screen.
Thank you. Okay, stop it. Can you see the man who had the rifle pull the gun on you at this point?
Yes, sir.
And would you point that out? You might have to stand up. Point that out for the jury.
Yes, sir.
He's right there. And what's he doing is, as we stop the camera right there at 11:30.16.
He's jumping the fence at that point.
He's jumping the fence.
Yes, sir.
And now we're going to see him walk toward the Rob School.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you might just point it out one more time as he starts walking, just so I make sure we see it. It's kind of small from here. Yes, if you will.
He's walking. He does out of view for a little bit, so that there's a push there. And he starts walking this direction. And that's what he said.
Okay. And now, like you see, it's just a very dark learner walking across the school.
Yes, sir.
And would you tell us to stop the video when he gets to the parking lot?
Yes, sir. Right there's where you're starting to step foot into the parking lot.
11:31, about 21 or 22.
And you can tell he's walking in between the two vehicles at that point.
He's walking between the vehicles at 11:31, around 21 or 22. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And now we're going to move ahead about 15 seconds. I'm going to ask you what you see there.
Yes, sir.
One thing I hate about trials is these damn long videos. Yeah.
It's just the time.
So anyways, we watched
So it's
a little
11:31,
speck go from this direction.
Can you tell us what we saw there?
Hold on,
Yes,
let me
sir.
show you.
That's a vehicle.
From this direction
into the,
to there.
So about 20 seconds after.
Right
the
up
end,
there,
just
a little
parking lot,
step.
Then you see.
Yes, sir.
He jumped over the fence and ran this way.
Yes, sir.
And they're writing down the times and all that great stuff. You know?
And you can stop it there. So
And
around
I think
11:31:50.
blow it up.
Outside, but he's
It's
close to
blow
the south side of the
Just so
last.
we can
Yes, sir.
see,
At
but
that
no.
what I remember seeing is that the gentleman was between the two vehicles towards the front end of the vehicles, and that's when I saw the white vehicle that was going really fast. That went right by him.
So the gunman was still at the
The one
southwest
that
side of the
was
building.
really, really fast right by him.
Okay. Let's move forward then to 11:33.
I know you do. I know you do. Hey, some are entertaining as hell. Some of them are boring as hell. But I just thought this one would be interesting because I don't know what I would go with. I remember seeing that video and I was getting mad that the cops were just standing there for all that time. We were waiting on ballistic shields. We were waiting on waiting on this, waiting on that. Man, come on. Man, come on. Really? It took SWAT all that time to come up there? Man, come on. But I mean, like, if you would just, I get like you have to do it for the jury. You have to show the whole thing, right? But I just think it's dumb. Like, just show the points that, you know, it happened. Like 5 minutes before and 5 minutes after type shit. No? But I guarantee when they show this video, they're going to show how long it took and waited before they fucking went
I
into
want to
that
ask you
hospital.
because it's quiet. Y'all need to pick up sound. Is that correct?
Correct.
But during this whole period of time, from when you saw the first white police car at 11:31 through 42, until the police car left at 11:33:25, what was going on at the school?
That time there was that's when the shooting was happening outside. That's when he began to shoot the children at the pavilion first. That's what I was watching.
So you were watching the gun was shooting children at the pavilion,
Yes, sir.
And then did you see what the shooter did after that?
After he was shooting the children, I just saw the children, kind of all ran away from the school. And then I saw him walking towards the south end of the building and then started at every window and just randomly would just get the gun and shoot inside the windows.
And when he was shooting, that was after the white car had already got to the south end of the building.
Yes, sir.
And did you hear one or more than one shot?
He was shooting at every window as he was walking down. So there was a lot more. I don't know how many windows there was there, but he was shooting at every window up until he got to the entry door.
And did they give you concern?
Absolutely.
And what were you concerned for?
Or just for the children, the safety of the children, and that
You couldn't
police
see the
officers.
children.
I'm sorry.
You couldn't see the children.
No, sir.
Then why would you be concerned for the children?
Well, because I didn't know whether they were in classrooms or not in classroom.
That's normal. Right?
Yes, sir. Oh, they're innocent children, so it's like.
Right, innocent children. And that's why we hear that energy in your voice when you call 911.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Concern for the kids.
Yes, sir.
And now we'll move to 11:34:59. That's a full minute and a half later.
This is the longest video ever. And if you're gonna show all angles of this motherfucker for hours, I swear to you, I swear to you, dude.
And it's the second, would you stop at 11:34:59? Is that second white vehicle coming into view now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it goes back to the same place that the first vehicle went, the first white vehicle?
I can't tell you, sir, because I don't remember ever seeing another vehicle other than just the first white one.
Okay, very good. Well, we'll run it ahead. Will you describe what you see this second white vehicle do?
Yes, sir.
Describe it as you watch it. And would you stop it there at 11:35:07?
And he passed through a parking lot gate right where the shooter was originally from the beginning.
Did he say take the same path that first vehicle took?
From the looks of it, yes, sir.
And that was at 11:35:08, some 3.5 minutes later. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and break lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a little afternoon. What I'd like to ask the folks in the courtroom to do is we're going to excuse the jury and they're going to go with the bailiff to catch the elevators to have lunch so we can get them back by 1:15. So if you'll stay in the courtroom until the bailiff opens the door over there, we'll get them out first. Please remember my instructions, ladies and gentlemen. Please rise for the jury. All right, you can be seated. We're in recess. Thank you.
This is cross-examination, so I'm going to ask you some questions, and if there's any time that you don't understand my question or you need me to repeat it, or I'm talking too fast or whatever, and you can call me Nico, by the way. You repeat your question. I don't understand. Okay?
Yes, sir.
You said a lot, and it was emotional, and you can feel it, and it's very genuine and sincere, and I can tell. I'm going to ask you questions, and if you need me to stop at any time, just tell me. I'll pause. Okay?
Yes, sir.
That sounded
So,
like
we
a
heard
real
the 911
dickheaded
speak for
fucking
themselves.
king.
Is it fair to say that you are obviously in a very heightened state of stress,
Absolutely.
and we can hear that? And I want to talk to you about some of that stress.
What
that
up,
may
Bryce?
or may not have affected some of your observations or what you knew was going on or not at the time, okay? But before we get there, you kind of, the government took you through step by step, and you thought this was an accident, right?
Yes, sir.
Initially. And being, I can tell the Christian man that you are, and I know you're a pastor, you went out there to see if you could help the person in the covert. Is that a fair
Correct.
statement?
Yes, sir.
And then when you got there, we can actually tell that you're on 911 thinking you're reporting an accident.
Correct.
But at some point, you realize it's not an accident because we can hear it on the 911 tape audio, and you testified to this jury that very quickly you knew that your life was in danger.
Correct.
But not just your life was in danger. At some point, you felt that whoever was at the school's life was in danger.
Correct.
And you reported it to the dispatcher.
Correct.
And you were very clear about it.
Yes, sir.
Fair statement.
Yes, sir.
Is it also fair to say that you don't know how the dispatcher was reporting it to officers?
That's correct.
And that's between that. We'll talk about that with somebody else. But you were very clear. And
Wait,
and you
did
could
they
hear the
even
stress
play
that
it?
you
I don't
felt
remember them
that this
playing
person
it.
with a gun was going towards the school. Right.
Yes, sir.
I also want to say this, and I have zero doubt that you were trying to be disingenuous, but you said you told this jury that he was nonchalantly walking. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And you're actually correct, because you saw the video. He was kind of just walking at a regular pace.
He was crazy. Yes, sir.
But do you remember on the 911 tape how you said that you thought he was running towards the school?
To be honest with you, I don't recall.
If the government can maybe help me replay that if we need to, but can you help me do that?
Probably we agreed that he said that.
Okay, thank you, Bill. So the government has agreed with me that on the 911 tape, the jury heard that you told the dispatcher that he's running to the school. He's running to the school.
Okay. Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, correct. Sorry.
And you weren't being dishonest. You were wrong at the time, right?
Correct.
And I'm like, nobody's trying to make you feel bad for that. You were under tremendous stress, right?
Yes, sir.
And stress can make people, including yourself, maybe not people, stress made you perceive the
Okay,
situation
overly
differently
like
than what we saw on video
twisting
than it
his
actually
past
was.
is not
Yes, sir.
gonna do it.
You also said in the 911 video,
Defense, I get what you're trying to do. You're trying to make it seem like, you're empathetic. You're not trying to push blame on him, but you're trying to relay like other people made mistakes too, and da 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 and blah blah blah. But he doesn't have a badge. He's not a cop. He's the funeral person. He runs the funeral home next door to the school, which is weird to me. But he runs the funeral home. He just walked out there. He was going to lunch, seen some freaking crazy maniac drive all crazy, wreck. They went to go help because, hello, that's what good Samaritans do, and get shot at. Then you see he's watching as all this crazy. What is he supposed to do? But you got cops, ones that actually, are supposed to have this oath that they are going to protect and serve, sat around like they weren't. They didn't know what they were doing. But stop trying to make it look like you're not trying to place blame on somebody else. Because it's just weird. It's a weird way to defend a client. But
that you felt,
whatever.
you were perceiving that he was shooting at the kids near the pavilion.
Correct.
I guess you could be over sympathetic for the whatever the witnesses, and he can cry during his opening. Got it. Cool.
Would it surprise you to know that there was no evidence that he shot at the kids in the pavilion?
Yes, that would surprise me.
Okay, fair enough. But you were also seemed to be a little bit surprised that there were other officers at the scene. At the corner.
At the corner, correct.
I think you told this jury and you testified that this was the first time that you had actually seen that there were 3 other officers at the corner?
Correct.
So are you saying that at no time before you testified to this jury that you knew that, you will know their names, but these 3 officers, Mendoza, Saucedo, and Coronado, showed up at the corner, that we saw them on video? You didn't know that until now?
No, sir, that's correct. I didn't know.
Have you met with the government before you testified today?
Yes, sir.
Who did you meet with?
With Mr. Garza and Mr. Gardner.
Okay. And you just, and that's appropriate, by the way, for you to do that. But you discussed your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you get a chance to review these videos and listen to the 911 tape?
No, sir. Not entirely, no.
So you saw that there were 3 other officers that arrived at the corner where the accident was?
Today in the video, yes, sir.
And before I talk to you about what they did and didn't do, you said some things. You said that you saw the individual with the gun walking towards the school, and then we lose track of him in the parking lot. Correct?
Are you talking about with the palm trees in the middle?
I'm talking about where the teachers park.
Yes. Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so he's walking towards the school, and at some point we can't see him anymore on video.
That's correct.
And you even said at some point he goes into a parking lot that had a lot of cars in it.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. You have to say reporters.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sir.
Okay. Don't worry about it. If you're nervous, a little go slow. So you also testified that you saw him hiding or between two vehicles.
Correct. I wouldn't say hiding. I would say he was walking between
Okay.
two
Yes.
But you also
Gonzalez
testified that there was, I'm
with
going to use
the
your words, I want to make sure I get it
damn
right. No way that whoever, and I'm going to talk about this vehicle, whoever's in this white vehicle could have seen him driving when he was driving by.
Correct.
Okay.
From my perspective, because of what I saw and the speed of the vehicle that was going.
So whoever was in that vehicle driving by, that person, in your opinion, could not have seen the shooter.
To me, no.
And you also said that whoever was driving that white vehicle was driving, your words were, real fast towards the back of the school.
Correct.
Do you know that the government and us, we agree that that was Adrian Gonzalez in that vehicle?
Okay. I didn't know who it was.
Did you know before you testified today?
No, sir.
Well, that was Adrian Gonzalez in that vehicle.
Okay.
So Adrian Gonzalez was driving really fast towards the school. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Now I want to direct your attention to those three officers that you just realized showed up to the scene. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now you got a chance to see the video. You saw that those three officers stopped on that corner.
Yes, sir.
You also know that you were on the phone telling 911 the severity of the circumstance, correct?
Correct.
And you were sharing that information on 911 before those three officers showed up to that corner.
That's correct.
And you have no personal knowledge why those officers stopped there.
No, sir. Because again, I didn't see them. I guess my attention was facing the school so I can report it to 911.
Did you ever see those officers get out of their vehicle?
No, sir.
I'm not going to ask you how long they stayed there because you didn't see them until today, right?
Correct.
Okay. But you saw on the video that at some point in time, those three officers did not follow Adrian on the campus. They drove away.
Correct.
And you saw in the video that they showed up not long after Adrian drove really fast towards the school.
Correct.
I thought I heard you say on direct examination that you were telling somebody, I thought you said you were telling an officer that the shooter had entered the school. Did I hear that wrong?
You heard that correctly.
What officer did you tell that to?
I don't know the name of the officer. It was the officer that parked close to the entrance of the door where the shooter had entered through.
So I want to be clear. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm going to use State's Exhibit. Is this one, Judge? State one. Can you see this, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you saying that are you saying there was an officer that parked, because this is the west side where the shooter entered, right?
Yes, sir.
And is this the funeral home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any idea how far that is?
No, sir.
Okay, that's fine. It's a decent distance.
It's a distance, yes, sir. But I was not in the close to the door of the funeral home. I was closer towards the parking lot. I don't know if you saw in the video where I walked outside. So when I was doing a lot of the telling the officers where I was at, I was towards the middle of the parking lot.
Your parking lot or
The parking lot of the funeral home.
So right here.
Right about there. Yes,
So
sir.
this is for the jury. This is Geraldine Street, correct?
Correct.
And this Geraldine Street, it goes. If this is north, east, west, south, kind of towards the northwest of the school, all the way north.
Correct.
Okay. And so is it fair to say, or you tell me, where were you standing? Were you standing maybe here?
We're not there. A little bit further, more towards up there. Yeah, right about there. A little bit up.
And so you're saying that there was an officer that stopped here.
Not there. No, sir.
Where did the officer stop?
The officer. May I approach?
May he approach, Judge?
Yes.
The first police officer that I saw that was Uvalde Police Department, he parked right here, and that's where I was at, telling him that the shooter had gone through this door.
So you're standing this. Okay. So you're saying that the officer was here. You're standing here, correct?
Correct. I was actually right in this area when the officer parked right here, and I was yelling at him, telling him that the shooter had gone through this.
Is that when you were still on 911?
I think so.
Okay. So do you have any time of the time frame of when that was?
So unfortunately, I was not aware of any time.
Now, is it fair to say that officer, whoever that officer was, and do you have any idea, could it have been these officers here?
It could have been.
Now, do you have any idea, or let me say, you agree, that this officer, whoever it was, did not run to the school.
Correct. I didn't.
So this officer, you told him very clearly that you saw, not the general location, that you saw exactly where the shooter entered, correct?
Correct. And I think if you hear the 911 call, you hear me telling them the officer, he went through that door.
Well, I did hear that. I think we all did, and that's why I'm asking you this question. But we just don't know which officer you're talking to, right?
I don't.
Okay, so but you told an officer, because we can hear you in real time on 911, he went through this specific door.
Yes, sir.
You didn't say he's in this general location.
No.
You said, sir, he went through that, and we heard what you said.
Yes, sir.
And that officer did not make their way directly to that door.
Correct.
So is it fair to say that officer did not breach this door? Breach meaning go through?
Go through the door. No.
Did you get a chance to see where that officer went?
No, sir.
But by this time, and this is fairly quickly, this time there's a number of officers there.
That is correct.
And now that you know, once Adrian Gonzalez drives into the campus, you never make eyes on him, correct?
No, sir.
You never see what he's
Or
doing.
he ran.
around him.
No, sir.
You never saw him come around the west side of the door, the
No,
west side of the school.
no, sir.
You never saw a female come to the west side of the school.
No, sir.
But what you do know for sure is that you told an officer exactly what door the shooter went in, and that officer did not follow him in.
Correct.
And it wasn't the same officer, Adrian Gonzalez, that drove behind the school towards the danger.
Correct.
That was a good question. That was a good fucking question. That was a good fucking question.
Thank you, Mr. Limones. Pass the witness, Judge.
No further questions?
So
That
before you call
was a
leaders up-
good fucking question.
He's fine to be released, Judge.
He can be released.
Okay, sir, you are released from the subpoena. The rule has been invoked, so I'd ask you not to talk to anybody about the case until you're aware the trial is over with. But you're free to go, not subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
Jason Shea.
There's none. Good afternoon, sir. Would you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given this cause will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable, adjust that microphone if you need to.
Thanks, sir.
You may proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Jason Shea, and I'm with the Texas Rangers
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
since 1998, so about 27 years.
And would you briefly go through what your duties have been in law enforcement?
So in 1998, I graduated the DPS training academy, was assigned to the Highway Patrol. I was in the Highway Patrol for about 8 years. Promoted and was a Highway Patrol sergeant for about 7 years. And then in 2013, I promoted into the Texas Rangers. And about 3 years ago, I went into cold cases, and now I just promoted as a lieutenant, staff lieutenant with the Rangers in our cold case program.
And what is a cold case?
Definition of cold cases is there's not a set definition for it. So I was under a grant through the Department of Justice where we use advanced DNA testing to identify suspects in cases utilizing kinship testing and genealogy.
Okay. Have you also done training in crime scene investigations?
Yes.
And would you explain what your training is?
So initially it's through your basic DPS Texas Ranger crime scene investigation, from blood spatter to crime scene investigation photography.
And have you conducted crime scene investigations?
Yes.
Few or many?
Many.
Okay. As you work with law enforcement, have you likewise become familiar with guns?
Yes.
And tell us what your familiarity with that is.
Well, initially growing up, we all pretty much shot guns, but and then with the DPS I'm a firearms instructor, qualify other law enforcement officers in firearms, and then every type of training that we do, and then shooter reconstruction also.
What does shooting reconstruction mean?
More of how a projectile reacts when it hits different surfaces and trajectory of those projectiles.
Okay. So tell us in general terms, how does ammunition or weapons, how does that play into a crime scene?
If there is a firearm involved in a shooting involved with an officer involved shooting, or a crime where somebody has been shot, you can do ballistics to try to track those type of, the shell casings have the primer strikes. Also, the serial numbers on guns, you can track those at times.
So as a result of that, have you also had to learn just the basic mechanics of how a bullet is fired and what happens inside a bullet when it is fired?
Yes.
Let's see. Yeah, approach it on.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 2 to the defense. We'd offer exhibit 2 for the demonstrative purposes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted for that purpose.
And may the witness approach the
Yes, sir.
exhibit. Would you tell us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 2, please? And make sure people on the far side, so if you need this to help you point things out,
Sure.
keep you out of.
So basically, this is your bullet with your casing and your projectile. The back of the bullet where the primer or the firing pin strikes, which then enacts and creates some type of explosion that would impact the black powder that's inside, and then it projects, and that expansion of gas projects the bullet or the
So when we hear a shot go off, what are we hearing?
you're hearing the expansion of the gas in there.
And that's from the gunpowder igniting?
Correct.
Okay. And the primer, would you explain to us what the primer is?
That's just where the when it's placed inside the weapon, it strikes that, which causes fire that does the gunpowder. Excuse me.
Now, is there anything about what is on the bullet casing that helps you identify manufacturers or those kind of things?
Sure. Back here in this area right here, there is usually the manufacturer, what type of ammunition it is.
And is that sometimes helpful in a crime scene?
Sure.
To track down who originally manufactured that?
Yes.
And can you compare it if there's more than one person firing a shot?
Sure. And then you're going to look at the primer strikes and how that it is struck, and then how the casing goes through the barrel, or when it's put into the barrel, there's markings in the weapon. Each weapon is pretty much unique, and that's how they would be able to track that.
And as far as manufacturing, then where do they print that?
Back here, usually.
And by looking at that, then you can tell if empty casings then.
Sure,
are
like this one says
manufactured.
9mm, so you would suspect that would be a 9mm.
Okay. Now, when a bullet is fired, could you just demonstrate what happens to the parts of the bullet? Where do they go and what happens?
Sure. This will stay inside the weapon itself until it's ejected from the weapon. Of course, this is the primer is part of that shell casing, and the part that comes out is this part right there. So the bullet or the projectile.
Bullet or projectiles, what you call it, that goes out and that does the damage.
Correct.
And the casing, does it matter what kind of weapon is being used as to where the casing goes?
Yes. So a revolver that doesn't eject it, it would stay in there, and then a semi-automatic weapon would eject that.
And what is a semi-automatic weapon?
One that can shoot multiple rounds.
Okay. And so what happens when a semi-automatic weapon is fired?
It will, first of all, the bullet is in there. Once it's fired, it's ejected out to the side, usually.
The mechanisms of the rifle itself will eject.
Pulls it out, ejects it out, and then loads another one back in.
And so is that one of the things you're looking for when you're looking at a crime scene?
Sure, because if there's not any ejected shell casings, then it could be a revolver that's involved.
And if there are ejected shell casings, I can tell you.
More likely that it's a semi-automatic, or that person dumped that ammunition out.
And because the casing's there, can you also inspect it to see who manufactured it?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Granger, have you had experience of doing crime scene investigations in additional active shooter situations?
Not in an additional active shooter situation, no, sir.
You have not done crime scenes in active shooter?
No.
How about mass shootings?
No,
And did you work on this premise?
no, sir.
Is this the first time you've been to an active shooter crime scene?
Yes.
And how did you arrive at the scene?
By vehicle. I was in Del Rio at the time when we got a call that there was a possible active shooter in Uvalde, and responded from Del Rio.
And how far is Del Rio from Uvalde?
A good distance. I was there on a deployment for the border operations, so I'm not familiar with that area. I actually followed some other individuals to that location.
How long does it take you to get from Del Rio to Uvalde?
I think it took us approximately about an hour to get there.
And when you got there, what did you do?
I had just finished a shift doing border operations, so I was actually in shorts and a t-shirt. I threw on my gear, I was parked down the street, and when I arrived, the street to get there to the school was blocked by vehicles. And the ambulance pulled up and said, "We've got to get these vehicles out of there." So I instructed Highway Patrol to start ramming vehicles off the road, patrol cars, so they could have an entrance to get there to the school. About that time, then officers, knowing that their vehicle was going to get rammed off the road, came out and moved their vehicles so the ambulance could arrive.
Okay. And eventually, did you go in before the breach occurred?
Yes.
And did the breach occur while you were in there?
Yes.
And do you know who was involved in the breach of the classrooms at Robb Elementary?
There were multiple officers. The Border Patrol BORTAC team was the TL there was the lead over that stack.
And what does BORTAC mean?
It's a border operations tactical team for the Border Patrol.
Okay. They actually led the breach, is that
Yes.
correct? Were you given assignments then as far as the crime scene at Robb Elementary?
So being the first ranger or one of the rangers that was on the scene, we cleared the crime scene and make sure everybody was out and nothing was contaminated at that point. That was secured. And then I was asked to, at some point, to go photograph the vehicle that the suspect had been involved in with his accident before he made entry into the school.
And did you photograph
Yes.
the crime scene? Had an opportunity to review photographs with me prior to coming here today.
Yes, sir.
And were those fair and accurate depictions of the crime scene of the truck that you participated in?
Yes.
State tenders exhibits 50 through 84 to the defense scene. Pass over into evidence.
Are the numbers
50 to 84 is what I meant.
Come on, dude. Oh, come on, man. What are we doing? Fumbling our fucking fingers or what?
And exhibit 51.
It's the same photograph, just from a different angle.
Okay, and what is in the background there?
That's going to be the funeral home, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Funeral home back over in this area right here, and there was another street that came straight here. And then the school was over here to your right.
Thank you. Exhibit 52.
Just a different perspective of that same vehicle with the school in the background.
Okay. And this was taken on the second day of the offense, May 24, 2022. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 53.
A close-up photograph of the same vehicle.
And the condition of the windows in exhibit 53.
I believe the ones that passenger side had been were shattered.
On the passenger side,
Yes, sir.
front, window was shattered. And Exhibit 54.
Just some of the barriers, and then some projectiles or shell casings or bullets, however you want to call it, there by the fence.
And would you point those out because they're kind of small there?
Yes.
And had those bullets been fired?
No, sir.
So they were still live rounds?
Correct.
And we say a barrier, is that another name for a fence?
Yeah, so you had your fence over here, but you had the barriers from, I believe, from where he had struck that barrier when he entered in that culvert.
Oh, the way the culvert comes down?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Thank you. And State's Exhibit 55.
So just another photograph of that vehicle.
Does that give us a better shot of the front right?
The front of the vehicle where you can see where it had crashed through that barrier and then vaulted into that culvert.
Is that also the front right window, its condition?
Yes.
And this condition was what?
Broken. You can see the glass right here. So it had been rolled up at the time when it was when it broke.
Very good. State's Exhibit 56.
The same photograph from the rear of the vehicle. You can tell the direction the vehicle was coming from with its marks from the tire.
And on the right side of the vehicle, could you describe what we see there?
Yes, sir. There is a black bag here.
And did it have evidentiary value?
Yes, there was a long rifle or a rifle inside of it.
A long rifle or rifle?
A rifle.
State's Exhibit 57.
It's a close-up photograph of the rifle in the bag.
Was that then the condition it was in when you saw it?
Yes.
Exhibit 58.
There you go. So just another photograph of that weapon. And then you also see magazines with live rounds up here in the right. You can also see where that glass was on top of the bag from that window.
Okay. This may be the first time we've heard the word magazine with your testimony. Explain to us what a magazine is.
A magazine is inserted into the weapon from the bottom of this area right here, and it's usually loaded with other live ammunition. And so when the gun is fired, the semi-automatic, it ejects the shell casing that had been fired, and it automatically loads up another bullet from the magazine.
Exhibit 59.
So once we opened up that bag, we laid out all the magazines that were there and photographed that.
And how many cartridges does one of those magazines hold?
Usually anywhere 28 to 30.
20 to 30 rounds. So 20 or 30 rounds can be fired without the gun being reloaded.
Correct. It loads itself. Yes, sir.
And then what does it take to reload the weapon?
You have to eject a magazine and insert another magazine.
And about how long does that take?
Depends on how proficient somebody is. It can take seconds.
Just seconds, a matter of seconds?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And number 60.
Just a photograph of those magazines with live cartridges in there.
So does that indicate the magazines were full?
Or had been loaded. Yes, sir.
And how many magazines are depicted there?
6.
Thank you. Exhibit 61.
Open the door of that passenger side and photograph the inside of the vehicle.
And on the passenger seat, is there a magazine there also?
Yes, sir. Right. That had rounds inside of it.
And it had rounds in it also?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 62.
Another magazine with live rounds inside of it. That was in the floorboard.
Front floorboard?
Yes, sir. The passenger side.
Thank you. 63.
Looks like it's the same photograph. So we had emptied out or looked for identification to see who had insurance on the vehicle or if the vehicle was registered to someone. And so we placed those out by that cell phone that's located right here. And that same magazine that with the live rounds just to see who the owner of the vehicle was for potential.
And did you activate that magazine to aid you and assist you as to whose telephone that was?
Can you repeat that question?
Did you activate the phone or did the phone activate?
Yeah, when we picked up the phone, the front screen popped up.
And is that what a photograph of Exhibit 64 is?
Yes.
And are you able to read from that phone, from this photograph?
Yes, I am.
And could you repeat what you read on the top
It's an
line, please?
Instagram post from an individual, Ella Packer 69. Yeah, they killed them and he killed his grandma. He shot her 24 times. He's going to hell.
Okay.
Then there was just another Instagram. Somebody's following you. A TikTok. Somebody liked the video. Somebody took a screenshot. Apple News, and then somebody appeared to try to call this individual.
Thank you. Did you see the gunman that day, or did you ever see a photograph of him?
No.
Okay, so you can't tell us whether or not this was the gunman?
No.
You can just say this was the car in which there was an automatic weapon found just outside it.
Yes.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 65.
So that passenger view photograph inside, there's a little blood right here on the seat. Appeared to might have been some blood on the center console, and then another magazine with live ammunition inside of it. The also you can see that the airbags had deployed on the driver's steering column.
And what causes an airbag to deploy?
An impact to the front of the vehicle,
Okay.
which is consistent with what we saw.
Fair enough. 66.
A couple more magazines. So I'd already pointed out one of them. There's 3 more there, tire iron, and a couple other items.
So we had 6 outside, and these are additional magazines.
So six outside, 2 in the front that we saw, and then there's another 4, and then I think there's another one in the back seat. So it's 12, 13 at this time.
Holding the capacity of 20 or 30 rounds or somewhere in between.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 67.
Same photograph. It looked like, I don't know what that is, something with the vehicle, but then there's another magazine, a spent shell casing there, and a live round there.
And is there both a live round and a fired casing there?
Correct, a live round and a fired round.
And how can you the distinction?
You can see that projectile, that bullet right there, and on this one, there's not one. So we know that had been fired, or appeared to be fired.
So that indicates that a bullet had been fired somewhere around
Somewhere.
or near that vehicle.
Don't know, just that there was a shell casing there, that bullet had been potentially
And would
fired.
it be consistent with the weapon that you saw outside the vehicle for a casing to be ejected from that weapon upon it being fired?
Yes.
In other words, it wasn't a
A
revolver.
wooden revolver is a semi-automatic rifle.
So you would expect the casing to be ejected.
Correct.
And Exhibit 68.
So a zoomed in photograph, next photograph.
I'm sorry, this thing's
No,
not always
you're
working. There you go.
Yeah, you can see where it appears to be burnt kind of on the end from the expansion of the gas, the burning of the gas. And it appeared that primer had been struck, which initiates the firing of it.
Indicated again, it had been fired.
Yes.
And Exhibit 69.
A live shell casing, you can see that the bullet is still there.
The bullet on the end indicates it has not been fired.
Correct.
Exhibit 70.
Lift up that seat and you can see where there was a jack there from the vehicle.
And in the door facing of the back seat, is there any evidentiary value there?
Yes, there's a spent shell casing right there.
And you say spent, once again, that means it was fired?
Excuse me.
And Exhibit 71.
A zoomed in photograph of that one.
And 72.
I believe that's going to be the front driver's seat, a magazine that had been loaded with cartridges inside of
Okay, so this is still an additional casing? I mean, a magazine,
magazine. Yes, sir.
and once again,
I
fully
think
loaded.
we're around 14, I believe.
Thank you. And 73.
The driver's seat, we know that's because of the airbag right there, and then 2 live bullets there in the driver's seat.
74.
A zoomed in photograph of both of those.
And finally, 75 down, I guess, toward the middle of the
Same
screen.
magazine that we had noted earlier, and then 2 more shell casings or cartridges right there.
Okay, thank you. When we talk about weapons and ammunition, what does the word caliber mean to you?
It's the that ammunition
bullet?
caliber goes with that type of gun. So if you had a 308 caliber rifle, it would shoot 308 ammunition. A 9mm would shoot a 9mm. It's the size of the weapon.
And so what caliber was this ammunition?
223.
Size of the hole, baby.
Is a 223, can it be fired in a 9mm weapon?
No.
And vice versa?
No.
And so if you find 223 casings, the indication is it was fired from a 223 weapon.
Correct.
And by the same token, if you find a 9mm casing, it indicates that it was fired by a 9mm weapon.
If it was spent or had been fired, then yes, it would have been shot from a 9mm.
And once again, that would be if it was a semi-automatic that ejected the casing as opposed to a revolver.
Correct.
May I approach it on that? Yes, sir. Stacy's Exhibit 12, we should just take a quick look at that.
May I?
Yes. You testified that you found 2 live casings in the truck that you did the search on. Does that appear to be the same?
2 live?
I mean, excuse me, fired casings.
Yes.
If you're correct in that.
Yes, sir. These would be fired casings.
Thank you. The state offers Exhibit 12.
I mean, that's not evidence against him. I mean, that's evidence saying, yeah, the gunman was firing. But
Thank you. Exhibit, exhibit 12, Kara?
Yes.
Thank you. And on exhibit 12, the two casings, on the end of those casings, is there a head stamp indicating what manufacturer?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell us what it is?
Not without my glasses.
And you didn't ring them?
No, sir, I did not.
We'll save that for another witness then. I couldn't either. That's why I asked you.
Do you need just cheaters or?
Yes.
You want to try to give us some
Hey, if it'll work, it'll work.
Try that.
cheaters?
Don't break a bed. We'll go. We'll give it one more try.
All right.
We got younger people coming with better eyes.
I thought my sight was bad. No, I can't.
Okay, fair enough.
I can't. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Not a problem.
I appreciate it.
Right by your boot. Thank you.
well, yeah, drop the freaking casings all over the place, sir. Crazy.
Of course, they're pink.
Hey, pink will work. I think that'll work.
Really?
Says LC 22.
Bill, if you want to read it, we'll agree.
Is it LC 223?
Yes, sir.
Would that be consistent with what's fired from a semi-automatic weapon?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And LC stands for the manufacturer.
Yes, sir.
223 is the type.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. How's the witness?
Please.
Good afternoon, Ranger.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm good. I wasn't expecting an accident.
No, I'm sorry about that. So my name's Gary Hilly. We've not met before.
No, sir, we have not.
And so you understand you've done this a lot before, right?
Yes, sir.
So you understand I'm one of the attorneys representing Adrian,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
You know I've got to ask you some questions.
Sure.
And you've testified loads of times.
A couple of times. Yes, sir.
A couple of times. So I'm not going to ask you anything you haven't been asked before. So if I tend to speak too fast, so if I do, you just tell me to slow down. And if you need me to repeat something, so Gary, go again.
Sounds good. Thanks, sir.
And so I wanted to let's go back to the beginning
this
of your
is a
testimony.
riot.
So do I address you as Ranger or Lieutenant? Just to start off with.
Whatever's good with you, Jason. That's just fine.
So if I just call you Ranger, is that good enough? Is that respectful enough?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Ranger, I want to talk to you a bit about your training experience because did you say you've been in law enforcement since 1998?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you for your service. We appreciate you. So that's a lot of experience.
A little bit. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, so you and look, I mean, I wrote some of it down. You've done a lot of things. You've been you're a crime scene investigator, right?
Yes, sir.
You've been a firearms instructor. You still a firearms instructor?
Yes, sir.
So how long have you been doing that?
Since probably 2002.
So you've been doing that?
A little bit of time. Yes, sir.
That's 23 years, 24 years now, right?
Yes, sir.
You're a quarter century. So you've got a lot of experience in the world of firearms, instruction in firearms.
Yes, sir.
But of course, I guess you said that you worked for were you a DPS trooper at the start?
Yes, sir.
And so at some point you have to go through some kind of academy.
Yes, sir.
And they teach you basic police tactics or ranger tactics, right?
Basic police tactics. Yes, sir.
And because if you hadn't had any police experience before or law enforcement experience before, that's where they teach you the basic stuff.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And so when we talk about basic stuff, we're talking about report writing,
Yes, sir.
some knowledge of the penal code,
Yes, sir.
stuff like that, driving,
Yes, sir.
right, weapon handling,
Yes, sir.
and some tactics that go around basic policing.
Yes, sir.
And you like I said, one of the basic things you're doing is report writing, right?
Yes.
Because reports are important,
Yes, sir.
right? Because you try and make them fair, I would imagine, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you try to include details in them.
Yes, sir.
Because on like an occasion like today, this incident was 3 years ago,
Yes, sir.
right? So did you prepare a report about this incident?
We prepared many reports about this incident.
Okay. And have you reviewed any today?
No, sir, I have not today.
Have you reviewed any in preparation for your testimony?
More of the photographs is what I reviewed, a statement, and then many of the interviews that I had done.
So let's talk about. So when you say a statement,
Yes, sir.
you said a statement. Is that a statement that you made, or
No, it was based off of an interview that I had done.
because you also did interviews in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. We'll talk about that in a little while. But do you recall how many reports you authored
in this case?
No, most of the reports that I offered were based off the interviews that I had conducted.
So, okay, well, let me go a different way then. So your investigation of this scene, we've established that you went to the scene, and we'll talk about that. I'm talking about the photographs that Mr. Turner's got here, if I may, Bill. Are they the right ones? They're the wrong ones. Can I borrow them for a second? Yes. So you're on my approach to witness. So your investigation of this is kind of documented in these photographs. Is that so?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't do a written report? Or
No.
I guess typed down, right?
No, correct. Yes, sir. Most of mine was documented by the photographs.
So I guess traditionally you'd have done, back when you started, it was probably a handwritten report, right?
Sure. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
and now it would be a typed report.
Correct.
So your testimony here today is you didn't do that. You just documented your work through photographs.
Other individuals documented it. Mine were through the photographs.
Yeah, your work. So
Yes.
your work was done through these photographs.
Correct.
All right, okay, cool. So I want to make sure that make sure we're not missing anything with
No, sir.
reports or anything like that. Okay. So let's talk about your job because it sounds like you were a firearms instructor before you were a crime scene investigator.
So, and I say crime scene investigator, I'm a ranger. We usually process most of our crime scenes. So not a crime scene investigator, but more as a ranger. That's one of our duties.
So like dual purpose, you're multitasking. It would be fair to say that you are investigating, but you're also processing the scene yourself.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Whereas I guess sort of what would happen sometimes, a local PD will come and patrol officers or detective will come to a scene and they will call in crime scene folks and they will process the scene.
Correct. As a ranger, we usually do our own.
You can't do that. So when did you specialize in the firearms, before or after you started doing more of the crime scene stuff? Or was it
Before.
Before. So let's talk about that for a second. So I wanted to, and Judge, may I approach the demonstrative?
Yes.
Can I talk about some of the things that you discussed earlier with the prosecutor? Yes. And this demonstrative that you used earlier, can you see that there? Can you see that there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's cool. So this round here on this demonstrative, I think it's stage 2, right? This on the left here, I'm indicating on the left. We'll move it to the court before you can see it. That's what we're talking about. So this would indicate this is a hugely magnified diagram.
Yes, sir.
This isn't a real projectile or round or round ammunition, is it?
No.
It's a diagram.
Yes,
right? But on the bottom here, the end of the round, the cap, if you call it right, it says 9mm.
Correct.
Right, and that would indicate a round or a projectile that gets fired from a smaller weapon, a handheld weapon.
Correct. Yes,
right?
sir.
Because I don't want you to show me that you're probably armed today.
Yes, sir.
Right. And what kind of sidearm do you carry?
357.
357. And that is
It's a little bit larger than what this would be.
so that's what I was going. It's a self-loading pistol.
Yes, sir.
Right. But that's you wear that on your hip.
Yes, sir.
Right. And so that's probably the only weapon you're wearing right now.
Correct.
But if you were dressed tactically, that would be your secondary.
Correct.
Right. So that would be your backup weapon.
Correct.
Right. And your primary weapon would be a long arm.
If I had a long arm at the time, yes, sir.
If you were doing any kind of tactical work, and the idea of that is you can shoot longer with that.
Correct.
Right. And it's more accurate.
Yes.
And if that fails, you ditch it and you go for your secondary.
Correct.
Which is your pistol on the hip.
Yes,
So
sir.
that's the kind of round that we're talking about here in the diagram.
Correct.
Right? It's not the kind of rounds that Mr. Turner showed you. Where are they? In States Exhibit 2012.
Correct. The concept is the same.
Yeah.
Just a different type of
And so the jury can see that these are a different caliber, right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
223 can't be fired through a handgun, but the principle is exactly the same.
Yes, sir.
Right. Although because it would have, these not going to see that, in 12, this has more powder.
Correct.
So because you said earlier, and we'll go back to the diagram here.
Be careful. They can't see.
Can you see? Oh, you can't see. I'm trying to get these out without handling them. I feel very. I don't mind. So Nico's going to show the jury the rounds there. So you'd agree, I guess, these are longer than a normal 9mm round, which is what's portrayed here.
Correct.
So
Yes, sir.
that round is fired out of a longer barreled weapon.
Yes, sir.
Like I say round, a round of ammunition.
Correct.
Because that now is a cartridge. So this is a round of ammunition.
Sir.
Right. This thing here is the projectile.
Yes, sir.
Right, bit on the end. This primer gets struck by the firing pin.
Yes, sir.
Right. You pull the trigger. The spring squeezes. Eventually, the firing pin goes forward and it strikes this pin.
Correct.
And you quite rightly said people think it creates an explosion,
Yes.
and it's really like a very fast burn.
Yes.
Right.
Correct. And that's what ignites the gunpowder.
ignites the gunpowder in this cartridge and forces the projectile out of the barrel.
Correct.
Right. And so this cartridge is the thing that carries the charge or the powder.
Correct.
The longer the charge or the cartridge, the faster it travels.
Should be.
And
Yes.
if you add that to a barrel, which makes it spin, it's even more deadly, right? That projectile
Correct.
is
More
even
accurate. Yes, sir.
more accurate. It can travel faster and it can travel further distances.
Yes, sir.
So that round there is now potentially in the right weapon is much more dangerous than a round fired out of like a 9mm weapon.
It's going to be more powerful.
More
Yes, sir.
powerful, so therefore more dangerous. More power equals more velocity.
Correct.
More velocity equals more speed.
Yes.
More speed means more danger.
Potentially. Yes, sir.
Right, potentially. So, and then what happens with these is that the round gets fired and the projectile gets thrown out the end of the barrel, right? Gets pushed.
I don't know yet, as they just started talking to witnesses.
Spirals down the barrel and then goes towards its target.
Correct.
But this dude, okay, we don't need to hear like how the firearm, blah blah blah. How about you know, talk about how gunfire from certain objects will bounce off and cause confusion, all that shit. Do that. Talk about that.
And then the weapon recycles.
Yes, sir.
So the weapon will cycle, the receiver or some of the action will go forward, then come backwards on itself.
Correct.
And that's what throws the ejected cartridge out.
Correct.
So just want to clear that up. So it throws, and depending on the ejector that's inside the weapon itself, that depends where that cartridge goes, right?
A lot of things depend on where that cartridge goes, but yes, it grabs that basically and throws it out.
Because some weapons have slightly different individual characteristics.
Correct.
They have like general characteristics, but that's how you can tell. Because sometimes there'll be markings on the rounds and on the cases that you can say this has been fired by this weapon.
Correct.
And sometimes that is the ejector. Right?
Yes.
Because the weapon fires, recycles, and as it's coming back, it hits the ejector pin, or whatever you want to call it, and it fires the round out.
Correct.
And generally, most of these weapons are they're recycled to the right.
Yes.
Because I guess
most of the ones that I've been involved with, yes.
and I'm assuming.
But if you're
you tell us it's probably
left-handed,
most people are
it goes to the
right,
left.
because it fires away from the firer's face.
Correct.
But sometimes, so generally, rounds when they're fired from a long barrel weapon or a handgun go to the right.
That's the intention.
That's
Yes,
the
sir.
intention, because it keeps away from the firer's face.
Correct.
That'd be no good for military or law enforcement.
Exactly.
It goes away to the right, but sometimes it'll go backwards.
Correct.
So there's no real science, there's no real way of accurately saying, does it go backwards or just sideways?
Correct.
But what we can agree with is that round is more dangerous than one of these.
Potentially, yes, sir.
Yeah, and so therefore that weapon is.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. And so, because you must do some tactical stuff as well, by the sounds of it.
Yes.
And so when you deploy tactically, what equipment do you have?
A pistol and a rifle.
So your pistol is your secondary? Or your
Correct.
backup? What kind of rifle would you carry?
A 223.
Okay. And so what range is that accurate over generally?
It could go from long distance, but I would say anywhere from 50 yards to 100, 200, 250 yards.
And I guess it depends on how good your training is, right? But
Correct.
What other equipment would you have on you?
A bulletproof vest. Potentially, you might have a helmet on.
And so let's talk about your vest. So I mean, the deputies in the room now wearing vests, right?
Yes.
And vests come in different types,
Correct.
right? So there's a general bulletproof vest, which is generally made of Kevlar, right?
Yes, sir.
And I guess they are mostly rated against probably stab proof and smaller rounds.
I don't know about the stab proof, but the smaller rounds, yes, sir.
Yeah, generally speaking, they're probably not going to stop something like that,
Generally, no.
right? And that's kind of, I guess you might agree with me that that's general police issue is a Kevlar vest, probably what the deputies are wearing here today, that will stop a smaller round, which is one we were looking at there.
Yes, sir.
It'll stop one, it won't stop one of those.
You not. So depending on that vest, but yes, sir.
Probably not, right? You wouldn't trust it. would you?
No.
No. And so in order to do that, you need to put something inside the vest, right?
Yes.
It's normally a Kevlar plate.
A plate.
So you probably take your body armor off. Sometimes they've got spaces for you to put the plates in them.
I
Yes, sir.
didn't know
So
that
you have to
we
take your arm
needed
off,
all this
Open
fucking
it up, put the plate in
goddamn.
it, right?
At some point, but they usually stay with it most of the time.
Unless you stay with it. But if you're doing a dual purpose thing, you've got your normal vest on, right?
Yes,
You
sir.
could have your plates in your bag, in a go bag in your vehicle, right?
It depends on that individual. Yes, sir.
But you probably have plates in yours
Yes.
because otherwise, you wouldn't want to risk your life with that, right? Otherwise, yeah, of course. And that's is that the stuff you had on you that day when you were in Del Rio and you got this call?
Once I didn't have a helmet on.
You didn't have it on, but you said you just finished the deployment or something. You had short.
Correct.
But you have your equipment available to you,
Yes. Yes, sir.
right? And that's the equipment you had with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because so you testified that you were in, I think you said you were in Del Rio
Yes.
at the time, just came in,
Yes, sir.
or you became aware, right? Because you became aware that there was an incident developing,
Correct.
I'm assuming. So,
Mhm.
And that's either through radio or telephone communication.
I was at the office and somebody had walked up to me and said, "Hey, we've heard that there's an active shooter there at Uvalde. Are you going?" And of course, yes.
Right. And so, because you're a law enforcement officer,
Yes, sir.
right? And you're aware that there's this, well, you're aware now. At the time, did you say you was an active shooter? Is that what you said?
Yes.
So you know that you hadn't seen that with your own eyes,
Correct.
but you know what an active shooter means.
Yes.
And if that, in fact, as we now know, this horrific thing happened, actually was an active shooter thing, situation, but you were in Del Rio, there's nothing you could do about it.
Sure, but it's still going to respond.
No, of course. But what I'm saying is you were aware in Del Rio. When
Yes.
somebody said to you, you know, Lieutenant, there is this situation going on, you've got to go,
Yes.
right? And you did in fact go,
Yes.
and it's an hour away,
Yes.
Del Rio to Uvalde.
Yes, sir.
And all the way there, you're probably receiving more information,
As much as we could.
as much as you could. And
Sure.
we're not talking about the communications piece, that's for later on. But you received more and more information, I would imagine, right?
Yes.
As you traveled from your base to the scene.
Yes.
So you're aware of the gravity of this situation.
Yes.
Now it's developing.
Yes.
But being aware of it doesn't mean you can do anything.
Correct, because I wasn't there at the time.
Because
Yes,
otherwise, because that would make no sense at all, right?
sir. That
Because
I was in Del Rio and received the information, but I had to do something then.
yeah, just because
to
you're
stop
aware. You made you aware because you're a law enforcement officer, whether you're off or on duty, really, right?
Yes, sir.
And so just because you're aware of this incident, you can't do anything about it.
Not at that time. No,
that
sir.
can't be the standard, right? Being aware of it.
Can you ask that question again? I'm sorry.
Well, just because you're aware of this situation is going on, you can't do anything to act because you know about it
Correct, until I can get there.
until you can see it.
Yes.
Right. And that might sound like a silly question, but
No, I understand.
And so I think that you said that when you got to the scene, it was, would you agree it was chaotic?
That's the word I was fixing to use. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a polite way to put it, right? Did you review any other reports or anything describing the scene?
No.
Because when I'm thinking about a word you might be thinking about using, but it was chaotic.
Very chaotic. Yes, sir.
And so, which is not unusual in this kind of incident, right?
Well, it was the first one that I had responded to, but I mean, it's just very chaotic would be the precise word that I would use for it.
Well, let's just talk about that for a second, because you've got all that experience, right? And this is and lots of training.
Yes, sir.
Right? And this is the first one you've ever been.
Yes, sir.
I mean, pray that no one ever has to go to another one ever again.
Oh, 100%.
But even with your training and your, I mean, like, not making light of it, you've got nearly a quarter of a century of firearms training.
Yes, sir.
Most of that as an instructor,
Yes, sir.
right? Where you train, right?
Yes.
Or you get initial training,
Yes.
right? And basic stuff. You get basic tactical training, basic weapons.
Yes, sir.
Then you built on that. You've got more advanced training,
Yes, sir.
okay? And you train on that
Yes.
and you practice it
Yes.
and you practice it
Yes, sir.
to become efficient
Yes, sir.
and to become proficient.
Yes, sir.
So when you're called to use these skills, they're second nature.
Yes, sir.
Right, because finish my sentence for me. If you don't use it, you
Lose it.
if you don't use it, you lose it. That's right. So you have to train these skills and hone them and practice them for them to be second nature. So when something happens, you don't have to pause and think memory files. What's going on? What am I supposed to do now? Right?
Correct.
Because what I'm going on to is you said that while you were at the scene, the BORTAC team breached the classroom.
Correct.
Now, tell me if you know, that's the Border Patrol tactical team.
Correct.
Right, and I don't know, they're a very well-trained bunch,
Yes.
and they're very proficient at what they do,
Yes, sir.
and they're very well equipped.
Yes.
And again, if you know, we could probably assume that they practice a lot,
Yes.
they train a lot.
I would suspect so.
So when they operate, they almost don't need to communicate with each other.
Correct.
Now, to some extent,
Yes, sir.
but they're so well rehearsed, they get faced with a situation, they know what to do.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, that is what indeed happened here.
Yes, sir.
Eventually, when the BORTAC team arrived, they were the ones who breached and ended the situation. Right?
Correct.
But you'd agree the difference, the qualities of the BORTAC folks are that all that training, lots and lots of training, lots and lots of practice in order to be able to do that.
Correct.
And they're properly equipped, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you'd agree that in order to do some sort of breach like the one that we're talking about, someone's got to be properly equipped.
Well, you would love for that to happen.
Ideally, that's how you would train. Right?
Ideally, yes, sir.
Training is just doing things properly equipped.
Correct.
We live in the world of health and safety and stuff like that now, right? So you have to
Sure. So you're going to respond without the helmet and the vest and stuff like that.
yeah, but so the BORTAC team, they were armed with long weapons.
I believe so.
Yeah, and when I mean long weapons, do you remember me very well? Anyway, like a long arm.
Yes.
Like the one you found in you find it in a minute, and a pistol.
Yes, sir.
Properly rated vests.
Yes.
And a shield. So they're the ones got there and with that, right? And so that's what happened there. So, and I'm assuming that this has all gone on, and once that's happened and been cleared, that's when you can move over to your duties of collecting evidence and documenting the scene and stuff.
Correct.
Yeah, you wouldn't do this while that was going on.
No, sir.
So after that had happened, this is when you got deployed to do this.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Right, but that wasn't the only thing you did in this case. You said you did some interviews, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about these photographs first. Just give me 1 second. I want to. And you're on that approach with us?
Sir.
Okay. That's all right. Talk to a couple of them. So we've mentioned, I've got my notes, that you took a photograph. There was some evidence inside the vehicle that indicated an ownership, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think it's 63.
Or who had insurance of the vehicle?
Yeah, well, maybe possession of the vehicle, right? Let's
Yes,
find
sir.
63. Did you confirm that was?
Through the photographs.
What's a 62? Oh, there you go. Stick 63. I can't read that. Can you read that? You probably can't read one of these.
No, I can't read it.
Okay, but you tried to ascertain whose vehicle it was, right?
Yes, sir. Because through the photographs, we could always zoom in if we needed to see who that individual is.
We now know who was driving that vehicle, right?
Yes.
Yeah, who's that?
I don't know his
You
name.
don't know his name?
No, sir.
Yeah. And there's 64, state 6. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. And then 64 is a cell phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And that, do you know whose cell phone that was?
I don't know his name.
You know now, right?
No, I don't know his name.
You don't know his name?
No, sir.
You agree it's the guy responsible for the shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm just gonna- Might be able to publish some of them on the screen. That'll make it easier than me standing there, right? I mean, so this individual that you, I mean, generally speaking, this from what you found, yeah, did you know how many rounds of ammunition you found in that vehicle, in that bag,
No, sir.
approximately?
No, sir, because we didn't unload those many, so I don't know. A bunch.
Yeah, a bunch,
Hundreds.
like a lot. So hundreds. That's where I was going. I mean,
Yes,
so
sir.
it was this person, whoever was driving this vehicle, had another, fairly high-powered semi-automatic rifle with hundreds of rounds of ammunition.
Potentially, yes, sir.
And it looks possibly from looking at this evidence that person may have been firing that weapon inside the vehicle
Or around the vehicle.
or around the vehicle because there are spent casings inside it.
Yes.
And so you took those photographs, and that's where your part of this investigation ended with the truck, right?
Correct.
But I think that you also said, because we spoke earlier about your reports, right? And you said that you did some interviews
Yes.
of school people,
Yes.
school employees.
Correct.
And that wasn't that day, right?
No, sir. This is for the weeks, or for a week, probably every day for the next week or so.
So how long after this incident do you think you did these? What I'm getting at, what was the time span? Was it the next day? Was it a week later?
So the next day I was dealing with returning property back to agencies who had just left their equipment. So I dealt with that. And then after that, it was more of dealing with, I had to go to the hospital the day of, right after this, not for myself, but as part of the investigation. And then it was more a list of individuals who were employed at the school, officers that responded. So we broke that up and started conducting interviews.
Right.
So those are the interviews that I had done.
And so you spoke to a lot of school district employees. I'm not talking about Adrian, I'm talking about staff at the school district, right?
Correct.
And so you spoke to all kinds of people, right?
Correct.
From coaches, I guess.
I don't believe it was more of staff, principal, secretaries, and then officers that responded.
And Ranger, I guess you would agree with me that your investigation showed a practice or a pattern of staff defeating the locks at the school, right?
Correct.
What I mean by that is there was a policy in place in the school district for the doors to be locked, the exterior doors to be locked, and for the interior doors of classrooms to be locked.
Correct.
Right. And they were fitted, I guess you would agree with me, with what has been called a lot of these doors, through your investigation, they're called Columbine doors, right?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. But they were fitted with doors that can only be locked from the outside.
Correct.
And there's a purpose for that, right?
Columbine doors.
From May I?
That's
From the
what
individuals
this
that I
lady that is
spoke to, the
associated.
purpose for that was so a student couldn't lock a teacher outside the door.
Okay, right, and but that's a valid purpose, right? But what you know through your law, because you've been in firearms and stuff for 24 years, right? You were around just after Columbine in 1999, and you've done lots of training in active shooters.
Yes, sir.
Scenarios, right? And one of the reasons that those doors are supposed to lock is so that people like the person who committed this unspeakable act can't gain access to the building.
Yes, sir.
Because if it's locked, presumably they don't have access to the
It'd be
keys.
harder to get into the school. Yes, sir.
Yep, if it's locked, you can't get in through a locked door without breaching it.
Correct.
Right, because these doors are pretty substantial.
Yes, sir.
They're metal.
Yes, sir.
You've got metal frames.
Yes, sir.
So if you were to go in, you would need, and your team would need special equipment to get into that.
Correct.
So the reason they're locked is so that kid can't play a prank on their teachers, right?
Sure.
But also for more sinister reasons to prevent things like this happening.
Correct.
Right. And that's just the external doors.
Yes, sir. I was speaking about the ones inside the classroom.
But external and internal, right?
Yes.
But your investigation showed a pattern of staff defeating these locks.
Based on the interviews I had done, yes, sir. There were staff that wouldn't always lock the inside doors.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. But your investigation showed that the school had magnets that they could place on the doors to defeat the locks.
Correct.
And they would give them out to staff.
Now that I don't know.
But
I know there were some teachers that utilized those. Now, do I know if the school gave those out? I don't know anything about that.
You don't recall being told that these magnets were given to substitute teachers because they wouldn't be able to get in and out with passes?
Very true. Yes, sir. But your normal staff, no. But substitute teachers, so because they weren't given a key to the classroom, they would be given those.
And I know I think you're probably aware there was a policy that was against the school policy.
I would suspect so.
Yeah. Thank you, Angela. Yeah, and so just to confirm that your investigation revealed that there was a pattern of leaving these doors unlocked.
Yes.
There was a pattern of defeating the door locks with magnets.
Yes, sir.
Right. And on this day when you were there, you now know that these doors were in fact all unlocked.
At the time, I was under the same impression as everybody else that the door was locked, and come to find out that I've been told based off of that crime scene investigation that door was unlocked.
Well, let's just talk about that for a second.
Hey,
So we'll do the
Daniel.
end of it first, right? So now through your investigation, I appreciate you can arrange it. We now know that those doors are all unlocked.
I know that one door was unlocked.
The one on the west, right? Is
Yes.
that one you referred to?
The door, I don't know what classroom door that is.
My approach to this.
Yes.
Just very briefly, just to clarify.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to show you what's this next one. And this is the demonstrative scene, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is the school.
Correct.
And this is the new building or the west building. It's called, right? And you agree this is the south door.
Correct.
When you say we know that the door, you said the door was unlocked. We're talking about this west one.
No, sir. I was talking about the inside door.
Oh, the inside door to the classrooms.
Correct.
Yeah, they were locked. They were unlocked. Sorry.
One of those that I know of was unlocked.
Did you know that one of the door locks wasn't even working?
No, sir.
You didn't know that?
No, sir.
Right.
I take it back. I knew that they'd been having problems with one of them because they had reported it to maintenance that one of the doors was not working.
And nothing had been done about it, right?
Correct.
So the school knew that door wouldn't open, but wouldn't lock.
That they were having issues with it. Yes, sir.
Right? It had been reported to maintenance.
That's what I had been
And nothing had
advised.
been done about it.
Correct.
It was supposed to be locked.
Yes, sir.
But it was unlocked. Do you also know through investigation now, I guess you can agree, that the external doors were also unlocked?
Not based on my investigation, but based off of information I had heard. Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Ray. Appreciate it. Pass away.
Mayor, Your
Yes, sir.
I'd like to start with this whole idea about the common pattern of defeating these Columbine doors being the magnets.
You're going to have to ask that question a different way. I'm
Fair
sorry.
enough. I believe the defense asked you about the common practice of using magnets.
I don't know about Columbine, but I'd heard that there had been individual teachers that were using magnets so the
Okay.
doors would not lock.
I just used the word Columbine because he used that for the name lock. I'll back off of that. The whole issue is pattern of using magnets so door wouldn't lock.
Yes, sir.
Door locking is a safety precaution
Correct.
to protect, I believe the defense said, from things like this happening.
Correct.
And school district police officers are also employed to keep things like this from happening
Yes, sir.
and provide security
For the students. Yes, sir. And staff.
and determine whether or not there was a common practice not to lock doors.
I'm going to get that cause of speculation, though.
This is what his training has been, right?
I'll rule the objection. You can answer if you know.
I don't know.
You don't know?
They would know that there is a common practice going on. Would they be aware of that? You would suspect that if they are there at that campus, that they'd be aware of that.
That a school district police officer, you would suspect they would know if there's a common practice of defeating the locks with magnets.
Yes, sir.
And whose job would it be then to correct that?
The staff of that officer.
In charge of the security,
Correct.
to keep that from happening.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any indication that any of the school district police officers corrected the problem, the common problem of using magnets to defeat the locks?
No, sir. I didn't interview any of those individuals.
And Adrian Gonzalez was a school district police officer.
I don't know Adrian Gonzalez.
I'd like to also speak to you about the casings you found inside the car.
Yes.
And just to be clear, the casing could end up inside the car because the weapon was fired inside the car
It could.
and the casing ejected.
Yes, sir.
But if a window is broken out, can a casing escape a weapon outside the car and enter the car?
Sure. Yes, sir.
And was there a window broken out in this case?
Yes.
In this vehicle?
Front passenger window.
So it would be completely consistent with being just outside the car for two casings to end up inside the car.
It could. Yes, sir.
And I wanted to talk to you also about the suggestion about to do anything about it, you need to see it, right?
You would have to be present.
Present. You were in Del Rio.
Yes.
You couldn't do anything about it in Del Rio.
Correct.
So what did you do?
Responded.
What does responded mean?
I went to that location.
To do something about it,
Yes.
if needed.
Yes.
And you got to that location.
Yes.
And fortunately, you weren't needed at that point.
Correct.
But if you get to a location and you can't see an active shooter, but you can hear an active shooter, what do?
You respond to that location
Go to see it?
to work, not just to see it, but to respond and to initiate whatever you can do to stop it.
So an active shooting and you hear shooting, to do something about it, you go to it.
Correct.
You don't look for cover.
Correct.
But we talked about equipment. If you don't have your helmet on, then it's okay to look for cover, right?
No, sir.
If you don't have your rifle, but only a sidearm, it's okay to look for cover, isn't it?
No,
I
sir.
object to leave, Judge.
It's the same.
What are the limitations, if you explain to the jury, what are the limitations about going to shots fired in an active shooter situation?
There's not a limitation.
There's not a limitation.
I wouldn't say so.
The rule is what?
To engage, to stop the killing.
Absolutely.
Briefly, if I may. We talked, so I just want to clear up a couple of things we talked about there, Ranger. So you interviewed several staff at the school, even the principal.
Yes.
Even the principal told you that they would defeat these locks with that magnets,
I
right?
can't remember which individual said, but based off the interviews I had conducted, now if she had said that, that's a possibility. I just don't remember which individual told me that.
I represent you. You spoke to Principal Gutierrez, right?
Yes.
I represent you that she told you that. Would you have a reason to doubt me?
No, sir.
I appreciate that. But nevertheless, there was a pattern of practice of leaving these doors open,
Yes.
leaving them unlocked.
Unlocked.
That's what I mean. When I say open, leaving them unlocked,
Yes.
which is a safety issue, right?
Yes.
Okay. And part of that safety thing is to prevent something like this from happening.
Correct.
And so the prosecutor just asked you about school police officers and their duties. Right? Now you investigated this incident. Right? You know through investigation that Adrian wasn't assigned to this school.
I don't know anything about Adrian.
No. But all right, let me ask you a different question then. You know there was no officer assigned to that school.
No, sir. I don't know anything about the officers at the school.
Through your investigation, you didn't know that?
No, because mine was compartmentalized to specific things.
Right, okay. But if there wasn't a school resource officer assigned to that school, then it'd be difficult for that non-existent school resource officer to report things to the school, right? That makes sense?
If he had never been there, then no, he wouldn't know that.
Right. No further questions. Thank you, Richard.
No further questions.
Recall, either side.
We don't need to recall him, Your Honor.
Subject to recall, please, Your Honor.
Okay, Ranger, the rule's been invoked. I think you're familiar with that. Please don't discuss the case with anyone. Be available for recall. And once again, when you know the case is over with and the rule is over, talk up.
Thank you.
We'll see you next time. Thank you. Next one.
Justin Duck.
These are just the 5.
Which one's these? Oh, did they go in?
The ditch. The other 5 photographs that you objected to earlier. Who did object to them?
Oh, I was just like, what, when was this? What was this one?
Justin Duck, he just did the subsequent substance.
All right, if you raise your right hand, please, you can solemnly swear the evidence of the testimony I'm giving this college is truth. I do. Take a seat there and adjust that microphone, make it comfortable, and speak up so everyone can hear you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you tell us what your name is?
My name is Justin Duck.
Justin Duck, what do you do for a living?
I'm a captain with the Texas Department of Public Safety.
And where do you work?
I work at Austin headquarters for DPS.
Okay. How long have you worked there?
A little over 19 years now.
And could you just give us a brief history of what you've done there?
Yeah, so I started in 2006 as a Texas Highway Patrol Trooper out of Houston. In 2012, I promoted into the Criminal Investigations Division, where we investigated forgery, fraud, motor vehicle theft, and violations of the Texas Racing Act. In 2016, I promoted into the Texas Rangers, which is the major investigative branch of the Department of Public Safety. In 2024, I promoted into the Office of Inspector General as a lieutenant, and there's basically the internal affairs of DPS. And in later this year, or late or mid 2025, I promoted into my current position in the Human Resources Operations Division.
And back in 2022, what were you doing?
I was a Texas Ranger stationed out of the Waco area.
Out of where?
Waco area.
And did you end up in Uvalde around May 24th or soon thereafter of 2022?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you end up doing that?
In my time in the Rangers, I was part of the crime scene investigation team. And so when the shooting happened on May the 24th, we were activated and told to respond to Uvalde.
And when did you respond?
May the 24th.
And how long a drive is that?
You know, I don't recall exactly, but it was several hours from Waco.
Okay. And were you given an assignment on searching a truck?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
So the morning of May the 25th would be the following morning. I was assigned to process a 2008 Ford F-150 that had been wrecked into the drainage ditch just south of Geraldine and South Grove there next to Uvalde, or I'm sorry, next to the Robb Elementary School.
And we've just looked at photographs of May 24th when the truck is in a nice clean ditch, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did anything change about that?
Yes, sir. The night of the 24th, it rained, and so the ditch filled with water.
And how did that complicate your work?
Well, any evidence that would have been immediately around the outside of the truck, it was now covered in water and difficult to locate.
And so did y'all just give up?
No, sir.
Tell us what you did.
We searched the truck and the area around the truck, and we found numerous items both in the water and inside the vehicle.
How'd you do that?
Well, we had to put our rubber boots on to get into the water.
Okay. And what did you recover?
From the water next to the truck, we recovered a duffel bag with a rifle and 6 loaded magazines.
And did you recover were any spent casings recovered either that day or the next?
Yes, sir. So the day of the 25th, there were 2 spent casings or fired cartridges located inside the 2008 Ford pickup, one near the rear passenger door and one near the front passenger door on the floor. Ranger Cody Allen also recovered a fired cartridge from underneath the water there next to the truck. Just by feeling around by feel, he located one. And then on May the 27th, Ranger Scott Swick, after the water had receded a little, went out and found a 4th fired cartridge.
So over a 3-day period, y'all end up recovering a total of 4 spent casings?
Yes.
Either in the truck or close by it?
Yes, sir.
And that's from just searching with your hands into the mud, and then thereafter, as it recedes, another casing was recovered?
Yes, sir.
And have you had a chance to look at photographs of those 2 searches?
Yes.
And are they fair and accurate depictions of the search?
Yes.
State now offers Exhibit 76 through 80.
Yeah.
384, 76 through 84, Your Honor.
No objection, Judge.
May we display those to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ranger Duck, if you'll look behind your left shoulder. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
That's going to be the right side of the 2008 Ford F-150 as it's set in the drainage ditch in the water.
That shows what happened to you overnight of the 24th in the morning, then of the 25th.
Yes, sir.
And that's where y'all searched around in that water and were able to recover at least one casing that morning. Is that correct?
We recovered 2 more from inside the truck, but 1 from the water.
You actually picked up the casings inside the truck.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Exhibit 77. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the condition of the drainage ditch that y'all searched?
Yes, sir.
And 78. You can tell us what we're looking at here.
Yes, sir. That's going to be the front right of the pickup truck there sitting in the water, and you'll be able to see Ranger Cody Allen's feet there as he's digging into the water.
And front right, that would be the front passenger side. Right is passenger side.
Yes, sir.
And that's the general location where something was recovered.
Yes.
And Exhibit 79.
And that's going to be Ranger Allen with the spent cartridge in his hand, too.
That's as he brings it up.
Yes, sir.
It's photographed.
Yes,
Would you point that out to the jury where it is? You can just walk over there. And was that a live cartridge or a spent casing?
That was a spent casing. Yes, sir.
Thank you. And then there was a subsequent search of the ditch the next day. Is that correct?
It would have been on the 27th.
27th, 2 days later?
Yes, sir.
And had the water receded to some degree?
Yes.
And on the bank there, is there a cartridge?
Yes.
Would you point that out also for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. And then the photograph zooms up on that, and it's a little bit more evident that it's a cartridge. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And y'all attach evidence tags to cartridges?
Yes.
And states Exhibit 2, is that what you're doing here?
Yes, that's Ranger Scott's wig holding the number 39 next to the fired cartridge.
And states Exhibit 83?
It's going to be same photo, just zoomed in.
And 84?
Same cartridge, just with a picture of the head stamp.
And the head stamp is for what purpose?
I wanted to make sure that we could identify that later on if we needed to, by brand or whatever.
And was that brand LC 223?
LC 22 this time too. Yep.
Thank you. May I approach? Showing your exhibits 11 and 13, all those 2 casings that were recovered in the ditch.
Yes.
Tenure to the defendants and often judges.
Judge Mack, who's on board,
All right, go ahead.
Ranger Duck, I'm gonna ask you just a couple of questions. How long did it take for you guys to process this evidence?
You know, I don't know. We started shortly after 11 a.m. that morning, and I believe we released the truck late that afternoon around 5 o'clock or so.
But there were rangers at the scene the day before. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Ranger Shea?
Yes.
And was he doing, I mean, and I'm just saying from this evidence, was this a specific duty you were assigned to do something different with these shells versus what he was doing?
You know, I don't know exactly what he was doing out there.
But you're saying all day of your investigation, this is the evidence that you retrieved from the truck?
No, that's not the only 2 items we received. We retrieved from the truck.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ranger.
Exhibits 11 and 13.
All right, if no further objection, then they're good.
No objection, Judge.
That's a witness.
I should have waited. I'm sorry, Ranger.
That's okay.
My name is Nico LaHood,
Yes, sir.
and I'm one of the lawyers who represents Adrian. You've testified before, right?
Yes, sir.
First of all, you're young to be on the force for 19 years.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
So I started asking you during the voir dire, but I should have waited till now. So were you not coordinating with Ranger Shea? You know Ranger Shea,
I
correct?
do. Yeah, I know Jason Shea. Yes, sir.
And who assigned you to do what you did on the 27th?
I want to say I got this assignment from Ranger Brent Marina, who was the crime scene team lead the following day on the morning of the 25th.
And was that Ranger in charge of dispensing assignments to you and Ranger Shea and everyone else?
I think so, yeah.
How many Rangers total investigated this scene?
This particular scene,
Yes, sir.
Jason was there the day of on the 24th. Nick Hill, Cody Allen, and myself were there on the 25th. And then there were I don't know exactly how many, but some other rangers went back after the waters had receded to check one more time on the 27th.
And so, excuse if I asked you, what was your specific assignment?
I was assist in processing this truck for evidence.
And when you say processing, that's a term of art in investigations, right?
Yes.
Will you explain to the jury what processing means?
Sure. So we're going to be looking for any evidence that's in there that we can recover. And then two, we did some swabbing of DNA and things like that.
And if I can ask, why wasn't this done the first day?
I don't know. I don't know that.
But you know that Ranger Shea was there the day before you, or sometime before you.
I do, yeah.
Because it's been entered into evidence. We saw these spent shell casings that Ranger Shea took.
I know that he took some photographs the day before on the 24th. Yes, sir.
What did you review before your testimony today?
I reviewed my reports. Nico had a report of all the evidence that we collected, and then I reviewed the photographs that we just went over.
And was your report part of a bigger report, or did you have an individual report?
I had one supplement or a couple of supplements within a larger investigative file.
Judge, pursuant to 612 and 615, I'm assuming, is that all part of the discovery that we were given?
Yes.
Okay. And so this was, you didn't have, we don't have a live suspect at this time, obviously, right?
Not that we're aware of at this particular time.
Well, the person responsible for the injuring those children had passed. You're aware of that at the time?
Yes, yes.
And so you're collecting evidence, not for a criminal investigation, just for what?
Well, at that particular time, yes, the individual that wrecked the truck there was deceased, but at that particular time, I don't know that we knew if he had any other help.
Okay, but that's where I was going.
Yes,
so
sir.
it wasn't sure if he had anybody else helping him to assist in this evil act.
At that particular time, I didn't know that.
Do you know how long it took for you guys to realize that he was acting alone?
No, sir, I do not.
Now, did you recover full magazines? I think you testified 6 loaded magazines
From the bag, the duffel bag that was on the ground. Yes, sir.
and that's, most people call those clips, but we know that's a magazine where you put the rounds in,
Yes, sir.
and you enter into the weapon, you chamber it, and then you can shoot a weapon.
Yes,
And did you check whether they were fully loaded or not?
I did not. Someone else did.
Do you know who did?
No.
Do you know if they were fully loaded?
I couldn't tell if they had, 28 or 30 in there. I couldn't tell, but they appeared to be loaded.
And typical magazines for a weapon like this usually carry up to 30 rounds, correct?
Yes,
So this was potentially 180 rounds, potentially.
yes,
And so you could fit a 223 round in that, into that magazine,
yes,
or a 5.56?
yes.
Can you explain that to the jury, the difference? Because that kind of came up with Ranger Shea, that what rounds can fit in what magazines.
So generally 223 and 5.56 are one and the same for most weapons.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Generally 223 and 5.56 are somewhat interchangeable for most of those AR style rifles.
On a revolver, it's kind of like a 357 and a 38.
38 special, yes.
38 special, right? You can actually, you can only do a 38 and a 357. You can't do a 357 and a 38.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that. What did you do with the evidence? Like, who are you reporting back to? What did you do with the evidence that you collected?
So the evidence I collected, I turned it over to Ranger Nick Hill, and then Ranger Nick Hill submitted it further from there.
Submitted it to whom?
I don't know exactly.
Okay. Did you do anything else further on in this investigation?
When I initially got there, I was in charge of documenting some of the bodies in the classrooms and helping get them to the transport vehicles. So we get them over to the medical examiner's office, and then after this, I was assigned in the kind of the evidence section, helping out there.
So there wasn't a conclusion to your portion. You just did what you were supposed to do, and then you pass it on.
Yes.
Thank you, Ranger. Pass it with you.
No further questions.
Is he subject to recall on your side?
The state doesn't need.
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, sir, the rule's been invoked. You know what that is. Please don't discuss the case with anybody until you know the case is over with and you've been released from the rule. You are subject to recall, so please stay in touch with the state. Would you excuse for the time being? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll go ahead and give you your afternoon recess. Take 15 minutes. Please remember my instructions, and we'll see you back in 15. Would everyone please rise for the jury? Okay, you be seated. We are in recess. Thank you. obviously, no contents. Oh, they're not open. Yeah, if they're not open. Okay, could you raise your right hand for me, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence and the testimony given in the cause will be the truth, so help you God. You go ahead and have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Adjust the microphone if you need to, and speak up for us. Thank you. Please.
Hello,
Could you tell us your name?
Stephanie Hill.
Say, what do you do for a living?
Currently, I'm a marketing coordinator at the hospital in Uvalde.
Uvalde Hospital?
Yes,
How long have you been doing that?
since July.
And before that, what did you do?
I was a teacher.
Where were
I'm waiting for them to show the
Started in Cal Allen and then moved to Uvalde at Rob.
body cameras.
And what did you do at Rob?
I was a third grade teacher.
At Rob Elementary School?
Yes, sir.
And was that true then, back on May 24th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Could you just tell us what that morning was like? What were y'all doing?
We had awards in the morning, and then we went back to the classroom, and it was a pretty relaxed day. Watched movies, had snacks, and then I don't know how far you want me to go into that. Okay.
So what is awards day?
It happened quarterly, and they would get awards for like top AR readers, AB honor roll, citizenship awards, all of those things. So just celebrating the kids and their achievements. Yes, sir.
And where does it take place?
The cafeteria.
And it's just people rotate in and out in the morning?
Yes, based on the grade levels.
And is it kind of a free day then for the kids?
Kind of, sort of, I guess. We have fun.
That's a day of fun.
Yes.
Wow. When did y'all finish awards?
We had ours in the morning. It was, I couldn't really tell you, 9, maybe 10, 9, between 9 and 10, I guess.
What did you do after the awards?
We went back to the classroom for a little bit, and then until it was time for them to go to rotation at the library.
So they went to the library after you were in the classroom.
Yes.
And then next, what did you do?
After I dropped them off, I went to a math interventionist room in the 4th grade building and looked at some math manipulatives, and then until it was time to pick my kids up from the library. And I actually picked them up about 10, 15 minutes early that day so we could have extra recess.
So you got them out early to go have recess?
Yes.
Where's recess?
On the playground, I'm going to say maybe the south side of the school.
Okay, we'll take a look at that in a minute. I just want to walk through the day first, okay? So you got out, you were headed for the playground on the south side of the school.
Yes.
And tell me what happened there.
We stopped at the classroom first to grab lunch boxes, use the restroom, and then we were walking to the playground, and it sounded like the trash, the dumpster was picking up the trash. And I thought to myself, that's weird. They usually do that in the morning.
What do you mean it sounded like a dumpster picking up trash?
Like the dumpster truck, you know how it picks it up and it dumps all the trash. I don't know, it makes a loud noise to me. So that's what it sounded like.
So that's what you heard?
Yes, at first.
And, so it didn't ring a bell as a concern or raise a ring?
I mean, it was interesting. It was a little weird and odd. And I remember thinking to myself, that's strange. They usually do that in the morning. And then I just became, I guess, a little more aware of my surroundings.
Okay. Did you continue on to the playground?
Yes.
And did you get to the playground?
Yes.
And how long were you at the playground?
I'm not 100% sure. Maybe 5 minutes,
A short
give or
period of
take.
time.
Yes, a short period of time.
What is it that disturbs your playground activity?
We heard sounds, and to me, I thought they were fireworks. That's what it sounded like. And then another teacher also said, that's kind of strange. And then I walked to, they had like bleachers in the middle of the playground so I could see kids, and I didn't make it there until Coach Gonzalez picked up his radio and started yelling for us to get inside.
Okay. So the combination of hearing these fireworks and Coach Gonzalez, did you draw a conclusion from that?
Yes.
And what was that?
That there was gunfire.
Okay.
So something was wrong. You
So
could see what I
fireworks
saw.
and Coach Gonzalez makes you think, not fireworks, guns.
Yes.
And
Or
as you were
something.
trying to get inside, was there anything else that indicated to you that wasn't fireworks?
Yes, we could, when we were standing there, the dirt was kind of, you could see the dirt cloud up, kind of coming towards us. And then as we were all running into the classroom, I saw I don't know what to call him, horrible person, walking.
Just take your time, we can hold on.
Sorry. walking towards the door.
Can you describe him for us?
He had all black, long hair, and a gun.
You saw a gun. Can you describe that for us?
I mean, I'm not really a gun person, but it's long and black, so.
And about this dirt being, would you say plowed up? I need to understand that a little better.
Like I don't know if you drop something in dirt or sand, I guess, and it kind of makes a cloud, and then I don't know how else to explain it.
Okay, and did you see one of those clouds or more than
More than one.
More than one. And so how many children did you have with you?
In my personal class, we were all together.
Good question. Let's start with your class.
At the time, I wasn't 100% sure, but I think there was about 10 to 12 students.
With you?
Yes, the rest had left.
And there was another class out there?
There were several other classes on the playground.
At the time this puffing of dirt was going on?
Yes.
Do they all allowed to intermix in for that?
Yes.
Okay. So the coach is giving you instructions, you had your own confirmations, you actually see somebody with a gun. Pretty stressful?
Yes.
Did it prevent you from acting?
No.
What did you do?
I yelled to the kids to get in the classrooms. The second grade teachers had opened their doors to let us in. And I went to the first classroom and I stood outside the door to make sure everybody had gotten off the playground.
So you got through the door before all your kids did?
Not all of them, but yes.
So but you didn't go in?
No.
And why is that?
To make sure they were safe and inside.
And did you make sure they were all safe inside before you went inside?
Yes.
And so when you went inside, what did you do?
I went to the corner of the teacher's classroom and at that point noticed I had only about 2 to 3 of my own students in there. And so realized that they were kind of spread out into other classrooms. And then
Did that cause concern for you? Tell me about that.
I mean, you just worry. And I mean, I know that they were all in a classroom, but not knowing where or who they were with was concerning because they weren't with me.
So what did you do?
We sat there for a little bit and you could see we just kind of waited and tried to keep the kids calm. So we'd gone into a second grade classroom and a few of them were struggling to stay quiet. And
what was the idea of staying quiet?
Don't talk, don't move, be still.
Is that part of the training that y'all had?
Yes.
You had training to stay quiet under what situations?
They just a lockdown.
A lockdown? Just would you go through this then what a lockdown is and what you do?
So it's lock lights out of sight, you lock your doors, which should be, and then you turn the lights off and you're out of sight. You go somewhere in your classroom that is away from windows, doors, hidden as best you can.
And is that school-wide?
Yes.
So in the
Being
lockdown, if you go in any
trapped
room,
is crazy.
according to the lockdown procedures, the kids are going to be away from the door and away from the windows,
Yes.
in the dark
Yes.
and quiet.
Yes.
And you had a little trouble with people being quiet.
Yes.
And so what did you do?
I like army crawled around the floor under these second graders' desk and did breathing with them. You go trace your hand and you breathe in and out as you go up and down your fingers. So I did that to 2 students, help them calm as best they could.
So you learned a breathing technique
Yes.
to calm kids in stressful
I
situations?
mean, it's just a normal, I guess, teaching special ed. You learn, I guess, little tricks to help with anxiety and things like that.
Did it work?
Yes.
How quickly?
I couldn't give you an exact time.
Okay. Did you take any other action as you were waiting?
Yes, at one point, the teacher, and I don't know her name, I feel so horrible, but I don't know her name. She had brought me a pair of scissors, and then there was another teacher in there. I don't know if I'm allowed to say her name. She also, we kind of like got together and just kind of came up with a plan.
What was the plan?
Do what we had to do, defend, keep quiet, wait until somebody came to get us.
And what were the scissors for?
I guess protection to fight if we needed to.
Okay. Under that stressful situation,
Yes.
you developed a plan.
Yes.
Defied.
Defined?
Defied?
Yes.
And how about your kiddos?
They were doing the best they could to stay calm and quiet. They were doing what they were supposed to be doing. They had ended up getting safety scissors, I guess because they saw us with our scissors. They all got theirs. I didn't even notice until we got to the parking lot.
The kids all had safety scissors,
Mhm.
mimicking you all,
I'm sorry?
mimicking the teachers.
I assume so, yes.
That is preparing you to defend yourselves.
Yes.
How long were you in this position?
I don't recall. It was all very, I don't know.
What did you do while you were there?
Where in the classroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Help the kids stay calm, was ready to go. At one point, we just made sure we followed the rules. At one point, the two other teachers we were with, or I was with, they couldn't remember if the door was locked or not, or they just weren't sure. And so I remember being on the opposite side of the classroom, and they were tying an extension cord up into the door. I don't know how to explain it, but there's like a triangular shape metal frame that helps it open, and they were tying an extension cord around it to try and make sure it was, I guess, secured the best it could be if the door wasn't locked.
Okay. And that was the other two teachers?
Yes.
At some point, you were relieved or you evacuated. Is that
Yes.
correct? Tell us about that.
We kept hearing knocking on the door, and we were taught, don't answer the door. Somebody will come in and get you. But after several times knocking, and again, I was on the opposite side of the room. One of the teachers, she peeked open the curtain to see, I guess, who it was. And it was law enforcement. And so at that point, she opened the door. They came and said, we're going to move you guys to the parking lot. So once everybody's ready, we're all going to move quickly but safely to the parking lot and wait there.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And how did your day end then?
Got to the parking lot. And at that time, I realized all the kids had scissors. So like, it's okay, we're okay. And I took all the scissors and had two big pockets. Both of my back pockets were full of scissors. And we sat there for a little bit and then ended up going to an empty field off of campus. And while we waited for buses, I still at this point didn't have all my students. And so I gathered the ones that I did have. And I told them, stay here. We're not getting on this bus. And waited.
For what?
For the rest of my kids.
And did you get them? And then where did the bus go?
It was a little bit of confusion, I guess. We went to the high school, or we were supposed to go to the high school. And then on the way there, the bus driver was just kind of going in circles. And then we were told that the high school was on lockdown, so we wouldn't be going there. And then we ended up going to the Civic Center.
The what?
The Civic Center.
Okay. And is that where the kids were reunited with their
Yes.
parents? Okay. Thank you. We've gone through your day, and I want to just kind of go through so we have an idea of where all of this occurred. Okay.
Yes.
Give you this. All we have is we have people on both sides, so it's real hard if we get in front of them and see what you're doing. So if you have to point at something, feel free to do that. I'll give you a second just to kind of familiarize yourself with State's Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 1? And could you show us the perimeters then of Rod Elementary School? Okay. And so when you went to recess, where did you start?
I started here. Well, I was originally at the grade room here in one of these classrooms, and then this is the library. So this is where I pick my kids up at.
Okay, let me ask, is the fourth grade wing there?
Yes.
Would you point out the fourth grade wing?
And the library just
The fourth grade wing, you point to it, it has 3 X's on it, is that correct?
Yes.
And then there's a building north of that, or is it still part of the fourth grade
It's
wing?
connected.
Excuse
It's part of it. It's connected.
Okay, and then so y'all had been in the library?
Yes.
Is it still somewhat part of the fourth grade
It
wing?
is in here. It's right here at the other entrance.
And you have to speak up a
I'm
little
sorry,
because now you're
the other
facing this way. So the library is where y'all had been,
Yes.
and then where did you go?
We walked, my classroom was on this wing right here. So we stopped.
Is that the second wing from the top?
Yes, it's wing B. So here's the main office parts, and then here's wing B. So we walked down this little sidewalk, went to the classroom, dropped stuff off our lunch boxes, and then followed the sidewalk all the way down. And it was about here that I heard the dumpster, what I thought was a dumpster. And then this is the playground. This is where we ended up at
that playground?
Yeah, and it's like this entire thing.
And is there another building right there at the bottom of the photograph that you were talking about?
Down here?
Right here?
That's the pavilion, the PE pavilion where they have the basketball court and where the kids.
Pavilion or pagoda?
Pavilion, I guess.
Okay. Call it pavilion. And so where would the kids play?
They were scattered throughout this entire area. There was several different pieces of equipment. They had there's just tons for them to do. So they were spread out all through here.
All through and even behind the pavilion?
Oh, not this far. I would say they probably stop about here.
To the right, if I'm facing it?
Yes.
Okay, so could we go back then to where the Hillcrest Funeral Home is?
Over here.
Right here?
Yes.
So from this position, what would be the line of sight to the pavilion?
From this
Yes,
right here. Correct.
to that pavilion?
Yes.
And so could you see the children playing where y'all were playing?
I'm sure if you were standing in the right spot, yes.
And so is that likewise where the puffs of dirt came up?
Possibly.
Okay. So were there shots being fired toward the pavilion area?
To my knowledge and experience, I thought so, yes.
So some suggestion that there was no evidence of shots being fired toward the pavilion is contrary to what you saw that day.
Could you,
Is that
could
correct?
you rephrase that? Sorry.
Louder.
Could you repeat your question? Sorry.
So some suggestion that there was no evidence of shots being fired toward the pavilion area, that would be contrary to your experience and what you saw that day.
Overruled. You can answer if you understand the question.
Yes. To my knowledge, there were shots fired over here and some of the dirt and
Okay. And where were they coming from?
from this area right here. Like they would be coming and the dirt was flying up about this area.
And where did you go when these things started happening?
The second grade wing is right here, closest to the playground. I ended up in the first classroom.
And before you got in that classroom, did you see somebody?
Yes, on the way to the classroom, I saw a person in all black and a long weapon.
And do you remember where he was?
Yes, he was over here, closest. He was around this area.
And are you marking there to the spot, southwest corner of the building and the parking area?
Yes, and to me, I guess in the moment, it looked like he was at this. There's an entrance door right there. I thought he was more on the sidewalk. That's what I.
Close to the sidewalk?
Close to the sidewalk.
Okay. How much time did you spend to look at him?
Depends.
Just a glance?
Mhm.
Okay.
Just
Thank
a
you.
glance.
Pass the witness.
Back across. Thank you. Hi, Ms. Hale. Hi, my name is Jason Goss. I represent Adrian, and I guess I want to say first, I know that testifying and thinking about this stuff is hard. I can tell. I can see it, and we all can see it. And nobody blames you for that because you went through a lot. I mean, all y'all out there went through a lot that day. Okay, so I say that to say I'm not asking these questions to make you relive that, to hurt you anymore. But do you understand it's important? I need to go through some of these things because we are in this case and they have made allegations against my client, so we need to talk about that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So they kind of, Mr. Turner walked you through what was going on that day. I think one of the things you said was that you had your kids in library, and just so that I know, and I felt like just so that I can understand exactly what you would take them to the library, drop them off. Then where would you go?
Typically, we would all meet as a grade level team, but since it was a fun day, I guess, award day, we didn't have to meet. So that day I went into the math interventionist room. I want to say it was like room 132. And we spent time looking through her manipulatives because she was going to retire and I was going to take some from her.
Right. And I think you said that in your statement. You said manipulative.
Yes.
So we had it transcribed, and I thought the transcription was wrong, so the word can't be manipulative.
Yes.
But
It's so students could manipulate and move to
Got it.
understand.
Okay, so that's kind of what I want to understand. So manipulative is like an object or something that they're using, and it teaches them a lesson about, I guess, whatever your lesson is.
Yes.
Kind of okay. And you said you were having to go over manipulatives with a person who was retiring.
Yes.
Was that for your benefit or for hers?
both, I guess.
You see what I mean? Like, was she teaching you?
Oh, no, I was just going through what she had so I could use it in my classroom.
Understood.
So she was no longer going to be using it as she was retiring. So I was getting that from her.
Got it. So she's basically saying, look, I have these things I think your students could use.
Yes.
And you were saying yes, and let me see them, and this looks interesting. Okay.
Yes.
That does clear up a part of the interview. So I guess at the point where you go to the library, so you were going over that and decided, we don't have our meeting, our staff meeting or whatever, our team meeting, might as well go get the kids and give them extra time out on the playground.
Yes.
That sound right?
Yes.
Were all of your kids in the library at the time?
The ones who had stayed, yes.
And what does that mean?
So after the award, some of the students had left to go home.
Okay. And was that like a normal thing?
Typically after awards, yes.
Okay. So, I mean, I guess what I mean by that is, did the school say, look, because we're talking about May 24th, real quick. May 24th, can you give us an idea that year, if you remember, can you give us an idea like how close to the end of the school year May 24th was?
Maybe a week or two.
Okay.
Not maybe, I don't know.
And I'm sure you're in grade school, so nobody's doing like finals or anything, but have you as the teachers, or at least have you guys already basically submitted all the grades that they were going to have, or were there still more grades that had to be submitted?
There were still more grades, but I believe we had to do them for 4 weeks.
Okay.
So.
And do you know a park that's commonly known in Uvalde as Mexican Park?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just describe what that is?
I've never been there.
Oh, but you've heard people talk about it?
Yes.
And they call it Mexican Park because I think it's named after somebody famous in Mexico.
I guess.
But that's what it's called there, right?
Yes.
The high schoolers, they have awards day too, or did you know?
Yes.
Okay, they have awards day. Do you know if it was pretty common throughout Uvalde, the Uvalde ISD, that on awards day, if you want to go home, parents want to take you out, do something fun, or you want to go to, if you want to go shopping at the mall or whatever with your parents or whatever those things, that would be a normal thing. They can take them out of school or they can take them home and they wouldn't be in class.
Are you asking for like every child would do that, or?
No, I guess, do you know if it was like, because you're in an elementary school and Uvalde has a middle school.
Yes.
And Uvalde has a high school.
Yes.
And I don't know really I'm really just trying to ask, I don't know your experience with the middle school and the high school levels, but it sounds like that they were having kind of awards and things going on in celebration on the same day from the high school level to the elementary school level, but you wouldn't know.
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. But you do know that in elementary school, not that every kid would go home, but if the kids wanted to go home, they would go home.
Yes.
And in fact, your kids that you talked about, the ones that you had that day, those were the ones that didn't go home with their parents.
Correct.
How big is, when we say your kids, we're talking about your class that you're responsible for.
Yes.
How big is it normally?
About 22.
About 22. And how many do you think or remember that you had that day?
I believe it was 12.
12. So probably, close to half of them had chosen to go home with their parents, or their parents chose one to take them home.
A little less, yes.
A little less, right? So 10 out of the 22 had gone home.
Yes.
All right. And have you been a teacher anywhere else? Oh, you said Cal
Allen.
Cal Allen. When you're at Cal Allen, was there something kind of a similar practice?
Yes.
Is it pretty common that, when you have the fun day or whatever, kids go home, and then some kids who stay watch movies, right, in the classroom, and just generally maybe get more time at recess, a lot of different things like that on a day like that.
I guess, yes.
Right. And I'll tell you this, it'll seem like I'm asking you questions and you don't know why I'm asking them, because whatever the relevance is to you. But I'm not asking them, I guess I'm not trying to ask them to bother you. You understand? But I really just want to know, because I don't know. You're the teacher, you're the first teacher that we've heard from here. And I want to know from you what that policy or kind of what that practice was on that day. You understand?
Yes.
As far as that goes. So after this happened and you went through it in detail, and let's go toward the point where you've got the kids that were remaining and you've taken them to the playground, and you did that. I'm going to go through this map with you, but you said you took them to the playground that's sort of on the south side.
Yes.
Okay. And you said as you were on the way, you found or you heard something that sounded like a dumpster picking up the trash.
Yes.
Do you remember talking to Ranger Benson?
I wouldn't remember his name, no.
Do you remember speaking to a ranger?
Yes.
On May 28th of 2022?
Yes.
And that would have been the interview that you did where you sat down with
a member of law enforcement and they ask you about the things that happened.
Yes.
In May 28, 2022, how long after this had happened was that?
I'm sorry.
How long after this, what we're talking about here, how long after you were on the playground with the kids was May 28, 2022?
4 days.
4 days. So you would agree that your memory of what happened was fresh at the time that you talked to the law enforcement investigators?
Not necessarily. I mean, could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Sure. I guess what I'm really just trying to point out is that, as is common with all human beings, in the immediacy or in the immediate days after something happens, our memory about what happened is fresher or it's better than years later.
Years later?
Years
Yes. Yes, years later.
Sure. And so I kind of want to ask you a few questions. And after this, and you know, I'm not saying anything one way or another. I kind of want to know what you've been able to see or learn or read or hear since that time. Okay. Now, I would assume, as somebody who's so closely involved and so closely affected by what happened, that you have looked at and examined the reports that have come out about what happened.
No, I have not.
Okay. You've never read one?
Nope.
You've never seen anything on TV?
I've seen, yes, but I have not in detail read. I don't care to. Sorry.
No, I
See that.
I understand. And I think some people would want to know, and then some people may not, and it's fine both ways. So as far as the Texas House report, you haven't read any part of it?
No.
Or their conclusion?
No.
The Department of Justice report?
No.
The Department of Homeland Security report?
No.
The City of Uvalde report?
No.
Have you talked to other teachers since about what happened?
Yes.
Is there any kind of support group that you have with the other teachers or other people who were there where you guys have talked about it together?
We did group counseling, but it was maybe 5 teachers 4 times within like 3 months.
Sure. And of course, like I said, I'm not asking these questions because there's anything wrong with that. I'm glad that whatever communications that you needed to do, you've been able to do. But I want to go back to the interview. Because in the interview, do you remember talking in the interview, and do you remember the ranger asking you what happened, what you witnessed and what you saw?
I mean, it was a while ago, so I don't really remember the interview. I just remember where it was at.
Okay. And I guess what I mean is, did you understand that the purpose of them interviewing you is to ask you what happened on that day and what you witnessed?
Yes, I guess. I didn't know if it was, I thought it was mandatory we had to do it.
Sure. I guess what I mean is that obviously when something like this happens and you're in the room with the ranger, the law enforcement officer, the reason you're there is to tell the ranger what you witnessed.
Yes.
Okay. Because, you know, in that interview, you did talk about, you heard it sound like a dump truck, right? You described it as a dump truck at the time.
Yes.
You described it here as like a garbage truck.
Yes.
And trust me, to me, there's no difference. I think it's the same. And what you're describing, I don't know, everybody probably heard it, and I just wanted to clarify. What you're describing as part of the sound is like whenever it kind of takes up and dumps and like slams it back down and like
yes,
that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And was that a common sound for you to hear on the playground? I know you said it was weird for the time, but is that a common sound for you to hear on the playground at Uvalde or at Robb Elementary School?
At least once or twice a week. Yes.
Okay. So do you know what dumpster would have been being emptied, or you just remember hearing that sound?
I just remember hearing the sound.
All right. And so before you came here to testify today, because you said it's been years since you gave that interview.
Yes.
Did you sit down with any member of the prosecution and discuss what you would testify about?
When? I guess, could you clarify the time frame?
Sure. I guess at any time after this event occurred, but before you came here to testify today.
Yes.
Okay. Which is it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to do, yeah, it's fine. But what I'm trying to do now is figure out at any time when that happened during this interview, did they play for you this interview so that you could hear what you had told Ranger Benson before?
No.
Okay. So you've never heard it?
No.
So I have some questions. What you were there and present when you did the interview, but nobody's ever played it back.
No.
Because during that interview, you described going into the classroom and that you described the scissors as you described for us today. But during that interview, 4 days after this happened, you never told Ranger Benson that you had seen anybody matching the description of black, wearing all black and long hair.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. Let's talk about that fact.
Okay.
That would be a fact when you're talking to the ranger that you would relevant and important.
Yes.
Sure. And I'm not trying to get on you, but that's why I said the reason I have to ask these questions is because I think testifying to here today are not the things that you said to the ranger at the time. Did you know that?
I'm sorry?
Did you know that?
No, I don't remember what.
Okay. Do you remember telling the ranger that the only way you found out there was an active shooter was your husband called you while you were in that classroom?
He did not call me.
Did he text you?
We were texting, yes, and he didn't tell me that there was an active shooter. He just told me to stay inside and be safe.
Okay. So if you had told the ranger at the time that your husband was the one that told you there was an active shooter, could your memory have just be different now?
I guess maybe.
Did you know, I guess, or do you remember, when you talked to the ranger, you never told the ranger that you saw clouds of dust coming up from the schoolyard?
I believe that I did, because I remember telling my family what had happened that day. And
do not get me wrong, anybody who goes through a traumatic event remembers differently at different times. I understand that. But you would agree, though, that would be a significant fact, just as if, just also as seeing somebody with a gun.
Yes.
Wearing all black and long hair on the south side of the building.
Yes.
And I think what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask you to review your statement about what you said to the ranger, because it seems to me like the stuff that you do not remember saying to him, that if you were able to review your statement, that would refresh your memory. Do you agree with that?
Possibly.
About what you said to him. If you watched what you said to him, it would refresh your memory about what you said to him.
Well, yes, obviously.
Sure. All right, I'd like to do that.
I have no objection. It's just not in front of the jury the way that works.
I understand. I'd like to have an opportunity to have her review her statement so that I can do a cross-examination that
How long?
What is it? Maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, jury, if you want to take a 10-minute break, we'll bring you back out shortly. So would everyone rise for the jury? They're saying 10 minutes, but whenever it's over with, we'll bring you back out. Okay, you can be seated in the courtroom. You'll have it.
Your Honor, may I approach
Tina?
May I approach the witness? Yeah.
Yep.
And you need water or anything before we start?
That's on the garrison.
Okay.
Here.
Okay. Second.
So all I'm going to do is just look at the situation. Watch it when you're done. That's it.
Interesting.
Special Agent Sean Curtis. They interviewing this. So I had discussed just a moment ago, so I had a long here, which partners, which
So I was a little late to my kids, but the library outside. So I walked out around, I was there like 26.
She didn't seem like she was losing it in the interview. They didn't take it seriously.
know if someone has a, I'm sure we don't say that. Do you know if someone has a special kid?
There were a couple people, school counselor, the front office staff.
Okay, so, okay. And so is there any protocol on what y'all do?
Really can't tell what she's saying.
Okay. To your knowledge, are there any issues between the doors, both exterior and interior doors, that never have issues with locks or that nature? Where they weren't, those doors weren't locked when they came into.
I know that there's a piece group, it's started, I don't know, but it's been like the building that is not locked. Yeah. It's the reason to say last time. It's a lock. That's why, but that's real. I just know where I was at. It's 131.
It's 131.
As far as I'm always
And so 131, are there any students that are taught 131 that's kind of scary? And it's 132 controls of 131. Okay. Then anybody can tell.
Hey, Manny.
Do you know if this
How
is
are ya?
common still by teachers or students?
What's up? MPO gang gang. MPO crypto gang gang. How about your squealers, huh?
Yes. But it happens kind of just, yeah, like I said, it makes sense that that's
Good luck in the playoffs, Minnie. Good luck in the playoffs.
on the, say you have an issue.
I'll be watching from the couch.
Do you also need some of there's other records that are kept on?
Oh,
Like, where now, you know, I mean, say-
Mahomes told him, fix it. Fix it. Else he's gone. He's out of there. No, you can't. No, it's not a mouse. Go. I don't know why you want to attack me for. Go.
Okay. With that, is it, would that come in an email directly to MP, or is it more of you actually pushing and telling them what you know? Sort of coaching. Okay.
I can't hear what she says, but I guess her testimony is different.
Oh, I stood out and I'm not going into the actual classroom until every student was inside of the classroom. I was standing there where the teacher and I took the ground and most kids.
My second question is, said someone from items out of work for somebody did they evacuate some parking lot? Was that did they get to the window? Okay. How many? Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's going through civil, and I can't wait for it. The civil trial is going to be off the chain. Yeah, what a circus, and they're still dealing with it. They're still dealing with it. The whole civil trial. Yeah.
Okay, we ready to bring him in?
Yeah, now that's a whole mess.
Okay.
Ms.
And
Hale,
a half.
you would agree with me in listening to the totality of your interview 4 days after that you never tell the ranger that you saw anybody that was dressed in black with long hair and a gun?
Correct.
You agree that you never told him that you saw dirt flying up on the playground? That was to you, I guess, putting two and two together.
No.
You felt like you were being shot at, which was your opinion.
Correct.
You never told the ranger any of this.
I'm listening to that now.
Don't leave me
Right.
alone.
That was 4 days after it happened.
Correct.
And you would agree he gave you every opportunity to say everything that you remembered about what happened.
Yes.
And seeing the shooter and seeing somebody with a gun in your school would have been something that you would have told him at the time.
I would think so,
No.
yes.
In the dirt and you connecting that to their bullets being fired in your direction.
Yes.
Okay. So the question I have is, when you talked to the prosecutor on those incidents, did you tell them those details about seeing the person in black and with long black hair or with long
What
hair
the
and a firearm?
heck?
And you
Yeah,
tell them
you
about
want to
seeing
look
dirt being kicked up
Okay,
the
here's
playground?
the
I
thing.
believe so, yes.
All right, Your Honor. And so based on that,
Isn't
we have
that
never gotten any
pussy
notice
pretty?
from the prosecution. And that is clearly an inconsistent statement with the statement that she did. The prosecution has never provided us. This is clear under Brady. It's clear under Michael Morton that if this is the first time that I'm hearing of this in a trial of this magnitude is when she testified on the stand about it. And so if she did report these things to the prosecution, we were entitled to that to prepare for this. And this is a trial by ambush.
Uh-oh.
Response?
We're checking to see if it is indeed part of the grand jury testimony we turned over to them.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Trial by ambush. Uh-oh.
Yes. It's provided in the transcript that we provided to them on what's 134. Here's a part, so I'll the extension for you.
I agree that she said that before. I do see in the grand jury transcript, there was talk about dirt flying up around the kids. I do not see where she described seeing a shooter, seeing a person with a gun matching the description of the shooter. And apparently she told the prosecution that before trial. I mean, Judge, that's an incredibly important detail that I'm finding out about now in front of the jury.
And how's that part of your exculpatory, Your Honor?
Well, it's like insanely different. What I want to say is it is 180 degrees different than her prior testimony to the grand jury and her prior statement to the ranger. And it is of a matter of such importance because it has placed the gunman on the south side at the same place where my client was, where he responded to and where he went to. And so if this witness has told, and I understand witnesses testify, they remember things differently, but when the prosecution hears something that the witnesses remember differently than anything that we have, it's their obligation to provide that to us, because that would be what could be used for impeachment.
But we provided with the grand jury testimony that had about the dirt, whether or not it was a man in black, they've already stipulated that there's a man in black that was there.
I agree, but not at that location at that time. And this is a man dressed all in black, not just all in black, with long hair and a firearm and a gun.
Like there was more than one man in black and a gun.
But that's
South End of Rondo Elementary.
The prosecution, I'm sure, is not trying to intentionally miss the point, which I'm sure that the court understands my point, which is It's not about who did the shooting. Of course, we all agree with that. But at what time, when, and where, and how, and what teachers had identified a shooter or had seen a shooter on campus?
I get it.
Well,
Nope.
the location is pretty important, Mr. Turner. Do we have anything that you show in your notes? You turn that over to them?
About the man in black, no, Your Honor, I don't.
Specifically the location at that particular time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess the idea is the witness has testified that she told the state. Does the state acknowledge to the court that they were told that?
I said, I believe so. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the thing about it is that this woman was initially interviewed, you know, in a very traumatic event. So there's going to be things that she remembers, you know, for as time goes on. But I agree with Mr. Turner. That's not exculpatory. You know, we all knew. I mean, when saying to them, "Hey, there's a shooter, all black with a long rifle," is not information that they didn't already have throughout this case.
They're
The
not.
opening statement, they said
They're
the
not
gun before it said the man
getting
was
that.
all
You're
black,
not
but she
getting
got the
that.
gun wrong. So
They're
it's
not-
I think his
new
complaint
information.
is more to the location of the man in black
Yes.
in relationship to where his client was.
I don't think she said anything about where his client was, first of all.
She put it.
Second of all, I think Melody, the testimony will be that Melody Ford saw him in the same spot that this woman has said it was. There's no new testimony there. There's no new evidence. There's nothing different than what they already know.
She never told us that the specific location that she saw him, about that south end of the door. She never told us that.
Okay. So what are you asking for?
His trial.
Well, can I have a moment?
Pretty quick, isn't it?
Yeah, just need a little bit to talk to them.
Yeah.
Don't you think you should be around your client? Like you guys are all huddled in this little thing together. What about your client? Don't you think you need to include your client, sir? Sir, ma'am, sir? Hey, your client? Yeah, that's kind of a tricky situation because they were given times to the jury and saying he's on the south side. Yeah, that's getting a little tricky there. Okay, now they're including their client. Yeah,
Thanks,
that's
Richard. So go ahead. Before they ask for their remedy, we'll go ahead and ask your question.
As far as the conversation you had with the prosecutors and the man in black, did you discuss, or do you have a firm memory that you discussed where he was, or did you simply discuss him and you saw the man in black?
I don't remember. Are you talking like during the grand jury? During the grand jury or when?
No, when you talked to the prosecutors in preparation for trial.
Oh, I don't remember now.
You don't remember?
If I discuss the location, no.
And I'd also like to ask Miss Mitchell, do you have any notes that we're discussing where?
I guess we're going to take this. And I think, but ma'am, let's do this. I don't want you going back up to the fourth floor. Could you go with one of our bailiffs and just step out in the hall momentarily? And we'll bring you right back in. Don't talk to anybody about the case if you do me that favor. All right, Ms. Mitchell, you raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony given in the cause to be the true self of God.
Yes.
Mr. Turner, we can just do it from council table if nobody objects. Go ahead.
Thank you. Were you there and conducted an interview with Stephanie Hill?
Yes. The trial preparation.
And did you take notes as a part of that?
Yes.
Do you have any notes as to Ms. Hale telling the prosecution where the man in black was?
No, she told us there was a man in black. She looked, she saw a man in black with a long rifle. But she didn't tell us that he was specifically at that location at the south end on the sidewalk. And she did say.
Thank you. And I'd also call Mr. Garza, Your Honor. Oh, I'm sorry, pass the witness.
But clarify for me, what was in the grand jury testimony that you did disclose?
That there was dirt flying up.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Question.
Ms. Mitchell, the notes that you're referring to, on what date was that interview done?
I have to go back to my calendar. It was sometime in mid-December.
Of?
It was right before Christmas.
Of 2025?
Yes.
Were you the only prosecutor present at that interview?
No, it was me, Mr. Garza, and Mr. Turner.
All right. And you were conducting the interview?
No, Mr. Turner was.
And in that interview, the witness that we're referring to told you she saw a man dressed in black with long hair and a long rifle.
Right.
All right. And you noted that she had never said that before at the time that she said that.
I didn't note that.
Well,
we're prepping her, so I can't say that I specifically noted that.
but I mean, you, in just the preparation, you would have noted that a fact like that, the additional person seeing the shooter at the time before the shooter entered the building outside, you would have noted that as a significant fact. You would agree with that?
I would say that he was seen by several people. So one other witness saying they saw him, such as Ms. Flores, or, you know, is part of that.
All right, but I guess what I'm saying is that whether or not he was seen, you understand and know that not only is location important, but time is important. Where the shooter is at a certain time, you know that is an important detail.
That is an important detail. I wouldn't say that I was, at the time, had dissected the time frame with her to the point that it was so significant that it stood out to me.
Well, and I guess that you'd also understand that different witnesses at different points in time viewing a shooter at in different locations. All of those things are important details as to know not just where the person was, but when in time the person was. And different witnesses will provide different times, right? You understand that as a concept.
Right, I understand that.
And I'm not talking down to you, I'm just trying to make sure that I know you understand it. I just want to make sure that it's clear on the record. And so, because this focus on whether or not she talked about the location, if that's the first time that she ever said location, and it just happened to be the location in trial that is where our client was, and now she's put the shooter on the south side of the building on the sidewalk, looking like he's going into the building on the south side in trial today. Are you saying she never said that to you before in your notes?
Now, were you asking me two different questions, like seeing him there versus seeing him specifically on the sidewalk? The term the sidewalk today caught me off guard because I had never heard that before.
Had you ever heard her say that she had seen him either going into the south side of the building or approaching the south door?
No,
Did she ever tell you that he was on the south side of the building?
no,
So nothing in your notes. Now,
no.
okay, so here's my question. At a time when you're talking to a witness and for the first time they're telling you that they saw the shooter, neither prosecutor or anyone in the room thought to ask her, where did you see the shooter? That wasn't a question that came up in anybody's mind to ask her where the shooter was?
Yeah, what the fuck?
You know, you're getting very nitpicky. Let me tell you something. When we were prepping these witnesses, I was running a law office, and so I was in and out of interviews. So I can't say that she said that, and I like, oh my God. You know, it wasn't that type of reaction for me. So that's the best I can say.
I guess I know, but as a person present in the interview, I mean, this is who.
What I can say is today when she said that he was on the south end, I was surprised. That's what I can say.
And we were too, or that she saw him at all. But you were not surprised though when she testified that she had seen him.
No, because she said that she had seen him. She said that during trial.
And so
what she had seen is a guy with long hair with a gun.
And so you understand with all the information that you provided us, that your office provided us in discovery, you understand how we would be surprised that she testified that she saw him.
No, because I would assume that y'all knew that, given everything, given all the information that's been provided to y'all, that y'all would know that he's, the testimony, the evidence is that he's on that south end of that building shooting into room 102, right? And so if he's at 102, that's the farthest room on that end, on that south end, then somebody's going to see him because there's casings from that room.
But somebody is going to see him versus a person in a particular place at a particular time saw him has a lot of relative. It's a whole different thing. And you would agree with that. That's why I was asking that question. Place and time are both important considerations when we're talking about Adrian Gonzalez's conduct. What he saw, what he could see, what he could know, what others knew. Those are
Yep.
all important considerations.
But we already have other witnesses that say that he was, that the shooter was seen at the south end of the building.
Right, and
We
you,
have other witnesses.
okay, and so,
So I didn't think that that would be a surprise to y'all.
well, let me ask you this. So you say you have other witnesses that will say that. And now you have provided, you would agree, you have provided a witness that will corroborate those other witnesses, right? And make those other witnesses seem more credible instead of their testimony standing alone. Right?
Right.
Okay. And so that would be an important thing for us to know before we started this trial. And to know when you knew it. You would agree with that?
I would agree that you should, that was already known, that was out there.
Well, I'm not,
I don't understand why it's a surprise to you.
because you didn't report it when she told you that. That's why, because you didn't turn it over when she told you that, and it was something she had never said before. And I think you will agree with me that it's not been turned over by your office in any shape or form before.
Well, I would agree with you that I so asked you to come to my office and review our file. That was on the record. I said, I want you to come and look through our complete file to make sure that you have everything. And that was agreed to, but then I was never contacted. So I did make our file available on the record before trial.
And you understand the prosecutor's obligation is not on the defense. The prosecutor's obligation
Now, I
belongs
understand
solely
that,
to the
but I wanted to
prosecutor.
make sure that this is tons of evidence. I want to make sure y'all had everything, made our discovery portal available, gave y'all, so I want to make sure y'all had everything. So I did make that available.
I'll pass the witness.
I have a few follow-up questions on timing. All right. Ms. Mitchell, to start with, there are casings, not only in front of 102, but also south of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And those casings are not attributable to anybody other than the shooter. Is that correct?
That's right.
And those pictures and statements have been given as to that. Is that
Yes.
correct? And as far as timing, the only timing this witness has said is when she heard firecrackers, she headed to her building and saw the defendant. How many guns? Is that correct?
Right.
Did she say anything about Adrian Gonzalez being there or not being there?
No.
Did she testify to anything about Adrian Gonzalez being there or not
No.
being there? So the timing is simply that as she hears what she believes to be firecrackers and where there are casings, she sees the man in black. Is that correct?
Right.
And so how does that timing in any way impact Adrian Gonzalez?
I mean, speculation in that sense, because she can't know our defensive strategy or what we're doing. But it's pretty clear, Judge, it's pretty clear that we have these things down to the second. Prosecution presented the things in a big blurb. We have it to the second, and the second matters, and every second matters. And so timing is important to the defense strategy. I'll just represent to the court. I don't need Ms. Mitchell to testify about
We
how
have
important it is to our
the
strategy.
timing of whenever shot was fired, including the shots at the south end, John.
Okay.
We do have examples.
Let's finish up the evidence that you wanted. Did you have any other questions of Ms. Mitchell? Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, did you have any other follow-up, Cross, from Ms. Mitchell on?
I'd ask you to examine her records in camera or her notes in camera to find out if that's
Did you
the
want to call Garza or not?
Yes.
Okay, let's finish the evidence. All right. You solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given the cause to be the truth, self you got.
I did.
Wait. Yeah, let's do it for the witness stand. You're a little far away. Okay, thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Tell us who you are
My name is Ricardo Garza Jr.
and what do you do for a living.
I'm an investigator for the DA's office in Uvalde County.
Were you present when Stephanie Hale was interviewed?
Yes.
And do you recall her saying anything about where the shooter was?
No.
Do you recall her saying the shooter was in black?
Yes.
And did you say anything about the white car or Adrian Gonzalez during that period of time?
No.
Did she ever give any testimony about seeing Adrian Gonzalez or where he was in proximity to the shooter?
No.
And did she give any indication of timing?
No.
Was she looking at a phone, a cell phone, as to timing?
No.
Whether in minutes or seconds?
No.
So she could give us no clue as to what time she saw the person in black.
Correct.
That's the witness.
Knock it off, Kitty.
Investigator, so I guess first and foremost, you would be willing to get on the stand and testify that the witness, and she testified, had never said before that this person was on the south side.
I don't recall her saying that.
That's different than what you testified to, which is that she did not.
Well, she did not.
Okay. So as far as the person that her telling you, you've looked through this file, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yes. And you know that it's significant when people were able to see the shooter from the time that he went in the culvert to the funeral home, to walking down, to the shots he was firing, and who could see him and what was going on at the time. You know those are significant factors.
Correct.
Okay. And the shooter the shooter was apparently, I guess, in this December 2025 interview that you were present for, a question was asked, or Ms. Hale told you guys in that room that for the first time that anybody knows that she saw the shooter with a black shirt, wearing black, long black hair, and a black or and a long gun or a rifle. Yeah,
She said that.
right. And you recognize that to be the first time that she has ever said that to anybody.
I don't know if that was the first time she said to anybody.
Well, I guess to anybody in your investigation that would come over in discovery to us.
Correct.
You knew that was the first time she'd ever said it.
Correct.
And nobody in that room thought to say, where did you see him?
That was not asked.
Okay, so as an investigator, as prosecutors, you have a significant fact that's come out, and you're saying there was no follow-up questions to her saying she saw a man dressed in black with a rifle and long hair. Nobody followed up. Nobody said where. Where were you and where was he when you saw him?
That was not asked.
As an investigator, you understand that follow-up question would be a common question that any investigator or prosecutor that you know of would ask. If somebody has come up and said a material fact like that, where were you and where was he when you saw him?
Correct.
And nobody in that room asked.
Correct.
I'll pass my notes.
No further questions.
Okay, you sit down, have a seat back at a council table.
May I address the court on one issue, Your Honor? Yes, sir. I'd just like to point out that the indictment says and accuses Adrian Gonzalez at the time that occurred after Melody Flores informed him where the shooter was. That's the time that is relevant and material to this case. Where the shooter was any time before that has no bearing on Adrian Gonzalez or his conduct in this case.
Well, we can't delve into their trial strategy, but I'm gleaning that there is some issue in that regard for the trial strategy. So, any other evidence on the matter?
Not from the defense.
Okay. Arguments?
I guess, well, the only thing that I would like to ask, because we started to speak to my client and then they put on more evidence, I had to come sit over here. I'd just like a brief moment to talk to him. I mean, it's his case. It's his part of, I want to know how he feels about, because there's certain remedies that are severe.
Well, there's several remedies, Heath, et cetera, that we can talk about, but yeah, talk to him.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh.
Mr. Goss, would y'all approach the bench real quick? I'm going to do a Okay, please be seated in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, we had to take up a matter required by law outside your presence. As I've told you before, please don't hold it against either side. We need to, because of issues that arose during that hearing, we were already going to have to quit tomorrow for the medical appointment at noon or 1 o'clock. So we were not going to be here in the afternoon. To further deal with this issue, I'm going to continue this matter till Thursday morning at 9 o'clock for the jury. We will be here tomorrow dealing with a matter outside your presence, but I'm continuing the jury until 9 a.m. Thursday morning, and hopefully all the other issues can get resolved during that period. So thank all of you for your consideration and your patience. It's very, 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 very important with this day delay that you remember my instructions and do not read anything, watch anything, or listen to anything that may be in the media about the case. Don't make any personal investigations. Don't talk to anybody about the case, and don't let anybody talk to you. We will start on time, 9 a.m. Thursday, with this witness back on the stand. So have a good day off. I hope everything works out otherwise, and we'll see you at 9 a.m. on Thursday. Would everyone rise for the jury? Your excuse for the evening. Thank you all very much. Okay, you can be seated in the courtroom. Ma'am, we're doing that continuance because of some issues that arose. And what I'd like for you to do is be back on Thursday morning at 9. But this is very important. The rule has been invoked, and it is a specific rule concerning witnesses. And it means you cannot talk to anyone about the case, about your testimony you gave in here today, or anything about the case to anyone other than the lawyers. That means family members, spouses, anybody, until you're told the case is over with and you're released from the rule. All right. We'll see you back here 9 o'clock Thursday. We'll see you all 1:30 tomorrow.
Alrighty, let's skip ahead to see what the hell happened today. Yeah. Let's see. Live. Day two, Sarai. Okay, it was only 1 hour. Okay. Go ahead and do this, sir. Do do do. Do 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 do. Right there. Okay. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Lights, camera, sound. Hello. Hello. So this is day two to edit. Let me do. Are you going to turn it on? Hello? Hello? Where's the sound? Come on, man.
I'm handing you Defendant's Exhibit A. I did not file it because with the filing system and it's our defense strategy, it's what you asked for. I would just ask, you don't have to file it, but you asked it to be sealed after you.
Yeah, it'll be sealed.
Thank you.
And you had your notes, Ms. Mitchell?
The record reflects that I'm tendering to the court my notes, all of my notes. Tendering to the court my notes on witness Aaron Robin and Maria Chavez, who are also teachers that would be located on the south end of the prison.
Okay, these also were tendered to me in camera, so they'll be sealed as well after I review them.
I just wanted to also clarify for the record, Your Honor. So yesterday when I testified, after I testified, I, off the record, told the opposing counsel, and I want to put this on the record, that I had not reviewed Stephanie Hale's interview with the Rangers at the time that she appeared for trial preparation. I went back to my notes. We interviewed her on December the 10th. At that time, I had not reviewed her testimony to the Rangers. It wasn't until the week of Christmas, I think all around December 26th, is when I started pulling the witness interviews with the Rangers that I reviewed her actual testimony to the Rangers. So the position that I should have had an epiphany on December the 10th when we interviewed her in anticipation of the trial is misplaced, and I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record to clarify.
Yes, Your Honor, and our position on that would have been the epiphany should have occurred on the 26th when she reviewed it.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm going to review these documents that have been tendered to me in camera, but I will obviously at this point take any motions or arguments as far as remedies or proceedings in this matter. So, defense?
Yes, Your Honor. So as the court will see from what's been tendered as far as our defensive strategy, this did have this situation have a significant effect on the strategy from voir dire all the way through and through future witnesses, should they be called. We're in a position where we know under the law that we have to ask the court for a mistrial to preserve the record. However, if the court was not inclined to grant a mistrial, we do have other remedies we'd like to discuss.
Well, let me just say this, under Heath, the greatly awaited case from the Court of Criminal Appeals about the court's discretion and power to basically, if there is a Brady violation or a Morton violation, to have the ability to exclude that testimony. And they clarified that the prosecutors, it does not have to be an intentional act. And I'll say for the record that I find, based upon what we heard yesterday, that this was not an intentional act. At best, it was a negligent act, or at worst. So I do have the remedies under Heath available. But, if you're making your motion for mistrial, I will tell you, I don't believe what I've heard so far without reading in all. I have summarized what you gave me, and I kind of already had an idea of what it was. So I guess my question is, since we talked about yesterday, the three things that were complained about was the puffing, her seeing the dirt being puffed up. Number two, identifying or saying that she saw the individual for the first time, and the location. All right, my question is on the location issue that she testified to yesterday, and frankly, I think that was kind of a very quick testimony. I'm not sure that it resonated with the jury, but my question is there going to be other witnesses that put that individual in the same location that are going to be called later by the state?
Your Honor, I would say the most probably compelling testimony are the casings in the case that would either corroborate or override what she said. I believe the location that she placed, she's from probably in the neighborhood of 100 yards away, looking toward the south end of the building. And she puts, I believe she marked, in a general area south of the building, the casings are going to be closer toward the west side of the building. That is, they're going to be further west by as much as 10 yards. I haven't figured the exact date. So a witness from 100 yards away, placing a witness within a 10-yard distance, that would be the distinction. The other potential witness, Melanie Flores, testified that, would testify that the gunman, as she saw the children go into the south door, she saw the gunman at the south and west corner of the building, which I believe her testimony will put it halfway between where the casings were and where this witness says it was.
Okay. Well, I did a little research last evening, and again, I don't want to. I've reviewed your in-camera explanation of how this affects your defense strategy, and I'd already kind of gleaned what it was. So I can tell you, I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial. You have made it, and you preserve your record. Again,
Yes, sir. In addition, just so I can make sure it's clear, because we all know how the courts start interpreting it later. We will go with whatever remedy the court decides that we can decide it. However, we do not believe that it's a sufficient remedy, and mistrial would be the appeal.
Yeah, I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial over your objection, obviously, and I'm going to find under Heath, although it's not a prerequisite, that it was not intentional by the district attorney's office. It was negligent, and I don't believe what was testified to in front of the jury resonated enough to significantly affect your trial strategy. But what I am going to do under Heath is I'm going to exclude her testimony.
We have just for you that I just want to know we have a response to if you would consider that. So.
We would also have a response to that, and just so we can explain to the court that our primary concern with an exclusion is that basically what's happened, and I understand the jury, and you'll instruct the jury to disregard. I think a lot of that testimony, though, is going to be difficult for them to disregard. A lot of it is emotional testimony. One of the things that we were thinking about as a remedy would be to allow us to play her statement to the Rangers in its entirety to the jury so that they can hear what she said in the first 4 days.
Well, I was going to give the option of, even if I exclude her testimony, you still, if you wish, could cross-examine her and do that.
Okay.
And then at the conclusion of that, my thought could be to exclude it at that time.
Yes, sir. As long as, I guess my concern would be if we excluded it now and they haven't had an opportunity for.
I was going to give you that choice, but you jumped ahead of me.
Sorry, Judge. I'm sorry. I got a little afraid. I'm sorry.
All right, Ms. Mitchell, what do you have?
Your Honor, we just have a state's response to the defendant's motion to exclude
You
the
better hurry.
testimony of witnesses as age in anticipation of their motions. I just want to file that with the court for the court's consideration. If you could file stamp this copy too.
Okay, well,
And that's my copy.
Good.
The first copy is for the judge. I'm sorry.
okay, thank you.
I just want to file a stamp copy.
Okay, so again, this is kind of a sua sponte remedy that I've devised. It's not really their motion. Did you file a written?
No.
Did you file something?
No.
Okay, okay,
This is just anticipation of an oral motion to
Okay.
exclude, Your Honor.
okay.
I don't know, Your Honor, can we confer as to possible remedies and see if we can come up with a solution? Would the court be open to that?
I mean, if y'all agree on a remedy, I'm happy to entertain that, but I want the record to reflect that pursuant to Heath, I do have, discretion to craft a remedy any way I see fit. But what I've already done, for the record, is we have given a continuance to the defense until tomorrow, and we're having a hearing outside the presence of the jury to entertain potential remedies and make findings of fact if necessary. But for the record, there was a motion for mistrial, and on that motion for mistrial, I'm going to find it's denied because I think the remedies available are sufficient to protect the due process rights of the defendant. And if y'all want to agree on a remedy, I'm happy to entertain that, but I have one in mind, and I'm going to give the defense some leeway on how they want to proceed with the witness in front of the jury in the event she's recalled after we talk. So take 15 minutes, y'all talk, and we'll come back into court, and I'll review the state's response to the oral motion and finish the other in-camera matters that were submitted to me. But is there a place, if you want, just go back to my office. I'll stay here, and you can go back to the office that they provided me.
We have a room actually that they've given.
As we speak. You're welcome to verify the clerk is sealing those documents as we speak.
Thank you.
Okay, she's ready to go. So once again, we're outside the presence of the jury, and I've given counsel an opportunity to confer on potential remedies in regard to the witness. So what do y'all have to report?
Judge, we've had pretty productive talks, and I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, that the proposition at this point, with them still reserving the right to think of it overnight and start in the morning, is that they continue their cross-examination. They get to also play the entire statement that she made. We would then get to redirect, and then they still reserve the right to ask you to exclude all the testimony. And
yeah,
that part would go.
Yes, Judge, and under the idea that we want to unring the bell first before there's an instruction to exclude it, because and have them exclude it all in its entirety, which is fine. But we would like to be able to unring that bell and then make that decision, depending on how that cross-examination goes. When asked to exclude her, because there are some things that she says that we're just trying to evaluate her testimony after it is to see, on balance, is it more beneficial to our case or is it not? Like, after we've unrang the bell. But if we determine on balance that it's less beneficial, we would still like to have the Heath remedy for the late disclosure.
Well, for the record, I'm offering it right now. I'm offering the Heath remedy to exclude her testimony immediately. But if y'all want an opportunity to try this, if both sides agree, I'm happy to implement that agreement.
Yes, Your Honor. What we believe is ultimately we believe we're asking the court to exclude. The only issue is that we just want to be able to unring the bell first.
All right.
Is the idea.
And I know I told her, but she knows she's supposed to be here at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Additionally, I will say I will say that that in light of it, whatever harm that the court has determined in the defense case strategy, or in emotional impact, we would add that, and we do believe that under our 403 motion and motion of limine under the autopsy photos and the like, that it would start to, it can, that the court should add that in the 403 balance. Because part of what was not disclosed is something that is, I guess, on an emotional level, especially in what this witness testified to has a tendency to prejudice the defendant. She was taking shots. She was actually personally traumatized by these things that we are going to show that she has never said before. But the jury, having heard that, we believe that it should be a part of the 403 balance when the court eventually, I know you haven't made your final decision about what it is, but I would just, for the record, I would say that it can compound the harm if there's a disclosure, and then the probative value, whatever that is, of them trying to get into these photos of these children, are the prejudicial danger is compounded by something like this occurring in the trial, as to how it can affect the jury. And so I just want to put on the record now, I know the court hadn't made a decision, but just to put that in the court's mind, that we are also going to be arguing that at a later date.
All right.
And Judge, I just wanted to be clear, because I originally heard the court say, I'm willing to strike all the testimony now, but I'm also willing to entertain the defense's claims.
I like on the record, because I've denied the mistrial, that in lieu of the mistrial, I'm ready to exclude the testimony now. But if you all want to agree on this, then I will implement your agreement.
Could you give me 1 minute?
And I guess yes, I think just the court understanding willing to strike now would the only reason we're not accepting that. What I don't want to do is be in a situation where I'm on the record saying that I don't want that court's remedy, because then the courts later will say, well, then if you didn't want the court's remedy, then how can you claim that the mistrial was wrongfully denied, right? So what I want to do is just say that the reason we don't believe that striking it now, and like she just goes away, is that we'll never have an opportunity to unring the bell.
And we think that the court's remedy of striking it all now is sufficient.
Right. You see what I mean? And so what it does is it puts us in a situation where that remedy could actually harm a client worse. All right.
Well, we'll let the defense proceed as we just discussed, and she needs to be here at 9 o'clock in the morning, and then I'll make a decision on exclusion with everybody's participation after we rest or actually she's finished with redirect and recross, whatever it may be.
Yes, sir.
Well, my recollection is she's on cross now.
She is.
Okay.
We left off where I was refreshing her with her statement, and then that's when this issue came up, and so I would just continue with the cross examination.
They passed her and she's on cross.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Very good. All right. So 9 o'clock tomorrow with the witness, and we will proceed at that time. Thank you very much. We'll be in recess.
Well, okay then. So no mistrial, but yeah, she fuckered up. Anyways, so I will be here tomorrow to watch day 3. So anywho, all right. So this is going to be an interesting trial. They're already fighting. But yeah, I don't know. I'm still confused on what their client did. Like, why ain't we focused? We're focused on the gunman. Like, okay, but what did their client do? Like, I mean, I don't understand, because you could be like, oh, you saw him on the south side. Well, you didn't see my client there, right? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just, yeah, this is going to be a cat fight. So yeah, anyways, come join me tomorrow. I will be trial watching for day 3. And yeah, it should be fun in the sun, you know. All right. I will see everybody tomorrow. Let the ones you love and care about know that you love and care about them, because tomorrow's not promised. Bye.
Alright, pretty eye, goddamn. Goddamn, sooner or later, I'm gonna have a goddamn pretty eye me take though. so far. They my bestie. She's my bestie. That's my bestie. Your pair of eyes had me paralyzed. Toxic nigga, but you made me to a better guy. Smoke, but with you on forever, ever. I can watch you all day, girl, like you're televised. You think like this nigga, they ain't never lied. I left them bitches alone, I had to pick a side. Look in your eyes, girl, you were hypnotized. Of course, it was your breasts, hips, and them damn thighs. Close my eyes, I'm still mesmerized. Trying to get mad at my bestie, I tried. That's my bestie, my pretty.
I heard she